Routine business.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day. Privilege, resuming consideration of a privilege motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment standing the name of Mr. Kelly.
I believe we're resuming questions and comments. The honourable member from Edmonton Manning has 2 minutes left on questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've noticed that in this debate about the slush fund corruption, that the Liberals are always trying to distract with something else. And the latest distraction is this 2-month temporary tax trick, which everybody knows is not really going to address the root issues that are facing Canadians. So could the member comment on that, please?
The honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
I thank the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, from Sarnia-Lambton about this important question. This is a government that does band-aid, no solutions to anything. And they do, as we call it, death by 1,000 cuts. So the people that's supposed to benefit the most from these measures are left out, same like seniors, like people with disability. And funny enough, where people or Canadians cannot even put food on their table, or cannot even afford to buy groceries because it's so expensive, they are given the money they think they need to buy toys or to buy liquor or to go to a restaurant. That's a joke. This is a government that doesn't want to bring any real solutions. They just want to do cuts by 1,000, death by 1,000 cuts. And not only that, it's a band-aid NDP Liberal government that has to go.
We have time for the briefest of questions and the briefest of responses. The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore. 10:50.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess I would just ask this member what advice he would give the current government. Thank you very much.
The honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Axe the carbon tax and call for an election. That's what Canadians want. That's what Canadians expecting us to do. So axe the carbon tax and call for an election as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member from Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the leave of this House, I'm going to take a moment as a parliamentarian and as a Canadian to address what happened this weekend. We saw an out-of-control mob take over the streets of one of the country's biggest cities. We saw them openly and proudly spewing hatred, spreading violence, and thumbing their noses at the values that every single parliamentarian in this place I know holds dear. Burning cars, injuring police officers, chanting slogans like the final solution is coming. I don't know what kind of Canada this is, but it's certainly not one that I recognize. And I know that many Canadians feel exactly the same way after watching that. And the Prime Minister's go-to response after an incident like this one is to say that this is not Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to reckon with the fact that this is very much Canada. That is, of course, after he sided with the outrageous decision of the International Court, drawing a false equivalency between a liberal democracy and a terrorist organization that attacked that liberal democracy last year, which emboldened the very supporters that took to the streets to almost burn down a city. Our country is no longer a haven for law and order, for truth and justice, for peace, and for the freedom that we used to have. And Mr. Speaker, instead of talking about all of this, we are still here after 2 months of demanding the documents in this place, demanding that the Liberals turn over the documents to the police, instead of debating the very real issues and the consequences to Canadians that happened, that poured out into the violence that poured out into the streets over the last number of evenings and days, if you're on the campus of Concordia University. We're still talking about this. And we have become a nation where the rights of bigots and violent rioters trump the rights of freedom of religion and, sadly, of personal safety, something that I never thought that I would say on the floor of this House. And we have become a nation where the grievances of a small, petty, lawless minority govern the lives of a larger, law-abiding majority. And we have become a nation where we have lost the ability to put a stop to even the most despicable behavior. And instead, day after day in this House, we demand the same thing from the same government that refuses the same order. Day after day, we ask them to release the documents instead of talking about the issues that Canadians are seized with. This is a nation, Mr. Speaker, where it is no longer extraordinary to wake up, to read that another synagogue has been firebombed, or that another Jewish business was vandalized, or that another bomb threat was made at a Jewish school, or that gunshots flew through the windows. Kids as young as 17, 18, 19 years old are being arrested for crimes. Children in this country are being turned against one another, blinded by our ability to teach even the most basic tenets of respect and critical thinking, with the woke academics pushing DEI ahead of introspective thought, and their unions that have become a bastion of ideological drivel that has now become dangerous and has spilled out into our streets. Hate crimes in this country have more than doubled over 9 years. And instead, we are still talking about a document production order 2 months later in this House that you yourself told this government to produce, that you yourself told this government to turn over to the RCMP. That is the natural consequence, Mr. Speaker, of a Prime Minister and a government that cannot even utter the most basic condemnation of radical and extremist behavior in this country, who send one group of MPs to say something to one community and a different group of MPs to say the exact opposite to another community. Those days are over, Mr. Speaker. That's how it works in the Prime Minister's Canada, but that's not how it works in Canada. And I will say one thing, because we've talked about it in the House, and most recently from comments from the government House leader, but the bouncy castles and the hot tubs and the outdoor barbecues and a protest blocking several blocks in a single city, honking equals a national emergency. Frozen bank accounts and prosecutions. But rioting, targeting, harassing, intimidating the Jewish community for more than a year, torching cars, shooting synagogues and schools, calling for violence, murder, death, celebrating actual terrorists, carrying actual flags of terrorist organizations for over a year in this country, it equates to quote-unquote peaceful protest encouraged by members of this House. And Mr. Speaker, that is shameful, and every single Canadian sees it now. What's happening now is a hallmark of this government, a government that has held this place up for 2 months without turning over documents in this latest scandal of $400 million tax dollars, 186 conflict of interest broken. Ministers who cannot keep their jobs because they have misled the Canadian public and this House about their identity. That's what this government has come to. It has become a hallmark of the Prime Minister's leadership that has divided the Canadians based on every discernible characteristic of race, of religion, of gender, of age, of wealth, of vaccine status. The list goes on and on. And what happens when the same Prime Minister systematically attacks the pillars of our country, whether it's our criminal justice system, whether it's our Charter of Freedoms, whether even our national symbols, Mr. Speaker. He took Terry Fox out of the passport, replaced it with a squirrel, and allowed those who got the passport to take their citizenship ceremony on Zoom. That is a shame. And you should have known this, because the Prime Minister told everybody that, quote, Canada was a post-national state with no core identity. That's what happens in the cornerstone of a Liberal government's agenda to open our borders, let in terrorists and lawbreakers, get in with no background checks, and call anybody who questions it in this country a racist. And frankly, this weekend has shown everybody in this country the Canadians are tired of it, and they are tired of that government. They are tired of them holding this debate up in this House without handing over the documents that you yourself told them to hang over. $400 million of tax dollars that Canadians deserve to know where where those tax dollars went. The Prime Minister and the Liberal government have made this country a playground for foreign interference, for division, for people who hate us to come here. And they've rolled out the welcome mat. And then what did he do? He left us in the cold. The chants of death to Jews grew louder in front of synagogues. He ignores calls for safety and security, and his threats to communities got more and more intense. He ignored and silenced the voices in his own caucus that are supposed to be the ones speaking out, the voices that are supposed to be standing up for their communities, that are supposed to have a seat at the table. He shoved them out of the room, and he doesn't listen to them anymore. And then as the masked mob took over the streets of Montreal, he decided that it would be better to spend the night dancing. And my question is when was he told? When was he told? And after he was told, did he stay there? Why did it take him an entire day until 12 o'clock the next day to utter even the most basic condemnation of what had happened in his own city that night? This is a country that welcomed generations of people from around the world, gave them shelter from persecution, and now we see that in our own streets. This is the country that used to stand up for our allies and for values around the world, a country where wherever you came from, whoever you were, that you were to come here and you were to be Canadian and you were proud of it. That's the country that we are not anymore. And it breaks my heart to see it, and I'm sure that it breaks the hearts of every Canadian to see and witness what they did this weekend. And by glossing over the clear problems, pretending they don't exist, as the Prime Minister does, is no way to run a country. It is no way to even run a parliament, which he certainly hasn't acquiesced to that demand that we are still here for today. When somebody has the courage to say and to stand up and see and to say what is happening here is wrong, and I refuse to stand by it. And I refuse to stand by it because I love what's being destroyed. That's a country that is worth living in, and that's the kind of leadership that we need. That's the kind of courage that we need, and that courage is growing. It's not only growing with me, but it's growing with Canadians right across the country, from all stripes, from coast to coast, that want the country that they used to know back. Canadians have had enough of the virtue signaling, enough of the holier-than-thou preaching, the lawlessness, the out-of-control crime, the free drugs, the chaos in our streets. Canadians just want to go to work. They want to raise a family. They want to afford a decent home in a safe neighborhood. They want to do that without being told how to think by some out-of-touch politician in Ottawa. And Canadians just want to wake up from this woke nightmare and bring back the Canada we used to know. And these aren't the Canadians that you will find occupying the streets of Montreal, rioting violently. They're not the ones camping out on the front lawn of a university campus for months at a time or engaging in terrorist cosplay weekend after weekend. They're the Canadians you'll find on a shop floor, in a small business along Main Street, in Legion halls, in town squares, and in communities everywhere. And they might be quiet, but they are the real heart of our country. And Mr. Speaker, they're going to have a champion when we elect a common-sense, national majority Conservative government. We are going to deliver a country that is finally respected on the world stage and doesn't make headlines because of what is happening in our streets. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to transition to the topic that has brought us here day after day over the last 2 months. And for me, it's the third time in just a few weeks, making one simple request of this Liberal government: release the documents. They can end this today. They can end this right now. I suspect that is exactly what every member of the Conservative caucus has said day in and day out, and it is what we will say today to hold this government to account, to make sure that they hand over the documents and they tell Canadian taxpayers exactly where they spent those tax money and who got rich. The House and every single Canadian taxpayer deserve to know how much money was wasted, just how the government wasted it, and exactly who got rich. And the evidence has been missing for months. And now these Liberals will stop at nothing to continue to keep up the secret that has had us here for week after week and now month after month as they fight tooth and nail to hide the paper trail. You know, they say that the third time's a charm, but I'm not feeling particularly hopeful today in terms of getting those documents. We've seen the extent to which the government will go to cover this up day after day. Thousands of redacted documents as a government relies on the furthest extent of its power to keep information secret. Now let that sink in for everybody watching at home. They have paused this Parliament. They have thrown sand in the gears of every single one of their agenda items, every single way that they claim to be helping Canadians, every piece of legislation, every motion, everything is to a grinding halt because they have a secret and they're keeping that secret from Canadians. If only the Liberal government would tell us what is behind those black lines on those pieces of papers and hand over the missing documents. It's that simple. This crisis of Parliament would be over in just 1 minute. If the government had nothing to hide behind those black lines on those missing documents, then it shouldn't be such a problem. They would tell you what they're withholding in terms of information. They're willing, again, to put their spending plans on hold, all their fiscal estimates, every piece of legislation on the line. This behavior is nothing short of crazy and paranoid if anybody is watching this. Like, what are they hiding? After 9 years of this Liberal government, there is a culture of corruption in Ottawa, and everybody now sees it. A culture that leads those at the top to think they are immune from accountability, that leads them to think that they can reward their well-connected insider friends at the expense of everyone else. And it leads them to think that the rights of Canadians and the rights of Parliament don't really matter. Well, I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the rights of Canadians do matter, and the rights of this Parliament does matter. And the government is certainly not immune from accountability, and we will make sure of that, just as every opposition has done for hundreds of years in this system. And while Canadians are certainly taking notice of the matter at hand today, they're also paying close attention to another matter, or should I say someone else. Our old friend, the other Randy. This is a guy made up by the Minister of the Crown in an effort to weave a web of lies around fraudulent business activity. Another example of just how out of touch and out of control this government has become. Let's recap the saga. It was against the law for anyone conducting government business to carry on with their business activities. That should be obvious, and that was a blatant conflict of interest, similar to the 186 conflict of interest that we're talking about today. But the former Minister of Employment seems to have contravened those rules when messages showed up of conversations between partners and the minister's old firm and a certain Randy, in quotes. Those messages clearly showed that the minister was breaking the laws that he had sworn to uphold. But the minister insists that it wasn't him, it was a different Randy, and he just couldn't tell us Randy's last name or even who Randy was. And all the records show that there was nobody else at the firm with the first name Randy. So who is the other Randy, Mr. Speaker? I don't know. But the story doesn't actually stop there. While he was sitting around the cabinet table, the minister's old company got tens of thousands of tax dollars, something that was reported at least 2 months after the required disclosure deadline. But wait, it gets better. As a part of these contracts and a part of the marketing efforts of, I suspect, the company that the minister or the other Randy was engaged in, the minister's company branded itself as 100% Indigenous owned, meaning that the minister was Indigenous. He reaffirmed that several times in public, claiming to have Indigenous heritage or bloodlines. The Liberal Party itself took advantage of that too and included him in a list of Indigenous MPs. And now we know that none of that was true. It was a farce from start to finish, and the minister didn't mislead Canadians. He perpetuated a very long series of injustices against Indigenous communities and stole from them. He stole resources meant to help Indigenous people in order to benefit himself, in order to enrich himself. And we tried to get answers about all of this, but again, the Liberals and their henchmen did everything possible to stand in the way of accountability. Minister after minister with a mic in their face saying that they had confidence in him. And from his own business partners, we had radio silence. Their numbers were disconnected, their emails were deactivated, the business partners are nowhere to be found. But ministers in this government said that they had full confidence in that minister just a day before he decided that he was going to step aside to clear his name. The minister magically got his business partners to disappear and somehow convinced his own cabinet colleagues that he still had the confidence of Canadians after misleading this place over and over again. Any one of these things would have gotten any minister fired. I was here as a staff person when a $16 orange juice would have got you fired as a minister. And what we are seeing today, the refusal to hand over documents, the refusal to turn over documents to the police that were ordered by this House, is not only a breach of parliamentary privilege, but it is part of a long series and a culture of corruption that has become a hallmark of the Liberal government and a hallmark of Ottawa. And it's very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. And we will stand here day after day and month after month and demand accountability from the government on other Randy, on the Minister of the Crown, on these documents, on every other scandal that is unraveling by this government, or is unraveling at the feet of this government. The Liberals, this is actually probably the worst part of it. Liberals themselves are now sounding the alarm bells. Former Liberals like, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that you might remember the former Attorney General, Jody Wilson-Raybould, was actually Indigenous. Do you want to hear what she had to say? Prime Minister committed to true reconciliation would have removed the minister from cabinet long ago. Instead, we get to watch white people play ancestry wheel of fortune. The Prime Minister fired his first Indigenous Attorney General, but kept the fake Indigenous Employment Minister. And just like Jody Wilson said, it is extremely shameful and is extremely destructive. And it is extremely shameful and destructive that we still stand here day after day, month after month, with exactly the same demand for accountability. Accountability to Parliament, accountability to Canadians, accountability to every single taxpayer to know exactly where that $400 million went, which friends got enriched, and the 186 conflict of interests that are still at their feet. And day after day, we will demand this again. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Thornhill for her speech. Like all Canadians, I sat there on Friday night and I saw what was going on in my hometown of Montreal and was absolutely disgusted by the display of a lawless mob that was destroying such a beautiful city. In fact, it's happening right across the country, Mr. Speaker, and it's escalating. It's escalating, and Canadians are becoming increasingly concerned about this escalation. So my question to my honourable colleague is, what can we do about it?
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the very basic thing that any government can do about this is to signal that it's wrong. And we can't even expect that from this government. The Prime Minister danced the night away and waited until noon the next day to say anything about the lawless behavior in his own city. The very start of this should be at least a condemnation, should be to make sure that these rioters, not peaceful protesters, but these rioters, face the full extent of the law. There is a very clear line between protest in this country and lawless mob behavior. And that line was crossed on Friday night and on many other weekends in this country where people feel unsafe in their own communities. Terrorist cosplay, flags of terrorist organizations flying in neighborhoods where Jewish communities live. Any government would say that's unacceptable, but leadership would say that it's absolutely unacceptable and those people should be arrested.
Questions and comments. The
honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know, Well, the Bloc Québécois has also condemned the acts of violence that we saw at the protests on Friday in Montreal. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the Bloc Québécois' bill to eliminate the religious exemption for hate speech. For example, if in a protest, as we saw, there was an incitation to hate in a religious context, that would be exempted. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of that. The honourable member for Thornhill.
The member isn't going to like what I say about this, but we've been entirely consistent that the solution to bad speech isn't necessarily to stop speech. I think that's what we've seen from the Liberals with Bill C-11, Bill C-63, Bill C-18 to some extent. It's more speech. But it's also having the consequences in place to actually arrest people who break the law. And there is plenty of laws that currently exist in our criminal code that have been broken time after time that would create more civil rest in this country rather than the unrest and the rioting and the behavior that we've been seeing in the streets. He's not going to like what I say to this, but I don't think the solution is stopping from Canadians from having their point of view. It's stopping the lawbreakers from breaking the law.
The honourable member from Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Toronto for her speech. But specifically, what we're here for is the privilege motion, as she spoke about, and how it involved a minister that has now since stepped down. But the Green Slush Fund, the whole scandal, and the redacted documents involve another sitting minister, the Minister of the Environment, and still part of cabinet and still part of the Prime Minister's close inner circle. And I want to ask the member that just gave her great speech, Canadians are wondering why this gridlock in Parliament has been occurring the last couple of months, but it is very serious. When we have sitting members of the cabinet, sitting members of the government still sitting in their chairs making decisions on behalf of Canadians, how important is that we finally get to see these unredacted documents, really get to the bottom of this problem?
The honourable member from Thornhill.
It's important that any Canadian and any taxpayer sees where their tax money is going. That's exactly what this Parliament and what an opposition is there to do. And it's very important that the government complies with an order that you yourself made to this House to turn over those documents to police to see if there's any wrongdoing. But let's go back for a second. The Prime Minister can't possibly say anything to his ministers who have violated ethics rules. He himself has broken ethics rules. Members of his cabinet who still sit in his cabinet are found to have broken the law, the ethics law. A number of ministers, some who have hired their best friends, others who have hired friends of family. Of course, there is a culture of corruption within that cabinet, and it doesn't start with the minister who stepped down. It doesn't end with the environment minister. It starts with the Prime Minister, and the reason that he can't tell anybody that they're doing anything wrong is because he himself has been in the wrong so many times.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member wants to comment a little bit further on the absolute explosion of hate that's happening in this country, particularly directed at the Jewish community, the open display of terrorist symbols, and the lack of action or condemnation from a Liberal government. We are seeing unprecedented hatred directed towards the Jewish community in our country, and the response from the government, I think, has been absolutely abysmal, and I wonder if the member wants to comment on that.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about this many, many times in the House, and the reason I've spoken about it so many in the House is because it's not only the people that I represent in Thornhill, but it's communities right across the country that are reaching out in hopes that somebody is listening to their plight. There have been firebombings into businesses, gunshots into schools, riots on a weekly basis in cities across the country. People have been made to feel unsafe in their neighborhoods. And instead of just even the weakest condemnation, it's actually worse. The government has inflamed this, has inflamed it with their rhetoric. We have the member from York Centre, a minister of this crown, who held hands with a literal terrorist who is in the 19th year of his 4-year term, who has a martyrs fund that rewards terrorists for killing people who fight from her own riding. You have a pretend envoy on issues of anti-Semitism who speaks out against the Prime Minister and says all of the right things in the community, but doesn't have a seat at the table and is frankly ignored. I think the community looks at that government and wonders, what the heck happened? This used to be a government that stood for moral clarity and on the right side of history and to protect a community, and this government is nowhere to be found. And it is a shame for everybody who is watching, not only the Jewish community, but every freedom-loving, law-abiding Canadian that sees this.
The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our Deputy Leader from Thornhill for an excellent summary of the corruption, the lack of accountability, the violation of people's charter rights, etc. Now, I know that when common sense Conservatives become government, that we have a plan that is going to stop the crime on our streets and address some of the lack of accountability. Could the member elaborate on that plan?
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, you see chaos all over the country, and you see it no matter where you are, where you live, what city. There are 2 million people eating in a food bank. The price of a home has doubled. Crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder flow through our streets freely, and the government is nowhere to be found on any of these issues. In fact, they would rather hold up a parliament by refusing to hand over documents for 2 months when they themselves see the crisis, where the Prime Minister has made admissions in the last month of the failure of his own agenda, be it on housing, be it on immigration, being it on food costs. The only thing that is left is that he hasn't said that his carbon tax is an abject failure. And it's time now for him to make the admission on the carbon tax, scrap the carbon tax, and call a carbon tax election so the Canadians can get rid of these guys.
Afraid we're down to the ridiculously short mounted period that wouldn't allow for a question. Certainly not an answer at this time. So we're resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member from Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I again want to thank my honourable colleague from Thornhill, the Deputy Leader of our party, for her passionate statement today on what happened in Montreal on Friday night. Mr. Speaker, I recall in the days after October 7th, I went to the Am Shalom Synagogue in South Barrie, and I was there participating in a service that was directed by the rabbi and involved many community members and community leaders who were there. And you can sense by the anguish of what happened on October 7th just how deeply and profoundly this terrorist attack by this terrorist organization, Hamas, had on the Jewish people that I represent in Barrie-Innisfil. And I remember making a speech to the congregation, telling them that, as elected officials, it was our responsibility to keep our community safe. Not just the Jewish community, but all communities across this country, Mr. Speaker. And there was concern. There was concern about not just what happened, but what potentially could happen in this country. And we have, for the better part of 2 years now, have been seeing it play itself out on the streets. I watched, like many Canadians did, on Friday night. Not necessarily on mainstream media, because there wasn't much coverage about what happened in Montreal on mainstream media, but on social media. The lawless mob that was trashing, destroying, intimidating Jewish Canadians. And I, for one, as a member of Parliament and as a Canadian citizen, was disgusted by what I saw in my hometown of Montreal. It was disgusting. Enough is enough. It's time for leadership. It's time for moral clarity. It's time for not having a leader who is feckless and timid in his approach, who says one thing to one group and says another thing to another group. And I can tell you there are many Canadians that are feeling this way, Mr. Speaker. They've seen what's gone on, the lawless mobs that have been pervading our streets for the last 2 years, and it's escalating. And it escalated on Friday night in Montreal. And we saw it over the weekend in Toronto, where these terrorist sympathizers were going to Jewish communities and taunting them right near their homes, Mr. Speaker. We can't stand for that. We shouldn't stand for that. And we need to do something about it. It's unbelievable that this is going on in this country, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just partisans on the right and partisans on the left that are saying this. There's always going to be partisans. Normal people are saying it now, Mr. Speaker. They're saying enough is enough. They want to return to normalcy and they want to return to decency in this country, and that takes leadership, Mr. Speaker. Canada used to be a place where we allowed those who were persecuted to come into our country. Those who were persecuted for faith-based reasons, whether it was their sexual orientation or whether they were from the wrong tribe or whatever. They used to come to this country to flee persecution. And now we're allowing the persecutors into this country. Those very people that they were fleeing from are the very people that have been allowed by this government into this country to do what they're doing to it right now, to create chaos, to intimidate, to bring the grievances of other nations to our nation. And instead of standing under one flag, the Canadian flag, they're standing under the flags of the grievances that they brought to this country, and it's wrong, Mr. Speaker. We're Canadian. We stand for what's right. We have moral values. We protect those who are vulnerable and keep them free of intimidation. And it's pervading our streets right now, and it has to stop, Mr. Speaker. It has to stop. And it's only going to stop when solid leadership with some moral clarity is shown in this country and the rule of law is applied equally in this country. And it's a shame. And I'm hearing from my community of Barrie-Innisfil. I was out all weekend this weekend, and I heard what's going on. And I heard the concern among many people, not just Jewish Canadians, but people from other backgrounds and Canadians who were born here that are saying enough is enough. We want a return to normalcy, and we want a return to decency in this country. And we want to change the government. Because in many people's views right now, that's the only way that this is going to happen. The only way that we're going to return to this sense of normalcy and decency is if we have a change of government. Because this government has proven time after time that they're not concerned about doing the right thing. They're not concerned about protecting those who are facing fear and intimidation in our communities right across the country. Their only concern is in protecting themselves politically and making sure that they do whatever they have to do to stay in power, no matter what cost, no matter how it impacts communities across this country, whether they're Jewish or other communities, and it has to stop, and it can't stop soon enough, Mr. Speaker. I get a lot of European people, Eastern Bloc people, who come to me and they say the same thing. And as much as I'm hearing from those who fled persecution and how we're allowing the persecutors into this country, Eastern Bloc people come to me all the time. And they always wave their finger and they say this happened in my country. It's why I left my country. Don't let what happened to my country happen in this country. And what do they mean by that? It's a different perspective, but it's the rise of authoritarianism, the rise of totalitarianism. It's the incremental loss of rights and freedoms. It's control of the media that many of these people fled to come to this country so that they would never have to experience it again in their lives, and better yet, that their children would never have to experience it. And yet we're seeing it time and time again. The corruption, the cronyism, all of those same things that those people fled from in Eastern Bloc countries is pervading our institutions here in Canada. Enough is enough. It's time to return to a sense of moralcy, a sense of decency, and a sense of normalcy in this country, because Canadians have had it, and normal people have had it too. And when I say normal, these are people who don't, Mr. Speaker, pay attention much to politics. They go about their lives trying to provide for their family, not just now, but for future generations as well. And they sit there and they see everything that's going on. They see the lawless mobs on the street. They see the corruption. They see the debt. They see the deficit. They see the fact that their children, many of whom are 30, 35, unable to buy a house. Not able to buy a house, not able to afford rent, still living in their basement. They see the cost of groceries. They see the cost of everything escalating. Life becoming unaffordable, the necessities of life becoming unaffordable. And those normal people right now are saying, something's not right. Something's wrong. They're feeling it. Single moms who are worried about mortgages that are due for renewal. There's 1 million mortgages due for renewal in this country in 2025. Some as much as 30 to 40% more in renewal costs. How are people going to afford that, Mr. Speaker? How are they going to afford to keep their homes? That's what's bothering single moms right now. That's what's bothering moms. You start ripping that security blanket away from those families, and you've got a recipe for disaster in this country, Mr. Speaker. And many of those normal people are rising up now and they're saying enough is enough. And they're looking at alternatives. They're looking at alternative governments that are going to make their lives more affordable. They're looking at alternative governments that are going to get homes built, that are going to fix the budget, the $1.34 trillion in debt that we're in right now. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, they're looking to alternative governments in this country to stop the crime, to stop the chaos in our communities where violent crime has skyrocketed, gun crime has skyrocketed, extortion has skyrocketed. It wasn't like this in 2015. We didn't see the type of criminal activity, drug crime happening across the country like we're seeing right now. And when I say that normal people are rising up and saying that, something's broken and something's not right, they're right. Because we have the statistics to prove it, Mr. Speaker. You don't need statistics. Just look at the news. Every day in Toronto, shootings, extortion, car thefts, drug overdoses, right across the country. These things are happening. And what people want is a government that's going to allow for safer communities to happen. The bail system is broken in this country. Police associations right across the country are talking about it right now. They're compiling statistics, and I know they're going to come out with those soon, Mr. Speaker, about the fact that the bail system is so broken in this country that those officers who are on the front line, whose lives are in danger as a result of the broken bail system, know that if they arrest somebody in the morning for a serious offense, in all likelihood, they're going to be out in the afternoon, allowed to walk the streets freely. And that's what's concerning normal people right now, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you, I was at a Nigerian event on Saturday night. Friends of mine in the Nigerian Barrie Innisfil community, and I spoke to many of them when I was there. Crime is the #1 issue of concern within those communities. They came to Canada to flee from those situations that they're now facing in this country. Because in many cases, those who were persecuting are the ones that are here. Those who were doing the crime in those countries are here now doing the exact same thing in this country. It's got to stop. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about the issue at hand here, the SDTC scandal. It's my third time rising on it. We've been dealing with this for 2 months. Your order, Mr. Speaker, was to have the government send the documents unredacted. We know, for example, that there are 11,000 documents still existing within the Justice Department. We know that from the parliamentary law clerk. They haven't been submitted to Parliament at this point. What's in those documents? What is it that the government is hiding, that they would seize this Parliament on this issue of privilege for so many months? There's got to be a hell of a lot of information in there that the government is worried about, Mr. Speaker. Just release the documents. The standoff can end tomorrow, and we can get on with the business of the country. But you ruled, Mr. Speaker, that it was important for the supremacy and the paramount of Parliament in order, and that the supremacy of Parliament was paramount, that those documents had to be turned over to Parliament, and they haven't up to this point, Mr. Speaker. And this is not the first scandal that we've seen. SDTC is just the tip of the iceberg. And if you go through a list of some of these scandals, Mr. Speaker, you know, we saw the Cash for Access scandal. We've seen the SNC-Lavalin affair. There's a whole list. I mean, you know, I invite anybody to just search Google and pull up Liberal scandals since 2015. There's a whole list of these scandals. We saw ArriveCan. SNC-Lavalin, which I mentioned earlier, the sole source contracts that have happened. We've seen many sole source contracts throughout the course of the pandemic that were issued, and subsequently through the ArriveCan app. You know, we know that there's $90 million on that one. It could be much further, like much greater than that figure that the Auditor General has discussed. The We Charity controversy, scandal, $900 million that was going to the Prime Minister's friends. ArriveCan, I mentioned about that. We saw the Minister of International Development give a sole source contract, breaching ethics violations and ethics contraventions to her friend Amanda Alvaro. And then we also saw the sister-in-law, the ethics commissioner, the minister, was appointed for just a few days as the interim ethics commissioner. And of course, we've seen other scandals, the Winnipeg Lab scandal, and in each one of them, Mr. Speaker, this government has basically tied the hands of Parliament and tried to cover up many of them, where many of their insider-connected friends and cronies have enriched themselves as a result of sole source contracts, other government contracts, and this latest one with $400 million to the SDTC board. 183 times they contravened conflict of interest guidelines and enriched themselves with $400 million worth of contracts. It's absurd. It's almost laughable that the government is spending so much political capital trying to cover this up and trying to not give that information to Parliament that it rightly deserves. It's not laughable. It's actually sad, Mr. Speaker, that we're in this situation. But you know, I want to go back to August 2020 at the height of the pandemic, when we started seeing this diminishment and this decline in democracy. We saw the government, one of the first pieces of legislation that came out after the pandemic was to basically seize control of the spending power of this place, to give themselves, I think it was Bill C-2, the opportunity to spend whatever they wanted on the pandemic without Parliament approval. And it was shortly after that that we started seeing many of these sole source contracts that were coming in and given to Liberal-connected insiders and cronies. And I recall in August of 2020, I stood up and I spoke about the situation that was going on. At that time, we had heard about Frank Baylis and the ventilator contract, $300 million of sole source contracts. There were others that were there. And I remember quoting Warren Kinsella at that time. Of course, Warren is a former Liberal strategist, was chief of staff to Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. And Warren coined a phrase that's actually in the Merriam-Webster dictionary about what this government was all about. In fact, he wrote an article about what it was all about, and he said the title of the article was "When You Become What You Came to Change." And he talked about the word kleptocracy. Kleptocracy. When the kleptocrats of a nation, the leaders of a nation, use the availability of the resources that they have, either through the Treasury or by other means, to not just enrich themselves, but also to enrich those who are within that close inner circle, this kleptocracy that he spoke about. And he said in his article, he said it's in the dictionary. He said the Merriam-Webster people define it as a government by those who seek chiefly status and personal gain at the expense of those governed. And why it was important at that time, and I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that it's equally important at this time, is the reason why. You know, why these types of scandals are so profoundly scandalous, and because the allegations are that you know, insider and connected insiders sought to enrich themselves during this very difficult period that Canadians are going through. Obviously, the cost of the necessities of life, groceries, mortgages, all of those things that Canadians are struggling with from an affordability, not just cost of living, but housing attainability and affordability, and yet seemingly these well-connected insiders and cronies are using their relationships and their benefits to enrich themselves during these times. And so what is the problem with this that Mr. Kinsella spoke about? And this I would agree with him on. The problem is that those who are governed are losing their homes, losing their jobs, losing their futures, while the Prime Minister and his friends are taking off like bandits. They're enriching themselves. I asked a question to the lobbying commissioner at the Ethics Committee meeting just a couple of weeks ago. We've seen an increase in lobbying and lobbyists go from 7,000 early in the point of this government to now over 11,000 lobbyists that are registered, all of them coming to Ottawa with cap in hand, hand out, trying to get as much money as they can for the people that they represent as lobbyists, and very likely many of them are Liberal connected. And Kinsella also said that it's not just merely wrong, that it's evil. It's beyond words, and it's beyond the pale. And so he said, as I conclude, that there is a name for what we've got now, Mr. Speaker. There's a name for a government like the Prime Minister's, a government run by those who seek status and personal gain at the rest of us and the rest of Canadians who are suffering so greatly, not just economically, but socially, through the division that has been created by this government, Mr. Speaker. And Kinsella coined the phrase that it's a kleptocracy, where insiders, connected insiders, are benefiting from their role in government at the expense of those who they govern. It's precisely what's going on. We have a kleptocracy, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where does one start off? So much misinformation compacted into 20 information, and it's echoed in the social media throughout the country by unethical, I would suggest to you, characters, Mr. Speaker. I won't say which political party, but there's unethical characters that continue through social media to espouse all sorts of misinformation. First and foremost, let me assure the member, Canada is not broken. Canada, in comparison to any other country in the world, is the best country to call home. Whether the Conservative Party wants to believe that or not, that's up to them, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you, what we're supposed to be debating today is a Conservative motion that has the issue go to a Procedures and House Affairs Committee. That is the ruling of the Speaker. Conservatives can twist and bend it all they want. That is the ruling. The disclosure of information, you want to talk about cowardice action and disclosing of information, just take a look at Stephen Harper. And who was his parliamentary secretary? It was no other than the leader of the Conservative Party.
The Honourable Member from Barrie Innisfil.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I guess what I would say to that is if you want any evidence of just how difficult the situation is for Canadians, I think I pretty much addressed that in the course of my speech, but you know, you just have to ask young people right now who feel lied to and let down by this Prime Minister after he was elected in 2015. They don't just feel lied to or let down. They feel despondent right now because the hope of a better future has been lost in many ways because of the economic and social policies of this government. We've seen food banks increase their use by almost $3 million a month, Mr. Speaker. So the good news is that it wasn't like this before 2015, and it won't be after after the next election, which can't come soon enough from my perspective and many Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've had the opportunity to work alongside the honourable member at our Ethics Committee. In fact, this issue came to our Ethics Committee where there were some pretty significant revelations about the nature of the gaps in governance for SDTC, about the inside dealings, about the, I'll call it corruption, quite frankly, of board members receiving government money while voting in on their own self-interest. And I know the honourable member spent some time on City Council, as did I, and would have likely some experience with procurement. So I would like to ask, New Democrats, we see these things happen. We've certainly dealt with enough scandals at committee. What would he do to help close the loopholes on governance and procurement to ensure that this type of insider dealing can't continue to happen?
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In many ways, that governance and those rules are already in place, either through the Conflict of Interest Act or through the conflict of interest laws that exist in this country. I guess primarily it's the appointments. We've seen through this scandal, in particular the SDTC scandal, we saw many of the appointees to the board of SDTC were made by this current Liberal government. The problem is, as the honourable member noted, that many of the contracts that were issued were done with the approval of the board, or worse yet, where those individuals who were part of this board did not recuse themselves from the decision-making process. So I think it speaks, the rules are in place. And everybody knows the rules. As parliamentarians, we know the rules. The challenge is, and the problem is, the people that are put in those positions don't act with the same moral integrity, the same moral high ground that should be acted upon when they're appointed to those positions, and don't subscribe to the rules that already exist.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member from Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member for his speech. And having been involved in riots in the past in my law enforcement career, what happened in Montreal is certainly an awakening call for Canadians and for how disruptive some of these protests are. But getting back to the SDTC, I wonder if the member can answer the question as to why the reluctance of the government to produce the unredacted documents. Is it because, first of all, only 60% of the files that SDTC dealt with have been examined? Or is it because they just are afraid somebody might end up going to jail here?
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I mentioned earlier, many Canadians are waking up to, especially after Montreal, but they were aware of the situation, how these lawless mobs have been taken over the streets. I was speaking to a Canadian Association of Retired People group just a month ago, and this very question came up of why this is happening in this country. But on the issue of SDTC, as I said earlier, there's 11,000 plus documents that have not been submitted to the parliamentary law clerk by the Justice Department. I can't imagine what's in there that would cause the Justice Department not to provide, as Parliament ordered and as you, Mr. Speaker, supported in Parliament's order, to provide these documents to the parliamentary law clerk. I would love to see the email exchanges that went on between, for example, I said the Justice Department. I think there's a level of criminality in there and a level of known corruption within those documents that this government does not want this Parliament, you, Mr. Speaker, or all Canadians to have a look at because it's damning.
L'honorable député de La Pointe-Lille.
The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I posed a question to a colleague from the Conservative Party. I asked her what she thought of the Bloc Québécois legislation to remove the exemption for hate speech on religious grounds. She said that censorship wouldn't fix the problem. Does that mean that under a Conservative government, hate speech would be allowed for everyone? Or would there just be still that special exemption for hate speech on religious grounds? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a free speech advocate. We have laws in this country that certainly address the issue of hate speech, and if one crosses the line, then they should expect to be visited by law enforcement. I did listen to the answer of the honourable member from Thornhill, and I agree with her. I mean, are we going to get to a point where, well, we are actually through Bill C-63, but are we going to get to that point, hopefully with a change of government we don't, where we're starting to censor the freedom of speech of Canadians? I don't believe, and it's an ideological belief on my part, that free speech is paramount to our democracy, it's paramount to our democratic institutions, and if we as a government are restricting that in any way, of course, save and expect what does constitute hate speech identified in the criminal code, then I think we're doing a disservice to not just our freedoms, but our institutions as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. In order to highlight the word hypocrisy, read what it is the member across the way just said about freedom. And then while you're at it, read in terms of the CBC article that talks about Conservative MPs and Conservatives from within their own caucus. And what did they have to say? After 2 years of their leader of the Conservative Party, many Conservative MPs say they are much less free now than they were before his arrival. The man who promised during his leadership run to make Canada the freest country in the world maintains tight control over the actions of his caucus members, Madam Speaker. So, on the one hand, he talked freedom. In the reality, his leader says that doesn't apply to Conservative members of Parliament. Does he not see any hypocrisy there?
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
The source is the CBC. Enough said.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm reminded again of the Greek myth of Midas, where everything that he touches turns to gold. He turns his daughter to gold, into a gold statue, and he's distraught. There's another part of it where he judges a music contest, and the gods didn't like his choice, so his ears are turned into donkey ears. And he has to run around like that. But for the things that he turned to gold, he was ultimately able to unwind what happened by washing his hands of it. So my question for the member is there a way for this government to unwind this scandal and the money they've spent?
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil in 15 seconds.
I don't think there is, and the proof in that is their reluctance to provide the documents to Parliament. So what's in those documents that are so damning and so that could cause potential damage to this government? I'll tell you what my big fear is, and I understand we have laws of protection of information in this country. When we do change government, and it's coming, we just don't know when, hopefully sooner than later, that we'll be able to get to the bottom of all of these scandals and have access to all of these documents.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lempton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Normally when I rise in this House to speak, I say I'm pleased to rise today. But I must say I'm super sad to rise today in this House because I'm super sad about the state of our nation. I can't believe what happened in Montreal on Friday night and the state of events. But for those of you who are watching the debate today, we are still here 2 months down the road talking about the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Fund. $400 million of taxpayer money that ended up going to insiders that gave the money to their own companies. The Auditor General said there was 186 conflicts of interest. The whistleblowers within the department itself said that there was criminality involved. And so parliamentarians did their due diligence, and the will of this House and the majority voted to have all the documents associated with this sordid affair produced and sent to the RCMP. And the Liberals did what they always do. They redacted any of the good parts out of any of the documents that were produced and didn't produce the other half of them. And so here we are. You, the Speaker, have ruled that no other government business will take place until this point of privilege is addressed and those documents are produced and sent to the RCMP. And so here we stand. And my theme today, Madam Speaker, is going to be that this is all coming back to the problem that the Liberals do not have any regard for the rule of law in this country. Canada is built on the rule of law. It's what makes us a civilized society. But we have seen from the time these Liberals were elected in 2015 that there has been a lack of respect for the law and a continual erosion of the rule of law in Canada. And so, Madam Speaker, let me spend a few minutes talking about that. From 2015, when they were elected and they first brought forward Bill C-83 that would force judges, when considering bail, to put the least restrictive measures on an individual, to reduce it to the easiest. And that was the beginning of what has become catch and release in this country. In 2017, the Prime Minister did $215,000 of taxpayer on the fraud when he went to Billionaire Island. The RCMP ended up not investigating it, but at the end of the day, that sets the expectation of what kind of respect for the rule of law should we have. And if the Prime Minister doesn't have any, then you can see that it's going to go through the whole lot. In 2019, C-75 was brought forward by this government. And in that, they removed a lot of the mandatory minimums and set sentencing to be either a fine or a summary conviction of up to 2 years. Again, diluting the rule of law in this country. And many of the things on the list were egregious. I mean, kidnapping, some terrorism offenses. There's a whole list of things that they reduced to a fine or a slap on the wrist, a summary conviction of less than 2 years, Madam Speaker. And then we see that in 2022, they brought in C-5. Again, this is something that has led to further erosion of the rule of law. And I want to read a couple of things, just so you can see the impact of all of this. Many of the comments were made by my friend, the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, who himself was a very experienced prosecutor when he came to this place. And, he said when it comes to the different rules that were introduced, there were some that basically did not help. He said when Justice Minister David Lametti introduced Bill C-5 in November of 2022, he described it as giving those who made small mistakes a second chance at life. The bill was really about eliminating mandatory minimum sentences for second and third convictions of serious gun and drug crimes, Madam Speaker. And so, we see that this continual erosion of the rule of law has led us to where we are today in the Green Slush Fund. We know that the whistleblower said there was criminality, and we see a number of Section 119(1) violations. Now, for those who don't know what that part of the law is about, Section 119(1) says that no holder of public office can take an action that benefits themselves or their family. And we can see numerous issues in the Green Slush Fund where people took actions. Some of them were at the cabinet table, like the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, who took an action as a cabinet minister to prove that money, the $400 million that was in the slush fund. And the money went to Cycle Capital that he owns $270 million in. And that company tripled its value. And that is a direct benefit to him. And so I allow the RCMP to do their good work investigating. We have seen a similar problem under the We Charity scandal with the Prime Minister, taking an action that benefited his mother, his brother, and his wife. Now we see in the other Randy scandal that while at the cabinet table, he took an action to give money to a company that was a 50% shareholder in. And I see that the police are investigating that, and I expect them to come to the conclusion that any reasonable individual would come to. And so the introduction of all of these laws to chip away at the rule of law, to allow criminals to go back on the streets, has an impact, Madam Speaker. And I want to talk about what that impact is. So from the time these Liberals took power in 2015, homicide is up 33%. Auto theft is up 39%. Theft over $5,000, up 49%. Identity theft, up 121%. Child sexual abuse, up 141%. Human trafficking up 210%. Extortion up 429%. Child pornography up 565%, and sexual assault up 75%. Madam Speaker, there is an impact when you remove the rule of law and the consequences that are put in place to disincentivize criminals from repeat offending. Many order paper questions have been done to find out, what is happening with the catch and release, giving the least restrictive bail. And so they've said that 1/3 of homicides that are committed today in Canada are committed by somebody that's out on bail for a previous violent offense. I want to read some of the human cost to that. There was a shootout in Toronto, and of the 23 suspects collared, the sources say they found that 1 was wanted for an unsolved murder and 4 were free on bail conditions. Here's another one. A gentleman was facing an attempted murder and gun charge, allowed out on an ankle monitor, which he cut off. They say the man was ordered to wear a GPS ankle monitor after being let out on bail in September 2023 while his case was before the courts, and he cut it off and fled. And he's currently before the courts, Madam Speaker, for this: 2 counts of attempt to commit murder using a restricted firearm, careless use of a firearm, possession of a weapon for a dangerous purpose, unauthorized possession of a firearm, unauthorized possession of a weapon, knowledge of unauthorized possession of a firearm, possession prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, use of a firearm while committing an offense, 2 counts of possession of Schedule I substance for the purpose of trafficking. Who thought it was a good idea, Madam Speaker, to let a guy like this out on an ankle bracelet? Similarly, there's a man that, he's a 36-year-old Montreal man, let out on bail after allegedly uttering death threats against his partner. He's now accused of murdering her on the South Shore. Here's another one from CTV News. Authorities have issued a public warning after a 19-year-old facing multiple criminal charges, including 2 counts of sexual assault, was released on bail in Vancouver. In a news release, the Vancouver Police Department said that Bryce Michael Flores Bebbington poses a risk of significant harm to public safety in relation to alleged unprovoked physical and sexual violence against strangers. Again, who thought it was a good idea to let this guy, that's a danger to the public, that they had to issue a warning to the public? Who thought it was a good idea to let this person out on bail, Madam Speaker? It's not a good idea, but it's this Prime Minister and this Liberal government that has continued to allow criminals off to reoffend. Let's look at some of the most heinous examples, starting with Paul Bernardo. Madam Speaker, I'm from St. Catharines. I was born there. I went to school with Kristen French's brother, Brian. I lived a block and a half from where they lived, and I walked the same street where Kristen French and Leslie Mahaffey were taken every single day of the 5 years I was in high school, Madam Speaker. And so I followed this case, and it was disgusting what was done to these girls and the many other victims. And, Madam Speaker, he deserved to be in maximum security prison, but under these Liberals, they put him in a minimum security where there's hockey and tennis, and I'm sure he's having a much better time there. And now, when he comes up for his parole hearing, they won't even allow the victim's family to attend, Madam Speaker. That is what this Liberal government has done to the rule of law in Canada. Let me give you another example. Let's talk about Terry Lynn McClintock and Michael Rafferty. These 2 sickos who took an 8-year-old Tori Stafford, and they sexually assaulted her and murdered her, Madam Speaker. They're child killers, Madam Speaker. And yes, they were in maximum security until eventually Terry Lynn McClintock was let out into a healing lodge, minimum security. A healing lodge, Madam Speaker. And it wasn't until the Conservatives found out and made a big stink about it that they put her back to a more secure prison. But as soon as our back was turned, where did she go? Oh, now she's in a townhouse in a minimum security facility next door to a Mothers with Children program. You heard it right, Madam Speaker. Terry Lynn McClintock has access to children while in prison when she's a child killer. Madam Speaker, this is the undermining of the rule of law that this Liberal government has done. It's totally unacceptable. And we see the results on our streets. For over a year, we've had these pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas illegal protests, blocking roads, calling death to Jews, death to Canada, burning our flag, Madam Speaker. And all the while, what is being done from an enforcement point of view? Nothing. Very few arrests. This incident in Montreal, thousands of people rioting, and 3 arrests, Madam Speaker. And they'll probably be out on bail before you know it. And so it's an undermining of the rule of law. It's also an undermining of letting people into the country that are criminals and terrorists, Madam Speaker. It's been admitted by the immigration minister that there was a period of time where, because of the backlog, they took off doing security checks on people that were coming into the country. And Madam Speaker, we've seen how that goes. They also decided to let 3,000 Gazans in when none of the other countries around would take them because of concerns about their links to Hamas, which is a designated terrorist organization. But Canada brought them in. And we've seen ISIS terrorists that were brought in through our immigration program. So this lack of respect for the rule of law extends to other departments that is inviting chaos into the country. Because when people come in and they want to become Canadian citizens, there's 2 things that they have to promise to do. Actually, no, there's 3. But the first 2 is to obey the rule of law in Canada. That's one of the things you have to do. It's one of the things that is part of any visa that you come to the country on. Tourist visa, work permit, you name it. You're agreeing to obey the law of Canada. So every one of these illegal protesters, they should actually be charged if they're Canadian citizens. Their files should be flagged if they're permanent residents so they can't become Canadian citizens because they are not upholding the rule of law in Canada. They are part of the problem and not part of the solution. And I'm sure our neighbors across the aisle here will get up and decide that I'm a racist. I'm not a racist, but I'm about the rule of law applying equally to all, Madam Speaker. If I get up and I block a road, I know they're going to arrest me in a New York minute. If I do a crime, I'm going to get arrested, Madam Speaker. But that doesn't seem to be what's happening in Toronto. There was a protest. They were calling death to Jews. One of the Jewish women, they were harassing them in their own neighborhood, Madam Speaker. One of the Jewish women went to the police and said, arrest these people. And the police said, there's nothing we can do. Well, Madam Speaker, what is the point of having laws if you don't enforce them? What is the point? And the federal government puts the rule of law in place. And the federal government has a responsibility. If the rule of law is not being enforced by the police, they have the RCMP that they can escalate it to. They have the military that can be brought in. We know in the peaceful protest of the Freedom Convoy that they decided to declare the Emergency Measures Act, which was deemed illegal because it didn't meet the threshold, Madam Speaker. And what's the threshold? Has to be violence taking place across the country. Check the box. Has to be proof that there's foreign interference. Well, there's been a lot of proof about the Iranians that are backing up the pro-Palestinian protests, so check the box there. And it has to be beyond the resources of the police and the existing laws. So, Madam Speaker, I would argue maybe it's time to revisit that whole one. But, of course, right now, even though it was declared illegal, not a single one of the individuals that voted for it is having any consequence at all while they appeal the process. Where I, if I committed a crime, could appeal from prison, Madam Speaker. So, again, not acceptable. And now, we know that the reason that they won't produce the documents is there is criminality there. There is something to hide there. And it's not the first time, Madam Speaker. We've seen this pattern of behavior before. We saw it in the Winnipeg lab documents, where what they were hiding was the fact that we were complicit with the Chinese military in providing them with viruses to go work on to develop bioweapons. And what did they do to keep that from coming forward, Madam Speaker? Well, first of all, it was the usual, redact the documents, claim national security, not give anything. Then they ended up suing the Speaker. They sued the Speaker of the House to keep them from coming forward with these documents. And so, it's taken years to drag it out. And we may be here years holding them to account on this particular slush fund. Madam Speaker, we saw as well in the We Charity scandal. Clearly there was something going on there that would have been a violation if the evidence came forward. But they claimed cabinet confidence and all of these kinds of things, and when it got hot, they decided to prorogue and call an election so that they could go back to square one. So, Madam Speaker, it's a pattern of behavior not only of undermining the rule of law in this country, but of obstructing when we're trying to get to the bottom and find criminality. And that, again, is not a surprise to me, because when I look over there, from the Prime Minister on down to his cabinet ministers and to many other individuals that have been in the Liberal government here during my term since 2015, we had Joe Pesky-Salidu, whose law firm was accused of money laundering, Raj Gruel charged with fraud. We've had multiple RCMP and police investigations that continue to go on today. We've got the minister from Edmonton that is under investigation by the police, and there are a number of fraud suits against the company that he was involved in. And so, it's not a surprise, but it's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. The good news is that it wasn't like this before the Prime Minister arrived with the Liberals that are corrupt. And it won't be like that when we get rid of them, Madam Speaker, okay? We will come, common sense Conservatives, with a plan to stop the crime. To stop the gun crime by upping the security at our borders, to keep the smuggling of illegal guns that the police associations are saying is 85% of the gun crime. We will bring car theft down by doing more scanning at the ports, Madam Speaker. We have plans that will get the hard drugs off of our streets, Madam Speaker, and be jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders, Madam Speaker. That's what we need in this country. We have good laws, but we have to start enforcing them. And we can't keep reinforcing to criminals that they can commit a crime without any consequences at all, which is essentially what happens when you commit a crime and you're out again in the afternoon to commit a crime again. We've all heard the statistics about the 6,000 crimes that were committed in Vancouver in 1 year by 40 individuals. Madam Speaker, I would argue that to put those 40 individuals off the streets, away from where they're damaging the public, is the wiser way. It's a common sense way. It's something that we will do. And so, again today, I would call on this government to produce the papers and give them to the RCMP. It's the right thing to do. It's the way we will uphold the rule of law and not be secretive and not try to hide wrongdoing. And if we don't do that, we will continue to be here on this side of the House speaking out against corruption, speaking out against a lack of accountability in the Liberal government, and we will make sure that when we become government, that we will restore accountability, we will restore the rule of law, we will uphold and enforce the rule of law, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government has
Madam Speaker, 2 quick points. We heard a fairly significant rant about crime, as if the Conservatives, under Conservative regimes, there is no crime that exists in Canada. Nothing could be further from the truth. We all know that. In fact, one of the individuals that she was making reference to, McClintock, was actually reclassified to medium security in 2014. History will show that Stephen Harper was actually the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, when we talk about contempt of Parliament, all one needs to know is that the leader of the Conservative Party today was the Parliamentary Secretary to Stephen Harper, who's the only Prime Minister in the entire British Commonwealth held in contempt of Parliament. For what reason? One of those reasons was the fact that he wasn't providing information to the Parliament of Canada. Now, Madam Speaker, to the point that the Conservatives feel that they have this right. Yes, they have unfettered rights, but they also, I would suggest to you, are in borderline contempt of the Parliament. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, giving the documents directly to the RCMP, something in which the RCMP do not want, something that the Auditor General of Canada has said that we shouldn't be doing, and other legal experts. But we should listen to the Conservative Party. Gee whiz, how tough of a decision is that, Madam Speaker?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to respond to that. You notice exactly what's happened here. I'm bringing up direct issues that are related to what's happening today, and they are diverting by talking about what happened in 2014, what happened way before, okay? My mother used to say, you can't change the past, you can only change the future. And that's why we're calling on this government to produce the papers, to start being accountable, to start enforcing the rule of law in our country. Because I will tell you that the RCMP get tips all the time, Madam Speaker. You know, Crime Stoppers, letters dropped off, calls on alleging criminal activity, and is there due diligence to follow up on those? We know the whistleblower said there was criminality. We know there's criminality. That's why they're not producing the documents. Prove me wrong. Let them produce the documents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Much before. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my colleague who shares a border crossing, as I have several. One of the things I am concerned about is in the past was when Stephen Harper cut the CBSA back over 1,000 staff, including the teams that we used to actually do joint operations with the FBI, with the U.S. Border Patrol, and so forth. And the reason I raise it as relevant now is that we're short at least 2 training tranches and upwards of 2,000 to 3,000 CBSA officers on the border right now. So perhaps she can provide some, I guess, information in terms of how this has affected our border capabilities, especially when we lost the embedded teams on that particular file.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague in the NDP for this question because it allows me to say, yes, once again, you know, we're diverting back to the past. Let's look at what our leader of the official opposition has said he will do when he becomes Prime Minister. He will increase the resources at the border to protect our border security, to detect the illegal weapons and drugs coming in, and to scan the containers that are taking stolen vehicles and going overseas. He has been clear that the U.S. is concerned about the security of our border. They're concerned about the way that we are doing a lackadaisical job on security clearance on immigration. We will take care of that, Madam Speaker, when we're in government. So call a carbon tax election. Let's get it done now.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Springs, Water-Oromodonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member and my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for that great words there, that very informative speech. Really at the heart of this situation is a tremendous scandal of the SDTC issue. And really, $400 million has gone missing. The Auditor General has confirmed that. I'd like to ask her, I know in my riding of Barrie Springs, Water-Oromodonte, the biggest 2 concerns right now are the economy and crime. I'd like to know if she had any ideas how much this $400 million could go towards helping people in the economy right now and towards fighting crime, which are the 2 biggest issues in my area. Great question.
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. That is a great question from the member of Barrie Springs, Oromodonte. Basically, in my riding, we have the food bank running out of food regularly, and I know that's happening across the country because people can simply not afford to eat. 25% of children are going hungry. 1 in 5 family members are eating less because they can't afford to eat. Scurvy's returned. $400 million would do a lot to feed the hungry here in Canada. We're spending money overseas like drunken sailors, but here in Canada, we have people that are suffering, and that money could have gone to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listen. First of all, I want to start by saying that I agree with that member. What happened in Montreal is absolutely disgusting, and we all need to stand against that. Peaceful, legal protest is completely in order. When it's not legal, then it's not in order. And I must admit, I was a little taken back. I was working away here, and I heard her say something, and I had to stop and get my staff to go back and review the tape and get me the quote. Because this is what she said. She said, I'm about the rule of law applying to all. If I get up and I block a road, I know they're going to arrest me in a New York minute. That's what she said. Right, well, she was talking about what was going on in Montreal. But I don't ever remember her saying that when people were blocking the roads out front for 3 weeks. During the protest, the convoy protest. As a matter of fact, according to CTV, I just looked it up, when she was a leadership candidate, she was out there taking selfies with them. Ouch. So can she explain to this House the hypocrisy or the double standard? She's all about arresting people when they block the roads, except if they're people that she wants to take selfies with out front of Parliament?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that he actually listened to my speech, or at least part of it. That's a good thing. Maybe he missed the many public statements that I made during the Freedom Convoy when I said they are illegally blocking the road. That is not acceptable. The rest of it is peaceful, but that is not acceptable. When they blocked the bridges in Sarnia-Lambton, you will find me on the public record there saying exactly the same thing. The rule of law has to apply equally to all. And I noticed that there was all kinds of enforcement happening to the Freedom Convoy, but I don't see that same enforcement happening with the pro-Palestinian demonstrations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Madam Speaker, I ask my wonderful colleague after she had an incredible speech in this House. She said the government is spending like drunken sailors, but I wondered if she wanted to apologize to the sailors who, of course, spend their own money. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage. Didn't I say Sarnia-Lambton?
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the question from my colleague. You're right. I do apologize to the sailors. And I apologize to the military people that are having to buy their own boots and buy their own supplies while this government fills their liberal insider friends' pockets with millions and millions of dollars, from Frank Baylis, $172 million for ventilators we never used, on to the Minister of International Trade, on and on. I apologize.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
I can't let this one go, Madam Speaker. She said to me moments ago, she said that she was calling on the convoy to not block the streets. But she has a post on Facebook from January 31st of 2022. She said, meeting with hardworking truckers in Ottawa. She has the story from a Lambton newspaper tells that she's telling the PM to sit down with these people to talk to them. I can't find a single comment online about her telling people they shouldn't be blocking the street. I can find tons of pictures of her taking selfies with protesters and eating dinner with them, but I can't find a single comment that she claims she made. Could she tell me where I might be able to locate these comments?
For Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm surprised he's not able to find them, because I certainly ranted quite a bit, especially about the Prime Minister's comments about the protesters that are out there. I think he called them a fringe minority with unacceptable views that should not even be tolerated. I think that's what he said, and certainly I spoke up on that at the time. But once again, we see what the Liberals are doing. They're distracting. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's not talk about why they're not producing the papers today. Let's not talk about the scandals and corruption going on today. Let's try to distract. It's not going to work. Canadians are aware. They're watching. They're suffering. We need a carbon tax election, Madam Speaker.
Resuming, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Unanimous consent that we can table the picture where the member is actually whining and dining with the
That is not a point of order. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, it's such a pleasure to be here yet again to speak about the lack of transparency in documents, or lack of willingness of this government to turn over documents. It's a little bit like Groundhog Day. Bill Murray, what a wonderful movie that was. There's a good quote in that movie. Do you want to throw up here, or do you want to throw up in the car? The person says, maybe both. Maybe that's what Canadians are feeling like here now, watching this debate on and on and on again, because the government refuses to release documents that we all know Parliament has an ability to get. I'd like to start off, though, with a couple quotes. The last time a Parliament was seized with a document production order from a previous government, Michael Ignatieff, as he was then the leader of the party, said, "The refusal to get to the truth is costing us our credibility as a nation." Mr. Ujjal Dosanjh believes, well, actually, I'll skip Mr. Dosanjh. That's too long of a quote. Mr. Brian Wilford, in fact, the supremacy of Parliament dominates. This is not something that's written on the back of an envelope. This Parliament, Madam Chair, has unfettered access to these documents. Mr. Sean Murphy, a Liberal from Charlottetown, the law is very clear, and I'm quoting, the law is very clear that Parliament has the unfettered right to seek the production of persons, papers, and records. Mr. Jack Harris, the NDP, the supremacy of Parliament is incontestable. The power of Parliament is predominant and overrides that. Madam Chair, we've been here before. We've discussed Parliament's ability to get documents. In that circumstance, there was a willingness on behalf of the government to find a solution that would enable Parliament to keep functioning while complying with the order of turning over documents. In that case, it was for a matter of national security, and that, Madam Chair, was what was borne out, or how the Special Committee on Defense was borne out, was in order to provide Parliament and parliamentarians with an ability to see documents that they had right and access to read, while getting back to the business of the House. This government has not offered any compromise on how they want to get back to the business of Parliament. And what is it that we want to get back to? We have to spend a moment just talking about this last-ditch check-writing scheme that the government announced last week. You know, it's all about control for this Prime Minister. Wants to control what you see online, wants to control other aspects of your life, and guess what? He's going to give you a tax break, but only if you spend it on the things that he allows you to spend it on. You want to buy a 6.9% beer? No problem. But heaven forbid it's a 7.1% beer. That's not covered. Time and time again, this Prime Minister has shown a penchant for wanting to control Canadians. But let's get back to the documents. As we talked about, Parliament has the unfettered ability to access documents, but this government seems to have a problem with conflicts of interest. It also seems to have a problem with producing documents. The WE charity scandal, the Winnipeg lab documents. Remember, at the beginning of COVID, this government tried to suspend Parliament and give itself unlimited taxing and spending powers without the oversight of Parliament. They've clearly shown a disdain for what happens in this place. Ministers routinely ignore invitations to committees. They routinely ignore orders to produce documents. They even threatened, or not even threatened, they even took the Speaker to court on foreign interference. They didn't want to do anything, which is very interesting because the party that had absolute information asymmetry through this entire affair, the party that knows everything about foreign interference that there is to know, is the one who said all along, oh, we don't need to do anything. We don't need an inquiry. We'll just have Governor General David Johnson. We'll launder our reputation with his good reputation and everything will be okay. Turns out, oh my gosh, there is there. But they tried telling Canadians all along that there was nothing to see. And they didn't want to expose the truth. This fact that the RCMP has written a letter saying that their investigation, they may not be able to rely on documents that it receives, fair enough. The order does not require the government to send the documents to the RCMP. The order requires the government to send the documents to the law clerk. And the law clerk is supposed to send the documents to the RCMP. The RCMP is well within its right to not look at them. They're well within their rights to not rely on them for an investigation. As a member of Parliament, if I get those documents, Madam Chair, I'll just post them on the internet, and they can go and look at them if they like. But this government hasn't even offered a compromise on how they want to deal with it. But let's talk about the let's talk about the legal advice that the government is getting. The government's getting legal advice from the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is advising, as I'm sure likely the case, the industry minister, the industry department, as well as the Privy Council office, and as well as the Prime Minister's office. Well, guess what? That same Department of Justice is also advising the RCMP. Kind of sounds like a conflict of interest there. It would be very convenient for the RCMP to write a letter that says, we don't want the documents, it could put the investigation at risk or privacy rights of Canadians at risk. That's really convenient, given it's the same lawyers advising the RCMP that are advising Industry Canada. So one has to wonder about the conflicts of interest that are going on in this case currently within the government apparatus at the Department of Justice, who have two clients with potentially divergent interests. One thinks we might be wanting to take a consideration of that conflict of interest, but Madam Chair, this is not the first time the conflicts of interest seem to escape members of Parliament on the other side. Need I remind the House about the Aga Khan, trips to Billionaire Islands, or Friends, which are no longer considered, or which was not found to be friends as it relates to receiving gifts, that the Auditor General singled out that $400 million of taxpayer money went to ineligible recipients, and specifically counted over 150, I think 183 cases of specific conflicts of interest where a board member was found to be benefiting a company in which that board member had a financial interest. That in and of itself should be cause for Parliament shutting down and having an election. The fact that $400 million of a fund was improperly went to people who should not have gotten it tells you all you need to know about this government. Madam Chair, since we are going back in time, as my honourable colleagues like to do, I want to read a quote from the Honourable Scott Bryson. In 1999, Mr. Bryson says to the Toronto Star, "Nothing starts a feeding frenzy more than the smell of cash around Liberal backbenchers." In Hansard, 1998, "The biggest obstacle that stands between Canadians and the attainment of their goals is the Liberal government." Wow. And this is what's happening. Canadians just want to live their life. They pay their taxes right. They want to do the right thing, and then they find out that the government, because they're completely inept and negligent, not only allows money to go to ineligible recipients, they appoint people to the board that's dispersing the money that they know are in an inherent conflict of interest. If it wasn't for the whistleblower in this case, we would not know that at the beginning of these board appointments, the conflicts of interest that these board members potentially would be in was raised as an objection by ministerial staff, by department staff, saying these individuals that you want to appoint to the board would be in conflicts of interest and would make it hard for them to discharge their duties. That warning was very clear. And what happened? These individuals could not help themselves but be tempted to favor their own companies. We should be seized with this situation as we rightfully are in this House. Our parliamentary system works on parliamentary supremacy. The fact that we can ask for these documents as a parliament that have support of the majority of the members of this House, We should be able to see those documents. If the government, for some reason, is very concerned about what's in there for reasons of I'm not sure what, because it certainly isn't national security as it was in previous times, they could at least offer a compromise on how we could solve this situation. I have another proposal. I have another proposal for my friends. They could either give us the documents, or they could get the $400 million back. If you get the if they get the $400 million back, Madam Chair, then I would be willing to expeditiously move back to the work of the people. But frankly, Madam Chair, this is the work of the people. This is the work of the people. They expect us to come to Ottawa and find out what's happening with their money. But I've been driving around this town for the greater part of 3 years, and I still have not found the money tree that this government seems to think exists. I mean, Madam Chair, have you seen the money tree yet? I would love to find it. But they treat millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, and billions of dollars with such nonchalance. Very cavalier, if I might say. The honourable member from Abbotsford is a great member. I think it's time for accountability. And if they don't want to get the $400 million back, maybe they should have some ministerial accountability for this situation. What would that look like, Madam Chair? Yes, it is true that a former minister was the minister in place when these individuals were appointed to the board. But the current minister was made well aware of the improprieties and conflicts of interest while he was in the chair. And I quite, enjoy the Minister of Industry's enthusiasm and his flair that he brings to this place. But, Madam Chair, he was made aware of these improprieties and left the people on the board. Not only that, he recommended that one of the biggest offenders got a promotion. Ms. Andre-Lise Matteau was promoted from SDTC chair to the board of the Infrastructure Bank and left there just until the spring. When her appointment was made, there were rumblings that there were problems at SDTC, and yet this government still believed that it was appropriate to give that person a promotion. For the life of me, I can't understand why there is no ministerial accountability pretty much for anything that happens on that side of the House. Here's the way it works, Madam Chair. When there's a problem, someone will stand up in the House of Commons and say, that is unacceptable. And as minister, I've asked to find out what happened and sit down, not thinking to themselves, wow, as a minister, I am responsible for what happens in my department. And worse, when I do know that something has happened, I should take action. And if I don't take action, and it turns out, as the Auditor General has found, that $400 million went to the wrong people, well, gosh, gee whiz, as the parliamentary secretary likes to say, gee whiz, don't you think there should be some accountability for that? You would think, when we're talking about this kind of money, has the government even identified any individual that's been reprimanded, that's lost their job? Have they even attempted to recover the funds? Have they actually got any of the funds repaid? Are they willing to compromise on this motion to present some other options in order for us to get back to the business of the day that they so desperately want to get back to? No. They haven't done any of that because they have such a disrespect for Parliament. There has been absolutely no contrition. There has not been a member of the government stand up and say, now Not only did we make a mistake, but we didn't act fast enough, and we're going to do everything in our power to get the $400 million back. This is the government who's now thumbing its nose at the Auditor General for the second time. I need to remind the House that for basically the first time in a very, very long time, the CRA was given very poor marks for auditing CERB and wage subsidy benefits. And the CRA specifically said that they do not accept the Auditor General's findings. That almost has never happened in the history of Parliament. So now, a few years ago, they tell the Auditor General, we don't accept your findings, which was very rare, and they didn't pay any seemingly big price for that. So what do they do now? The Auditor General says, well, $400 is largely not gone missing. We know where it is. It just went to the wrong people. Well, that's okay. No big deal. We're not going to try to get it back. The Auditor General couldn't have been more clear about the conflicts of interest that exist. And these are actual conflicts of interest, not just perceived conflicts of interest, which, you know, the legal test is they're one and the same, but at least in this case, they were bona fide, actual conflicts of interest. So as I said before, Madam Chair, the government could get the money back. They could propose some alternatives in order for us to get past this impasse, but I view this as the job of the nation and the work of the nation to find out where this money is, to get it back, and to find some accountability. And this government likes to talk about, you know, the expense scandals from senators and Mike Duffy. Might I remind this House one more time? Let me remind the House one more time. The only scandal in Canadian history where the taxpayer got paid back. That was the big scandal. The big scandal was Mr. Duffy's expenses, which were incorrect and wrong, were actually paid back. That the check was paid back to the taxpayer. That was the scandal, Madam Chair. That was the scandal, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, as in my last minute, I can feel the palpable desire for my colleagues on the other side, my very great friends, to ask me questions. I hope they might have checked the price of Bitcoin this morning. They might be a little upset about that. You know, they can't really stand up here and use their same old tropes. But Madam Chair, I might not have an opportunity. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish everyone in Simcoe North a very Merry Christmas, to each and all of our families. Joyeux Noël. Madam Chair, let's bring it home.
I thank the honourable member for the kind wishes, which I return. The honourable deputy House Leader for the government.
If the member would like to avoid answering my question and talk about Bitcoin and what he perceives the conservative policy to be around that, I would encourage him to do that. But my question, Madam Speaker, is this. He asked on 2 occasions, he said, there's never even been a compromise. Nobody even offers a compromise. You, Madam Chair, the Speaker, Madam Chair, literally is telling us what the compromise is. The Speaker, through your ruling, has said, send this to PROC so that PROC can study it and figure out the best way to do this. Like it's as though he doesn't even know what's going on in here. Like, the compromise is in the direction from the Speaker. Send this to PROC and let PROC deal with it, and they can properly figure out the best way to do this. But yet, he has no concept of that. I don't think he knows that, because he just comes in here and goes on and on and on and on about how there's no compromise. But literally, the compromise is on the table. So please, tell us about Bitcoin.
Honourable member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, firstly, the compromise is, as he promotes it to be a compromise, isn't much of a compromise, but it's not even coming from the government. But how about they give the documents? Why don't they give all the documents to PROC? That might be a compromise, but they're not even offering that. The way we got through this impasse previously, Madam Chair, in a previous parliament under a previous administration, was the development of a special committee. There was a desire by the government of the day to avoid an election and to avoid a complete shutdown of Parliament. They, Madam Chair, have not shown themselves to provide any amount of compromise on this issue. We should be getting the documents unredacted. The fact that the chair is trying to broker a deal, that's okay, but that is not a compromise in my books, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I recall, I used to watch the Muppet Show, and there was these two characters called Waldorf and Stadler who used to sit there and just launch insults at people. And it's funny how it seemingly plays itself out over here too. Nothing. I'm not looking at you. Not looking at you or Garrettson, but. Oh, sorry, the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands. Madam Speaker, we got it slipped. We have $400 million that in 183 circumstances has been funneled to board members of SDTC without any seemingly following the Conflict of Interest Act. We know that the Auditor General ruled on this. Should this not go to the police rather than a committee if criminal wrongdoing is at play here?
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have to remind my colleague, I'm not the same vintage as him, so that reference to the Muppet Show I do get it, but I thought it was just right on point, Madam Chair. Listen, the fact that we have $400 million missing, the RCMP should be investigating. They have confirmed that they are looking at documents. If we have an ability to ensure that they have all of the information that they need in order to do their job properly, we should allow them to do so. I'd like to thank the member for his great question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts on actually someone that is an expert in dealing with the issue at hand. And that is Stephen Chaplin, who is a former senior legal counsel in the Office of the House of Law Clerk and the Parliamentary Counsel. And this is what he says, and I quote from a Hill Times story. "It is time for the House of Commons to admit it was wrong and to move on. There has now been 3 weeks, now it would be much more than that, of debate on a questionable matter of privilege based on," and I really want the member to listen to this part, "based on the misuse of House power to order producing documents." There's no doubt, Madam Speaker, we have unfettered power. It doesn't mean that in all situations one should be using it. I believe we should be listening to what the Auditor General of Canada is saying. We should be listening to what the RCMP institution is saying to parliamentarians, and we should not be listening to the self-serving leader of the Conservative Party who is dictating to Conservative members as to what it is they have to say inside the House in order to be in the good books and get the gold star from the Conservative caucus. When will a member recognize that what they are actually doing is in borderline contempt of Parliament, I would argue?
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, we cannot be in contempt of Parliament when the majority of the Parliament wants access to these documents. And it couldn't be more. It's really nice that the member quotes the Hill Times. That's really nice of him to do so. But how about thinking about the largest circulated publication, the Globe and Mail, that says Parliament has an ability to get these documents, they have a right to get these documents, and that they should not stop until we get those documents. It is the business of this House to find out where $400 million has gone, and the fact that this pretend minister. Parliamentary Secretary says we shouldn't be using this power. For what purpose then would he want to use this power, if not to find out what happened to $400 million?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, I will once again remind my dear Conservative colleague that the police does not want or need these documents. And this House has been stalled for over a month because the Conservatives want the documents to be revealed. But on a different topic, we have heard that there could be a 24-hour gag order to enable the government to pass the measures announced last Thursday. What does my colleague think?
Sorry, I didn't catch the last. What? On what? Oh, Madam Chair, I'm unaware of the 24-hour gag order. I apologize. But I would say to my honourable colleague, with respect to the RCMP not wanting the documents, it's up to them to not receive the documents. If the government would like to provide the unredacted documents to members of Parliament first, and then maybe we can decide what we do with those documents, that would be a compromise, but that hasn't come out from this side of the House either. The fact that the RCMP might not want to look at them or thinks that it could be a violation of privacy, that's for them. They don't have to choose to look at the documents if they don't like to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater or Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my good colleague and bordering neighbour to the north from Simcoe North. I'd just like to quote something very interesting that came out of this whole testimony, and the SDTC whistleblower stated this, and I'd like his comments on it, please, if I could. And I quote, "I think that the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation being a public nightmare, and they would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like this SDTC and the public sphere." That's quite a resounding quote. I'd like to know his comments on this quote from the whistleblower.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Madam Chair, what a great question and a pointed a quote from my great colleague and friend and neighbour. Yes, the government seems more interested in protecting themselves or their friends that might have had some criminal wrongdoing. But let's remind ourselves, they went out of their way to freeze the bank accounts of the people that they didn't agree with. Why don't we freeze the bank accounts of the people who are on the board of SDTC until we get the $400 million back?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been listening to the debate intently today, and it's been quite interesting to finally see Conservatives taking some responsibility. Today, the member for Barrie Innisfil referred to what's happening in the House as a standoff. As per the definition, a standoff is a stalemate or deadlock between two equally matched opponents in a dispute or a conflict. What's really interesting about this place is, and this member, I do find him to be an honourable member. I was a little bit disappointed when he would make cheap shots at the member for Winnipeg North in regards to cabinet position or not. I think he's above that, but clearly the Conservative contamination is taking place, and even the good ones are having to fight for that gold star. So I would just like to ask the member, does he feel that the member's comments from Barrie Innisfil are actually accurate, that they are equally matched in the responsibility as to the lack of progress taking place in this chamber to fight for the very good people we are fighting for. So I'll just say one more time, because I think it's important. I fight for the good people riding in Waterloo. They are the reason why I am here. They would like us to get to work just like they're going to work. They know the Speaker's ruling. They're saying, hey, call the question. Liberals agree we should get to the bottom of this. I think every party agrees we should get to the bottom of it. And I'll just put, right before the House went for...
To give the Honourable Member for Simcoe North 4 seconds.
It's also just interesting to note is that my attire was questioned.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North, a very short answer.
Madam Chair, I think everyone in this place can handle a good nature whipping, and I think my friend on the Parliamentary Secretary side is a great person. I would just say, we are at a stalemate. We should find a compromise to move on. But you know what it starts with? Getting the documents first and foremost. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
We want the documents.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's really interesting to be here debating this privilege motion that first came to the House in September 26th. So nearly 2 months ago, we first started having this conversation when the Speaker ruled on a point of privilege that found that the privileges of the House had in fact been breached. And there was a point in time many years ago when I was studying political science as a very keen young student where the fact of breaches of privilege were exceptionally rare. And I remember going through the books and studying it, and when I was a brand new member of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta, reading through the various rulings of different speakers through the years, and this was something that was very uncommon, and yet it seems like after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, there is a new privilege being breached just about every week. There is a new scandal, it seems, every day, and we're not talking about small scandals. And so this is one of the challenges that Conservatives have, is that we're not talking about a small amount of money. We're talking about nearly $400 million that was misspent, that the Auditor General found was misspent by this NDP Liberal government that went to Liberal insiders. In fact, based on what the Auditor General was able to find, this Green Slush Fund gave $58 million to 10 projects that were ineligible and couldn't actually demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. $58 million, 10 projects, not a one-off. That's a pretty large amount, okay?
Nothing to see here.
But yeah, according to the Liberals, nothing to see here. Then there was $334 million and 186 cases to projects in which the board members themselves held conflicts of interest. So the people that were deciding where the money got spent decided to give $334 million to themselves and their friends. But worse than that, there were some projects that were both ineligible and in conflict. Like, that's a special kind of failure to be able to do both at once. But after 9 years of this NDP Liberals, it seems like that's business as usual. Canadians are struggling. We have 1 in 4 parents that are themselves skipping meals, going without food to make sure that their children have food. We have 1 in 5 children here in this country that are now living in poverty. We have the highest increase in child poverty that we've seen, year-over-year increases after 9 years of these guys being in charge. And Canadians are sitting there wondering, when is the end in sight? And the interesting piece is we have been sitting here for nearly 2 months debating that this government is so afraid of what will be found that they refuse to give documents to the RCMP. We're not saying we need to tell the RCMP what to do with the documents. All that was decided was that government documents need to go to the RCMP, and if the RCMP finds something wrong, the RCMP can then do something. They are so afraid of the RCMP seeing these documents that they have stonewalled Parliament, ground this place to a virtual halt, prevented important pieces of legislation from going forward, all at the sake of protecting Liberal insiders. Let that sink in. They would rather have us chat and have conversations and debates day in, day out for over almost 2 months on whether the privilege has been breached or not, which we know it has been breached because you, Madam Speaker, the Speaker has in fact ruled that there was a breach that was put in place. And yet they are so afraid of the RCMP seeing these documents that they continue to filibuster this bill. In fact, the last time I got up to speak on this, I had the statistics of the number of words that had been made by the parliamentary secretary from Winnipeg. And he can't help himself. It seems like at every opportunity, he gives another 20-minute speech and another 10 minutes of Q's and A's. On top of that, at every opportunity when there's a speaker, he makes sure that he is the very first person up to ask questions. And in fact, I would be surprised if he hadn't asked questions to every single speech that has been asked, and there might be a few that he hasn't. But this just goes to show the length that this government is willing to do to protect these Liberal insiders. Canadians deserve to have this information. And the challenge with this Green Slush Fund is that it seems like every few weeks we find a new layer to this onion of scandal. Like we found cases where companies like Cycle Capital that just happened to have the Minister of Environment who happened to have worked for that company before, they got money. I'm sure that's total coincidence and that is totally A-okay, even though the Minister of Environment still has shares in that very company. I think that should be probably a bit of a red flag. We've also spent the last month learning a variety of different scandals of this Parliament, and in fact, should this government finally decide enough's enough, we will release the documents so that we can move on to the important business of Parliament. Then we have the next privilege debate that we will be having on the business partner of the member from Edmonton Centre, Stephen Anderson, and have a conversation about that privilege and the lack of answers that he provided when he came to committee. And so this is part of a troubling pattern here. The fact that we had someone come to the bar of the House of Commons in this session should be a pretty alarming space. But at this point, under these NDP Liberals in the last 9 years, this is what we see. And they keep making these arguments of like, oh, we can't direct the RCMP. No one's directing the RCMP. In fact, it's really interesting. There was a company in my riding, a corporation, and they found that there was fraud or suspected fraud at their place of business. And so they assembled all the documents that would help the RCMP in conducting their investigation, and they assembled it all, and they provided it to the RCMP so the RCMP could do their job and determine whether there was or wasn't fraud. That is precisely what Conservatives are asking to have happen. We're simply asking for the government to not redact information because, frankly, if we can't trust the RCMP, then who can we trust? If they're so concerned about privacy and the RCMP having this information, there is a whole other series of questions that should be asked. But the reality of this, Madam Speaker, is that we are asking for the government to do its job. We've been able to identify through a variety of different pieces, including the Auditor General, who is a trustworthy source. It's not some random person that is anonymous, that there was over 400 million that was found that was ineligible or that was in conflict. And that's a large amount of money. That is more money than most Canadians could imagine. And this is part of the issue, is that they continue to sit here and say, we don't believe that this should happen, and they'll cite the same person over and over again, giving all these reasons why they don't think that we should release this documentation to the RCMP. But here's the difference between what they're trying to say and what the reality is the government of Canada is effectively the employer here. And so it is government money, it is taxpayer money, and we owe it to taxpayers to make sure we're getting to the bottom of this. And so if things weren't right, we need to investigate this. We need to have the RCMP, that is the organization that has been tasked with getting to the bottom of fraud and a variety of other crimes. We trust them to deal with a variety of things and keep law and order in our country. And after 9 years of this NDP Liberal, we see rampant crime. We see rampant chaos on our streets. We saw Montreal devolve into a space that was hard to even understand this weekend. Like, literally, there were people protesting on the streets of Montreal in anti-Semitic ways, and it took until the next afternoon for the Prime Minister to even say and condemn those actions, which is, in my opinion, very reprehensible. But he was busy. He had pre-existing commitments. But most people can do two things at once. I know I can chew gum and walk at the same time. And so when I have family commitments or different kinds of commitments and something pressing comes up, my phone is never very far away, and I am capable of approving a statement or putting out a statement in effectively real time or as close to real time as possible, the exception being if I'm on an airplane. But we know that the Prime Minister wasn't on an airplane and didn't have a lack of access to internet. So the delay is a questionable delay at best. But this is part of the track record. They have become so accustomed to scandals that it doesn't even seem like they're concerned about this. And this is one of the things, and I'm sure that the Liberal members will give all these answers as to the fact that they are so concerned about these scandals. But I'm just going to give a little bit of a reminder here. We had the Prime Minister's Cash for Access scandal of him inviting wealthy people to come and breaking all these ethics rules. We then had the Prime Minister go to the Aga Khan's Island, taking a gift of the charter flight that is against the rules and breaking the very first Prime Minister in Canadian history to actually break the ethics rules. That was this Prime Minister. And so, you know what, they're kind of okay with breaking the rules and skirting around things. Then there was all of the challenges of his trip to India in 2018 and some of the cultural appropriation, just to kind of be fairly vague in that piece, because I think many Canadians saw the pictures and had some serious concerns as to whether this was actually a serious prime minister or not. And that was where I know a lot of my constituents, and I was an MLA at the time, were starting to question and actually have very serious concerns, like, is this guy serious? And it very quickly, as things have gone through, realized that no, if he is serious, that's even scarier. Then we saw the SNC-Lavalin scandal, which was the second ethics violation, where the Prime Minister politically interfered with the Attorney General, a strong Indigenous woman, Jody Wilson-Raybould, and effectively fired her, trying to just protect SNC-Lavalin and save jobs in Quebec. And the company was charged with fraud and corruption and basically sending $48 million to the Libyan government between 2001 and 2011. And while eventually the end of that was that Wilson-Raybould, a strong Indigenous woman, was thrown out of caucus and is no longer a member of Parliament. But they're okay with that because they had to protect the Prime Minister. Then there was a series of different illegal election donations to the Liberals over many different years. And then the We Charity scandal. That's where I think a lot of Canadians really started to go, okay, enough is enough. Like, you've got to be joking me. Where the Prime Minister chose We Charity, which he had family ties to, his mother, his brother, and his now ex-wife, who does a variety of paid speaking roles for this charity. They gave them a $912 million contract. So the Prime Minister's mom earned a total of $250,000 for speaking at 28 events. His brother was paid $32,000 for 8 events. And his ex-wife also made a variety of appearances. And the Prime Minister didn't step aside from the cabinet table on the discussions around this. And here's the crazy part is, effectively, after all the scrutiny, the government changed directions, and We Charity was no longer responsible for the contract. But this was after spending a large amount of Canadians' dollars on a scheme without proper oversight. But then, because like those scandals aren't enough, then we get into the Arrive scam, where government paid GC Strategies 118 contracts worth over $107 million to a two-person company. 2 persons. And we've had a variety of different organizations and people say that this was an app that probably could have been designed in a weekend for about $80,000, but it was the government. So, of course, why wouldn't we just waste money under this NDP Liberal government? And in fact, Christian Firth of GC Strategies was called to the bar of the House of Commons for refusing to answer questions at committee. This is the first time that it happened since 1913. It was kind of cool to be in a historic space and see that process go through from like a very academic space, but for the sake of transparency and access to Canadians, it is exceptionally troubling that we are at a space where these kinds of things keep happening, and the Prime Minister's answer is that it's someone else's fault, or we've experienced it differently, or we've all learned a lesson. It can't ever be his fault, because he refuses to take accountability for any action. In fact, with the member from Edmonton Centre, it took weeks of scandal after scandal being uncovered before, and he wasn't fired. He stepped outside. There was a mutual decision between the Prime Minister and him. In fact, the day before this mutual decision was made, the Prime Minister was defending him outside of this country. And this is part of the problem, is there is no ministerial accountability anymore after 9 years of this NDP Liberal. There is no accountability for the Prime Minister after 9 years of these NDP Liberals. There is no accountability from the government. In fact, they act like it is their money to spend, and Canadians should be grateful that they're giving them small amounts of their money back, and they're bribing them with a variety of different pieces, including this newest piece in the sprinkling Canadians' money back to themselves, this weird 2-month pause on GST for a small amount of things, but it doesn't count to everything, and this is part of the challenge. And so, chocolates. Well, if you go to a company like Loblaws and you get a chocolate basket during that 2-month period of time, that will be GST exempt. But if you went to a chocolate boutique that specialized in chocolates and bought a chocolate basket, that probably won't be GST exempt from the information that we've had in a space where the CIB has already come out, and the CFIB, so the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, has already said this is problematic. And having grown up in a small business family, I know the number of small business owners I've talked to that, like, their point of service systems don't just allow for quick changes. Yeah, many people are now digital, and so this might not be a bureaucratic nightmare for all businesses, but for small businesses that don't have an electronic point of service system, this will be very difficult, and this will put a lot of work back on them. But this is how this NDP Liberals do. They don't actually want to solve the problem. The solution would be quite simply to axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone for good. That would lower the price of groceries, that would lower the price of home heating, that would lower the price of fuel, that would lower the price of food, that would lower the price of just about everything. But no. They would rather their tax scheme of a carbon tax that has all economic pain and no environmental gain to continue hurting Canadians and then sprinkle little pieces of money back at them. Like, they're doing a GST exemption on Christmas trees, but their GST exemption is only going to start on December 14th. Most people already have their Christmas tree purchased by December 14th, so I'm not quite sure who this is going to help. I'm sure there will be a few, but what I'm really nervous about, and here's where the answer is, and the devil is in the details on this, Madam Speaker, is that we don't actually know all the details on this. So will this end up meaning that a whole bunch of Canadians will delay all of their Christmas shopping and their holiday shopping till after, once this GST vacation is in place, therefore making it really difficult for businesses who are already struggling because of out-of-control spending from this government, the crippling carbon tax that makes keeping the lights on more difficult for small businesses? Will they have a harder time and end up having their sales in a shorter window of time, making the customer experience more difficult and their overall enjoyment more difficult? And these are the realities. After 9 years of this NDP Liberals, they've lost the plot. They've lost the ability to realize that the decisions they make and the fact that they are going to continue to block good documents from going to the RCMP unredacted is going to hurt Canadians. And eventually this information is going to come out. The question is just, are they going to wait until after the next election, or will they do the right thing, get Parliament back to work, and release the documents unredacted?
Well done. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member wanted to focus attention on the issue of scandals. And the leader of the Conservative Party, directly and indirectly, when he was a part of the Stephen Harper government. Let me give a bit of a list. Anti-terrorism scandal, $3.1 billion. Phoenix scandal, $2.2 billion. G8 spending scandal. The ETS, $400 million scandal. F-35 scandal. Senate scandal. Election scandals, plural. He's directly involved in one of those too, by the way, Madam Speaker. And then I got another, Stephen Harper, serial abuser of power, scandals, corruption, abuse of power, Madam Speaker. It's a hefty book, 70 different scandals in that one. Now, the question that I have for the member opposite is that who would she recommend to her constituents that they listen to? The RCMP, the Auditor General, or the politically motivated, self-serving leader of the Conservative Party on the issue of giving the documents directly to the RCMP? Do we ignore what the RCMP are saying? Do we know ignore what the Auditor General are saying? Do we ignore what law experts are saying? all because she wants to follow her leader.
For Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I first actually started really paying attention to politics, it was actually a really interesting time. It was right around the Liberal sponsorship scandal where there was actually cash being put into envelopes from Liberal coffers. And they were like literally stuffing envelopes with this. There was so much money, and like this was cash. And so that actually brought down Paul Martin's government. So if he's going to really go into scandals, he really has to be careful, because at least Paul Martin did the right thing. And eventually the NDP actually supported the Conservatives in bringing down that government, because they realized that their job was to keep accountability for Canadians. This costly coalition of the NDP Liberals, they've literally sprinkled a little bit of GST vacation for a couple months on a few products just to buy back the support of this failed marriage of the NDP Liberals.
Not going to work.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto St. Paul's.
Speaker, I wanted to thank the members today that have highlighted the activities in Montreal over the weekend, the riots, and draw attention for a moment to the different symbols that we saw there. We saw the hammer and sickle, we saw Daesh flags, and we saw watermelon buttons as well. The question to my colleague is, as I'm new in this House, and I'm often reminded of that by the members opposite, who must feel threatened in some way by me to try and take down the most rookie MP on this side. But my question is, because I'm new, could you comment on whether the deflection from the government is something that you've seen a lot over the time, or is that something new?
Reminder to the Honourable Member, I can't comment on anything, but the Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake, I'm sure will.
You don't want to.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There might be a difference between whether you want to share your opinion and whether you are able to share your opinion. But to my colleague from Toronto St. Paul's, it is so spectacular to have a Conservative in that seat within the GTA representing those views. And I have been so fortunate in the couple months that we have been able to work together to learn from you and to learn some of the unique challenges that people in Toronto are facing that we hadn't heard, because no one on the Liberal benches brings those concerns forward because it's not politically salient to them. And he raises some very serious concerns regarding the Jewish community and the sense of safety and the lack of safety. It's not just the sense. People don't feel safe, but they no longer are safe. And so I want to thank him for his amazing advocacy for the people of Toronto St. Paul's, and I look forward to adding more members from GTA with his help in the next election, whenever that happens to be.
That's right.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You can appreciate in listening to the member opposite, you get this sense that she might be a little bit nervous in regards to the tax break that the government is providing Canadians through the GST. It's almost as if the Conservatives are a little scared. They don't want to vote against it, yet they're being obligated possibly by their leader to be voting against it. I'm wondering if she could give us a clear indication. What is the Conservative Party on this particular issue? Will she, as an individual member of Parliament, or does she believe the Conservatives will be voting against the tax break that the government's providing to Canadians for 2 months?
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This weekend I went home, as I often do. I actually go home every weekend, and when I travel, on Friday mornings, I leave Ottawa at like 5 in the morning. So it's a pretty early flight, so I often am wearing a hoodie, and I'm rather incognito. People don't often realize that I'm the member of Parliament when I get on. It is very cold when I land, but the hoodie is more that it helps me sleep on the one flight. And so when I got on my final flight, the flight from Calgary to Fort McMurray, there was a group of people, and they didn't know that I was a member of Parliament, and they were actually talking about the so-called tax breaks, this like vacation on GST on a small amount of items. And they were talking about how they were so frustrated that the government, that the NDP Liberals think that they can buy their votes by giving a small amount of their money back just in time for Christmas. And it was really interesting. This one particular woman She actually said very clearly, and I went over and afterwards I said, actually, I'm the member of parliament. It's great to meet you. But she said, you know what, if they really wanted to make a difference, they would axe the carbon tax.
Right.
That has a bigger impact on my life.
Or give a friendship bracelet.
And so these are one of these pieces that we're not going to take any lessons from that member or them on what they think affordability is for Canadians, because Canadians in my riding and Canadians from coast to coast to coast, they see the impact of the carbon tax on their heating bill. They see the impact of the carbon tax every time they fill up their vehicle with gasoline. They see the impact of the carbon tax every time they get their gas bill. So I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, giving a small amount of money sprinkled in a very abstract, obscure way for 2 months is not going to actually provide the help Canadians need that are struggling to put food on their table. Like I said, 1 in 5 children is living in poverty in Canada, and that is due to this NDP Liberal mismanagement of the economy.
She's got a bracelet for you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Bindaport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In her last response, the member mentioned children. And I know, like myself, the member is a mother and has 2 beautiful young children. We were talking earlier this week when the announcement was made about the different expenses that she has as a mother. And so I thought perhaps she could make some comments on this new announcement relative to being a mother, and as to really the little impact that it will have on her day-to-day necessities as a mother of 2 children. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. And yeah, and this is one of the interesting pieces. So maybe in some parts of the country, you can wait till December 14th to buy your children winter boots or a winter jacket, but that's not the case in most parts of rural Canada. In fact, I just pulled up the weather app. It's -13 in Fort McMurray. We've got a full snow cover. So I can't wait to save 5% on a snowsuit and wait another month before my children would have appropriate winter gear. Parents can't afford to do that because they would be putting their children at danger. And so this is part of the struggle. Like I said earlier, if this government really cared about helping Canadians that are struggling with this cost of living crisis that they caused, there's a very simple answer. They could axe the carbon tax on everything for everyone for always. That would actually have an impact and allow parents to choose how they are going to support their families, because the reality is 5% savings for a family in Alberta on diapers will I did some calculations. I spend about $100 a month on diapers. That means a $5 savings. If I shop the diapers while they're on sale, which is probably not going to fall when this GST holiday actually falls, I can save $11 by shopping the sales. So I'm better off to just wait for a sale on diaper if I can afford to stock up. But most families can't afford to stock up right now. Most families can't afford to do those things because they have made it so difficult because of their ever-increasing tax burden. So, Madam Speaker, there's good news and hope on the horizon. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax for everyone on all the items for always when it comes to the carbon tax.
Soon enough.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I rise in the chamber to discuss an issue that speaks to the heart of Canadian democracy: the responsible use of public funds, the ethical governance of our institutions, and the accountability of elected officials. The recent scandal surrounding Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, is not just about mismanagement. It represents a betrayal of the trust Canadians place in their government. This matter is too important to be relegated to committee rooms or buried in bureaucracy. It is the business of this House, the House of Commons, to shine a light on a troubling case and demand answers on behalf of Canadians. The Conservative Party of Canada is unwavering in its commitment to bringing this issue to the forefront because of the problems are deeper and more systematic within the current NDP Liberal coalition government. This is not an isolated case of a single program veering off course. It represents a troubling pattern of governance marked by a blatant disregard for ethical standards. The scandal surrounding Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, underscores a broader failure to uphold the principles of transparency, accountability, and integrity, principles that are the bedrock of public service and democracy. This pattern is not new. Canadians have seen time and time again how this government prioritizes its political allies over the needs of the people it was elected to serve. Whether it is through mismanagement of public funds, conflicts of interest, or lack of transparency, the actions of this government betray a troubling disregard for the trust placed in it by Canadians. Each new revelation adds to a growing sense that corruption and insider dealings have become the norm, eroding public confidence in the government institutions and creating a sense of disillusionment, frustration, and disappointment amongst the people. Transparency, accountability, and integrity are not mere buzzwords or lofty ideals. They are practical, essential principles, pillars that guide how a government should function. Transparency ensures that the public has access to the information they need to hold their leaders accountable. It allows for Canadians to see how their tax dollars are being spent and whether or those expenditures align with the public interest. Without transparency, the government operates in the shadows, free from scrutiny, and unburdened by the consequences of its actions. Accountability goes hand in hand with transparency. It is a mechanism by which leaders are held responsible for their decisions and actions. In a democratic system, accountability ensures that no one is above the law, and it provides a safeguard against abuse of power. For the government to refuse to release unredacted documents despite a direct order from Parliament is to undermine this critical pillar of democracy. Such behavior sets a dangerous precedent, suggesting that the government is willing to disregard its obligations to the public and to the institution of Parliament itself. Integrity, the third pillar, is about more than following the rules. It's about doing what is right, even when no one's watching. It's about prioritizing the public good over personal gain or political expediency. The scandals that have plagued this government reveal a profound lack of integrity. When public servants approve funding that benefits their own ventures, when conflicts of interest go unchecked, and when leaders refuse to admit fault or take corrective action, they compromise the very foundation of trust upon which governance is built. This is why the Conservative Party Canada is determined to bring this issue to the attention of every Canadian. It is not just about recovering the misused $400 million or addressing the 186 documented conflicts of interest. It's about sending a clear message that the days of unaccountable governance must come to an end. It's about restoring faith in our democratic institutions and proving that elected officials can and will be held to the highest standards of conduct. This moment is an opportunity to reaffirm what good governance looks like. It is a chance to remind Canadians that they deserve better than corruption, secrecy, mismanagement. They deserve a government that respects their hard-earned tax dollars, that governs with honesty and fairness, and holds itself accountable to the people who elected it. The Conservative Party is ready to lead by example, offering Canadians a government that places transparency, accountability, and integrity at the heart of its agenda. This is a commitment. It's a core value that will guide every decision, every policy, and every action. Canadians deserve nothing less than a government they can trust, a government that serves them, not itself. Let's revisit the purpose for which SDTC was established. Launched in 2001, this initiative was intended to position Canada as a leader in clean technology. Its mandate was ambitious but clear: to fund projects that would reduce greenhouse gas emissions, improve air and water quality, and promote sustainable resource use. By supporting early-stage innovations, SDTC aimed to drive environmental process while fostering economic growth. At its best, SDTC represented the kind of forward-thinking policy Canadians expect from their government. It was instrumental in supporting breakthroughs across various sectors. In the energy sector, it facilitated advancements in renewable energy, energy storage, and efficiency. In agriculture, it championed projects that improved sustainability, projects that reduced emissions, and conserved water. In transportation, it promoted innovations that reduced the carbon footprint of public transit and supported the transition of electric mobility. Beyond providing the funding, SDTC acted as a bridge between diverse stakeholders, industry, academia, researchers, and government agencies. By fostering collaboration, it accelerated the development and commercialization of technologies that benefited not just Canada, but the global community. This collaborative approach was essential for turning ambitious ideas into practical solutions. However, under this government's watch, SDTC has strayed far from its noble purpose. Instead of being a model of innovation and environmental stewardship, it has become a glaring example of mismanagement and ethical lapses. The Auditor General's recent findings revealing a shocking misuse of nearly $400 million in taxpayer funds.
Stop the honourable member. Can we check the noise in the atrium, please? It's becoming very loud. Thank you. The honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General's recent findings reveal a shocking misuse of nearly $400 million in taxpayer funds. This is not merely an administrative failure. It is an ethical crisis that demands immediate action. The Auditor General's report details a pattern of conflicts of interest that would be unacceptable in any organization, let alone one funded by public taxpayers' money. Of the $400 million allocated, $334 million went to projects linked to board members with clear conflicts of interest. 9 board members were implicated in a staggering 186 conflicts, using their positions to approve funding for projects that directly benefited themselves or their associates. One particularly shocking case involved a board member who at the same time ran a venture capital firm. This individual approved $114 million in funding for companies her firm had previously invested in, directly enriching herself and her business. Such blatant self-dealing is not only unethical, but undermines public confidence in the very institutions designed to serve the public good. The systematic nature of these abuses is further underscored by the Auditor General's findings. Of the 405 transactions approved by SDTC's board over 5 years, the Auditor General reviewed 226. Of these, 82% involved conflicts of interest. 82% of 226 that were reviewed. This staggering feature reveals the governance structure riddled with ethical lapse and lack of oversight. The mismanagement does not stop there. The Auditor General found that $58 million was allocated to projects that did not meet the program's qualifying criteria. These funds were dispersed without proper contribution agreements, a clear indication of administrative negligence. The Liberals government's industry minister tasked with oversight of SDTC failed to implement the necessary checks and balances. This oversight failure enabled nearly $500 million to be mismanaged. When confronted with these filings, the government's response was not to accept accountability or implement corrective measures. Instead, it chose to obstruct efforts to uncover the truth. Despite a parliamentary order requiring the release of unredacted documents related to SDTC, the government has refused to comply. Departments such as Finance Canada, Innovation, Science and Economic Development, and the Treasury Board Secretariat have withheld critical information, either redacting key details or refusing to produce the documents entirely. This refusal is not just an administrative oversight. It is a direct challenge to parliamentary authority and, by extension, to the Canadian people. The Speaker of the House has ruled that the government's actions violate parliamentary privilege, yet the obstruction persists, raising serious questions about this government's commitment to transparency and accountability. The consequences of this scandal are not limited to the financial mismanagement of SDTC. They extend to the broader economic and social challenges facing Canadians today. The misuse of public funds comes at a time when families are struggling to make ends meet. Inflation has driven up the cost of living, making it harder for Canadians to afford basic necessities such as food and housing. The cost of groceries has skyrocketed, with the average family expected to spend an additional $700 this year compared to 2023. Food insecurity is on the rise, with Stats Canada reporting an increase from 11.6% in 2018 to 15.6% in 2022. Visits to the food banks have surged by 50% since 2021, highlighting the growing number of Canadians who cannot afford to feed their families. The Cranbrook Food Bank has had so many people needing the services. They used to provide 3 bags of groceries. Now, with the increase in demand, huge numbers of families and individuals needing help, they can only hand out 1 bag. Housing affordability has reached the crisis point. Families are living in cars because they cannot afford rent. And young Canadians are staying at home longer because they cannot afford to buy a house. Rising crime rates add to the sense of insecurity and frustration felt by many communities. These challenges are amplified by the government's policies. The carbon tax, for example, has increased costs across the supply chain, affecting farmers, ranchers, truckers, and consumers alike. Economists have warned that this tax imposes a significant burden on families already struggling with inflation. Meanwhile, the inflationary spending by the government has driven up prices across the board, eroding the purchasing power of Canadian households. The $400 million misused in this scandal could have been directed towards addressing these pressing issues. It could have funded affordable housing projects, supported food security initiatives, or enhanced public safety programs. Instead, it was squandered on projects that serve the interest of a privileged few, enriching Liberal insiders at the expense of ordinary Canadians. This scandal is not just about money, it's about trust. Canadians expect their government to act in their best interests, to manage public funds responsibly, and to uphold the highest ethical standards. When those expectations are not met, the very foundation of our democracy is called into question. The Conservative Party of Canada believes in a different approach. We believe in transparency, accountability, and fiscal responsibility. Canadians deserve a government that respects their tax dollars and invests them wisely. They deserve leaders who prioritize their needs over political self-interest. The refusal to release the SDTC documents is not just a bureaucratic failure, it is a morale failure. It delays justice, obstructs accountability, and prevents Parliament from addressing the real issue that affect Canadians. Parliament must act decisively to address the systematic issues that allow this scandal to occur. The government must comply with the Speaker's order and release the unredacted documents related to SDTC. Canadians are watching closely, and they expect their elected officials, elected representatives, to rise to the occasion. The call for transparency and accountability is not about political parties or ideological divides. It transcends partisanship because it speaks to the very essence of good governance. These principles form the foundation of a healthy democracy and are critical to maintaining the trust between citizens and those they elect to serve. When public trust is undermined, so too is the legitimacy of our democratic institutions, making the restoration of that trust not only necessary, but urgent. In this chamber, we hold a profound responsibility, a responsibility to act in the best interests of people who have entrusted us with their votes. This means ensuring that every dollar of public money is allocated ethically, spent effectively, and accounted for transparently. It means recognizing that the people of Canada deserve more than vague assurances and cloudy processes. They deserve a government that is forthright, principled, and unafraid to confront its own failures. The issue before us is not simply about numbers or stats. It's about values. Mismanagement of public funds erodes more than just the financial health of our nation. It erodes confidence in the very system that is meant to serve the public. When scandals emerge like those surrounding the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, they do more than waste resources. They weaken the belief that the government operates in the interests of all Canadians, not just a select few. The House must rise to meet this moment by reaffirming its unwavering commitment to transparency and accountability. These are not optional virtues. They are the cornerstones of democracy. Without them, the ties that bind citizens to their government fray, leaving the space for cynicism, disengagement to take root. Canadians must see that their representatives are united in their determination to uphold these principles, no matter how difficult or politically inconvenient it may be. The people of Canada are looking to us to restore trust, and trust cannot be demanded, it must be earned. It requires us to demand answers when questions arise, to push for the investigations when irregularities are discovered, and to ensure consequences for those who express outrage. We must deliver outcomes. That is what accountability looks like, and that is what the people of Canada deserve. By taking a firm stand now, we can demonstrate that Canada's democracy is resilient. It is strong enough to withstand scrutiny, bold enough to demand answers, and principled enough to hold even the most powerful leaders accountable. The strength is not given. It reflects the collective will of this House to act in the interests of the nation rather than the interests of political expediency. This moment is an opportunity to prove our institutions are worthy of the trust placed in them. It is a chance to reaffirm the democratic values that define us as a nation and show Canadians that their voices matter. This House must seize the opportunity not just to address the issue at hand, but send a broader message that the integrity of our democracy is non-negotiable. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to protect and uphold the principles that underpin democracy. This is not about just recovering lost funds or addressing specific incidents of wrongdoing. It's about preserving the integrity of our system of governance for generations to come. Let us take a moment to recommit ourselves to that duty and show Canadians we're worthy of their trust. In July 10th, this elected House, representing of the wills of Canadians, ordered the government to release all relevant documents tied to the Green Slush Fund. That deadline has come and gone. 166 days later, we are still waiting. This blatant disregard for parliamentary orders is how little respect the Liberal government has for the institution. Canadians deserve transparency and accountability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member referred to broader economic and social changes. He also referenced to the rents. I would like to ask him, with the inflation falling to 2%, with the interest rates getting cut 4 times, the rents in places like Toronto and Vancouver falling by over 9% year over year, and the member also talked about affordable housing. I also want to get his comments on the Housing Accelerator Fund, whether he is in support of it even now.
You should abstain. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. I can say that when I go back to Kootenay, Columbia, when I talk to the people of Kootenay, Columbia, they cannot afford to buy groceries. So I'm not too sure where that member is shopping or where they're getting their prices, but prices have gone up so much they cannot afford to buy everything they need. And we actually need to start to do something about that. And right now, we're not doing anything other than spending money that we don't have.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Barrie East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if anything that this scandal has taught us is that the players are going to play. The fakers are going to fake. And that this government cannot shake this scandal off. And there's a reason why this scandal is so profoundly scandalous, Madam Speaker, and that's because Canadians are impoverished. They're finding it hard for their groceries, and yet Liberal-connected insiders and cronies are benefiting to the tune, in this case, of $400 million and more in the past. Would the honourable member not agree that that just can't be the case, and we have to get to the bottom of this?
Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his great question. And yeah, absolutely correct. What we're talking about here is $400 million, 186 ethical violations, yet from across the road, we're talking historical issues or things that are not even relevant to the $400 million. That $400 million, if that was sent to Kootenay, Columbia, imagine what we could do with that money, how we could help people. We need to find out where that money went to, and all of the ethical violations are followed up through an investigation so that we don't have this happen again.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
My colleague and friend from Kootenay, Columbia, for his well-presented speech. And one of the words that he hit on quite extensively was the word trust. And he spoke about it throughout his 20-minute speech quite extensively. And the reality is that Canadians throughout this country have lost the trust in this government. And part of what this government is trying to do is to basically distract people to truly understanding what it is. Because $400 million is not chump change. It's a lot of money, and it affects Canadians all throughout this country, and especially in his riding. And I'm wondering if the member would mind commenting again on how, in showing the fact that we're calling people out on this trust issue, it will bring that trust and faith and consistency back to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia, short answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And trust is something that has to be earned. And that is what is not happening in this government today. You have to earn trust by your actions. When you're not accountable and you're not giving the unredacted documents that we've asked for this $400 million, that is telling Canadians that you don't care. That where is it? Why are they not unredacted? What's happened to our government when they're not producing those documents? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member will have 6 minutes after oral questions to continue with the questions and comments. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
On behalf of Shia Muslims across Canada, I condemn the recent deadly attack in Pakistan. On November 21st, gunmen ambushed convoys of Shia Muslims in Kurram district, killing at least 38 individuals, including women and children. Sunni Muslims and Shia Muslims generally coexist peacefully in Pakistan. However, militant groups like Deobandi militant groups, Salafi extremist groups affiliated to Islamic State, Tehrik-i-Taliban Pakistan, Barelvi group Tehreek-e-Labaik Pakistan indulge in the killings of Shia Muslims in Pakistan. Motivated by sectarian ideologies, these groups are responsible for numerous brutal incidents in recent years. They operate almost freely due to the absence of political will to prosecute them. I call on Canada to condemn the killings and convey to Pakistan the deep concerns of Shia Muslims across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the incredible and ongoing contributions of Ken and Christine Waddell. Ken and Christine Waddell have spent their entire career working to promote local journalism. 57 years ago, they began publishing career together at the University of Manitoba. They would go on to spend their personal and professional lives owning and operating many local publishing companies, providing a valuable local lens for their communities. This includes 35 years of the Neepawa Banner and Press, 32 years with the Rivers Banner, and of this year, the new owners of the Verdun Empire Advance. But their contributions don't stop at publishing business. They are both actively engaged in their community of Neepawa. Ken has volunteered much of his time with the Neepawa Titans hockey team, And Christine has volunteered much of her time to the Tangled Threads Quilt Club and Neepawa Rotary Club. On behalf of the House of Commons, I want to thank them for being the pillars in their community and for giving a voice of rural Canadians for so many years. Our country is a much better place because of them.
Yay, way to go, Tan.
L'honorable député, the honourable member from Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call attention to the cluster of progressive neurological symptoms of unknown etiology in New Brunswick. The people of my beautiful province need our help, and it is long past time we acknowledge the patients and their families who have been fighting this battle for years, who deserve answers, who deserve action, and who deserve a diagnosis so we can begin to treat, to improve the quality of life and save lives. To all the heroes who have been shouting from the rooftops when no one was listening, all of New Brunswick owes you a debt of gratitude, and we must come together now to get to the bottom of this unsettling situation. When the first cases began and the alarm was raised, too often those in power, a position of power, chose to look away, chose to avoid drawing attention to the matter by downplaying and detracting. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick matters. Our health matters. We don't know yet what is causing the devastating and rapid onset of symptoms that patients are experiencing, and we don't know why those living in the Acadian Peninsula, Indigenous and young people under 45 are amongst the most afflicted. But we owe it to them to find out. I call on our government to be there, to work with experts and provincial partners to finally end the suffering and the silence.
L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Adil Shakawi invited the crowd to pray for the annihilation of Israel. Cars were burned. Store windows were broken. Increasingly, we are seeing violence at Montreal protests. And it's increasingly clear what the target of this violence is: Quebec's Jewish community. Someone like Erwin Kotler, a human rights activist, has been threatened and is under police protection in Quebec. Meanwhile, people are firing on synagogues. And people are being threatened and harassed just because they're Jewish. This is unacceptable. People have a right to protest. People have a right to support Gaza in its conflict with Israel. We all are deeply concerned about the fate of the Gazans. We have seen how women and children are suffering in the Gaza Strip, and we want the war there to end. But these acts of anti-Semitism are shameful for pro-Palestinians and for Quebec. It needs to end.
L'honorable député d'Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Speaker, for 11 years, the Fairmont Le Chateau Montebello has been organizing an amazing holiday tree decoration activity called Trees of Hope. It's in the beautiful chateau, and these trees, Christmas trees, are sponsored and decorated by generous businesses from the region who give the money to the local food bank. I was very pleased with my daughters to decorate one of these Trees of Hope this year. We used the colors and symbols of our beautiful country to decorate the Christmas tree. I would invite everyone to go admire the Trees of Hope, which will be exhibited throughout the holiday period. Choose your favorite and be generous to the Petite Nation Food Bank, which is on the first lines of helping the most vulnerable members of our communities. I'd like to thank Le Chateau Montebello for its incredible initiative.
The honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
Tomorrow is dumping day. No, not another Liberal cabinet shuffle. Tomorrow, in lobster fishing area 33 and 34, almost 2,000 fishing boats from Prospect Bay to New Harbour, from Lunenburg to Liverpool, Cape Sable Island, Shag Harbour, St. Mary's Bay and Digby will set out before dawn to dump up to 400 lobster traps per boat into the deep, briny sea. Tomorrow, legal fishermen will be fishing the best lobster in the world, the most important fishery in Nova Scotia, from the edge of the shore out to 80 miles in the North Atlantic from now until May. Waves crashing over them in storms and sunny days to catch the food we eat, the most dangerous fishery in the world. So my wish is this, for these lobster harvesters, that these seas be calm and that the lobsters be crawling. May the fishing grounds be prosperous, making long days seem short. May the shore prices and markets be steady, and may the thoughts of loved ones and family guide you safely back to port each day of the season.
The honourable member from London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today, as you know, marks the International Day for the Elimination
of violence against women. This is a scourge that continues to afflict our communities, my community of London and communities across the country. It is, of course, incumbent on all governments to lead the charge against it, but alongside us and on the ground, we have outstanding not-for-profit organizations carrying out the work. One example is the London Abused Women's Centre. This organization tirelessly devotes itself to the cause. In fact, in 2010, it began the Shine the Light campaign, a campaign that sees every night businesses and other organizations in our community put the light purple, so that illuminates the sign of this campaign so that we can see more action against the scourge that is violence against women, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the effort has continued. It's gone beyond. Tonight, the Peace Tower will be lit in purple. It's international as well, Mr. Speaker. There's much more to do, but because of organizations like HoC, we have the hope.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
On the International Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women, I'm thinking about all the women suffering from abuse that I met during my journalism career and all the families I got to know covering criminal cases caused by femicide. And gender-based violence doesn't stop at physical harm. It includes psychological and economic manipulation, which also have devastating effects that perpetuate cycles of violence and endure for generations. All of us have a responsibility to reflect on this, particularly men and boys. We heard this recently at a Status of Women committee hearing. Attitudes and behaviors that objectify and belittle women create a culture of violence. Hashtags like men going their own way, used by the leader of the opposition in his videos, further entrench violent attitudes in our society. These are not new issues, Speaker, but for the first time we have a government actually doing something about it, a national action plan to end gender-based violence. It's not everything we have to do, but it's a strong start, and on this side of the House we will not relent until every woman is safe.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate Laval University's Rouge et Or football team. They won the 59th Vanier Cup. Once again, they have shown that they are a real powerhouse of Canadian university football. This is the 12th time they've won the cup. They have shown that success rests on strategy, teamwork, and resilience. The team's performance was stunning. They managed to win at the national finals. That's something that will be remembered forever in the history of this sport in Canada. Every member of the team, coach, and staff member can be proud of this remarkable accomplishment. They're inspiring people, and they're a source of pride for the University, for Quebec, and for all those who believe in the importance of hard work and team spirit. I hope they will always continue to exceed the bar that they've set. You are a real dynasty of university football. Congratulations.
The honourable member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the first day of the 16 days of action against gender-based violence. Violence against women is one of the most prevalent and pervasive human rights violations in the world and disproportionately impacts women from minority groups. I'm proud of our government's work to fight gender-based violence at home and abroad, including the 10-year action plan to end gender-based violence here in Canada, the inquiry into missing murdered Indigenous women and girls, standing up for women internationally, like the Zindagi Azadi movement in Iran, and for the women of Afghanistan. Our government has supported women's groups across Canada, including the York Region Women's Foundation in my riding. On this side, we support frontline organizations that protect women and educate young people, including young men, about the need to have healthy relationships. These are all programs the Conservatives cut under Harper and will cut again if they get the chance. Violence against women is not only a women's issue, it is a societal issue that we should all come together and act now to end. Let's eliminate gender-based violence, not the programs that fight against it. Thank you.
The honourable member from Mission Mashpee, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP are a bunch of sellouts, despite the leader of the NDP's media stunt where he ripped up the coalition deal and said the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people. He continues to prop up the Prime Minister and his failed caucus. The leader of the NDP voted for the carbon tax over 24 times, pushing Canadians to food banks in record-smashing numbers with over 2 million visits in a single month. The leader of the NDP supports soft on crime policies and hard drug legalization that have led to a 50% increase in violent crime, causing chaos, death, and destruction. The NDP have supported housing and fiscal policies that have driven an entire generation out of home ownership, leaving young people hopeless about their future. And every day the Prime Minister remains in power, it is because the NDP keep him there. Let's call a carbon tax election now. Let's bring some common sense back to Canada.
The honourable member from Lloydminster, Battleford.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been more expensive for Canadians. Grocery prices have skyrocketed and Canadians are struggling to feed their families. Record numbers of Canadians are being forced to rely on food banks to survive, and many food banks are running out of food. Now, food insecurity has reached such alarming levels that 27 cases of scurvy have been identified in northern Saskatchewan. The patients all had one thing in common: a lack of nutritious food. This should not be happening in Canada, but this is the shameful record of this Prime Minister. Unfortunately, the worst is yet to come. This costly NDP Liberal coalition is hell-bent on quadrupling the carbon tax, which will only make everything more expensive. Canadians deserve access to safe, nutritious, and affordable food. Only common-sense Conservatives will bring home lower prices by axing the tax on groceries permanently.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, last week our government followed up on its promise to bring more money back to Canadians' pockets. Thanks to a tax holiday for everyone and the new Canada Workers rebate, we are ensuring that families can save, and we are helping workers succeed. And what has the answer of the insulting Conservative leader been? He's making all of the MPs in his caucus shut up, and Conservatives are ready to cut essential services like childcare, healthcare, and pensions. Canadians deserve much better than what the Conservatives are proposing. This is a perfect example of the way that our government is ensuring that workers and families will be able to buy what they need and save for whatever they'd like to buy in the future. And I hope that all members in this House will support this hard work to reduce costs for people in Nickel Belt and all Canadians.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, today on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, the NDP stand in solidarity with women, girls, and gender-diverse people facing violence in our communities and around the world. Globally, nearly 1 in 3 women have faced physical or sexual violence in their lifetime, and every day 140 women and girls are killed by family members. From Afghanistan to Ukraine, from Gaza to Sudan, the realities of war disproportionately devastate women, robbing them of safety, dignity, and opportunity. Canada must do more. A feminist foreign policy means committing to peacekeeping, supporting survivors of sexual and gender-based violence, and ensuring women are at the forefront of conflict resolution and recovery. Violence against women is not inevitable. It is a choice that we can work to end together. We must act boldly and compassionately for a world where everyone is free from violence and fear.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, Quebec City is a city of champions. Laval University's Rouge et Or team won the Vanier Cup for the 12th time, which means that they are the team to have won it the most in all of Canada. Felipe Forteza had an extraordinary performance throughout the game. He scored 18 out of 22 points to win the game. I would also like to mention Glenn Constantin, the chief coach. He's a real legend of Quebec football. His players were ignored when the league made its individual awards, but they had their revenge because, as the head coach says, they won the only trophy that no one has to vote for. This team has an excellent program for training players, the best in Quebec and Canada. I'd like to congratulate everyone involved in making this win possible. You are all champions.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
The Prime Minister dances while Montreal burns. Over the weekend, Montreal was attacked by a vicious anti-Semitic mob. They attacked police, lit vehicles on fire, and bashed in windows while the Prime Minister was busy dancing at a Taylor Swift concert. This is what we get from a Prime Minister who for 9 years has divided Canadians. He divided us by race, by religion, by region, age, and wealth. He's opened our borders to criminals and terrorists who attack law-abiding Canadian citizens. The result, fire bombings of synagogues, extremists attacking mandirs and gurdwaras, over 100 churches burned and vandalized, hate crime up 251%. And when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism, Second Cup has more chutzpah than this weak Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Canadians need an election now so Conservatives can restore our values, our freedoms, and law and order in this country.
The honourable member from Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, let me take the opportunity today to talk about something that will make a real difference in the lives of my constituents. Starting December 14th, we're giving a tax break to all Canadians, along with a new working Canadians rebate, which will be delivered starting in early spring 2025. With new tax relief on groceries and seasonal expenses and a rebate for working Canadians, we are reducing costs when they're their highest for Canadians. These measures will build on the government's work to ensure Canadians keep more money, more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. From introducing $10 a day daycare to tax breaks for the middle class and small businesses, we've consistently targeted solutions that put money in the Canadians' pockets. But let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, one thing. The Conservatives want to cut these programs, and they want to make Canadians pay for more out of their own pocket. Instead of offering solutions to Canadians like we are doing on this side, they continue to focus on empty, empty, empty slogans. Yes.
Questions orales, oral questions. We're going to have
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The protests, the violent protests in Montreal are the consequence of a Prime Minister who, for 9 years, has promoted woke, toxic, divisive identity politics that divides Canadians according to race, sex, vaccination status, etc. And along with dividing Canadians, he's erasing our history. He's allowing terrorists and criminals to come into our country. What's the result? 251 more hate crimes. When will he allow us to have an election so that we can fix what he has broken? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, and let me be very clear. What was on display in Montreal just this past weekend was criminality. The violence, the hatred, and the anti-Semitism that took place in Montreal is completely unacceptable, and everyone in this House must condemn it in the strongest possible terms.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The lawless hate riot that we saw on the streets of Montreal is what happens after 9 years of a woke Prime Minister pushing radical woke identity politics, dividing people by race, gender, vaccine status, religion, and more. On top of dividing, he erases our heroes and history, saying Canada has no core identity. He opened the borders to terrorists and lawbreakers. The results? Assassinations on Canadian soil, fire bombings and terrorist attacks against places of worship, 251% more hate crime. It wasn't like this before this Prime Minister and won't be after he's gone. Why not an election so we can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I personally believe that it is shameful that anyone would speak of the violence that took place on our streets here in Canada in political terms for purely partisan political intention. Mr. Speaker, I believe it is all of our responsibility to stand up to such hatred and to condemn it in the strongest possible terms, unequivocally, and on behalf of all decent Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years of this Prime Minister, he's doubled the cost of housing and increased the cost of food 37% more quickly in Canada than in the United States. And now he's trying to hide that. He's saying that, you might save 10 cents on a bag of chips, or you might be able to save on Halloween costumes after Halloween's already over, Mr. Speaker. So what has the Bloc got for keeping this Prime Minister in power? Nothing. Nothing for seniors. The leader of the Bloc Québécois, he speaks a big game, but he doesn't play a big game. Why not a carbon tax election so we can get rid of taxes and help people save real money? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, today we can really wonder who talks a lot and who does a lot, because today every member of this House has the right, the obligation to help Canadians, Quebecers, with a bit of help. So my question is, will the Conservative members have the right to vote for their constituents? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
After doubling housing costs and inflating food prices 37% faster in Canada than in the United States, with inflationary carbon taxes and deficit spending, the Prime Minister now has a tiny 2-month tax trick that will save you 10 cents on a pack of chips, save you a few pennies on a Christmas tree, but only after your Christmas tree is already up and decorated. You'll even save on Halloween costumes 2 months after Halloween. Does he really expect Canadians to fall for this tiny tax trick just before he quadruples the carbon tax on heat, homes, gas, and groceries?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad the Leader of the Opposition started by comparing our economic position with the U.S. Because the fact is, in Canada, inflation is lower. In Canada, interest rates are lower. In Canada, deficits are lower. And in Canada, the public debt is lower. Let's stop talking Canada down. And when it comes to supporting Canadians, what I want to know is, will Conservative MPs be allowed to offer a tax break to their constituents? I know their constituents want it. That's what we're hearing from everyone.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this from a minister who, after finding out that the economy is entering its 6th consecutive quarter of shrinking per capita GDP, that's income per person, down, while the American income per person is up. After she learned that there are 2 million people lined up at food banks, 38% more chronic homelessness, 1,400 homeless encampments in Ontario after 9 years of this government. She says we're not in a recession, we're in a vibe session, she says. So what's her message to people who are hungry and homeless after 9 years of her government? They just need to get with the vibe?
Exactly.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, my message to the Leader of the Conservatives is to be a little more economically literate. I guess he didn't look at the recent GDP revisions, the upward revisions in GDP that show a good result for Canada in per capita GDP. They also show that Canada has not had a recession, contrary to the predictions of many when we saw the COVID recession. We have had a soft landing. That's something to celebrate.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind you that the Bloc Québécois' useless measures, apparently, when it came to supply management and seniors, well, the young man who leads the Conservative Party, he voted in favor of those. However, when it comes to purchasing power in Quebec and Canada, there are measures that have been proposed, and there are measures that are going to be accessible to millionaires, and checks are going to be sent to people who, have high revenue, $150,000. Does the government not realize that it's abandoning those who really need help with these measures? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I take the Bloc Québécois' concerns very seriously when it comes to our seniors, and I take them seriously because our government shares those concerns. That is why our government has supported seniors across Canada more than any other federal government. This year, Canadian seniors will get $48 billion in support from the federal government. And that's fair because they deserve it. The Honourable Member for Bellard-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the calculation that you have to make is the one that people are making at home. Those who are between 65 and 74 years old in particular, whose purchasing power has not gotten any better for years now and who are subject to discrimination and who don't have access to the vote-buying checks coming from the Liberal government. But listen, I don't understand how the Liberals supported the NDP to support them on this. I'd like to know how. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by clarifying one detail. And that's that I know that there are many seniors who are still working, and those who work will get the checks. I also want to say that I think that we all understand that seniors who are 75 years old and older are more vulnerable. They need more assistance, and that is why our government knows that we need to give them more support.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
You know what's cruel? The $250 check that's going out in spring, this Liberal government is excluding seniors,
Shameful.
people living with disabilities, and people who just started working. What a slap in the face. Why is this Liberal government excluding the most vulnerable in our country?
For the Honourable Minister response, I'm just going to ask members, please, to not take the floor unless they're recognized, so that everyone can hear the question. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the NDP leader for his question, and I hope he and all members of this House will help work with us to unblock this Parliament and to get the support to Canadians that they need and deserve. When it comes to the Working Canadians rebate, we know that there are hardworking people across the country who have been through challenging times, and we know that now is the time to provide them with that extra support. I hope all MPs will join us in doing that.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Workers desperately need help, like seniors, persons with disabilities, and young people who've just got their first job. And yet this government is excluding them from the $250 payment. This is a slap in the face. Can the Liberals explain to the most vulnerable Canadians why they're not supporting them? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Leader of the NDP for his question. And I hope that he and all members of this House will help us sincerely help Canadians. Our government understands the importance of supporting the most vulnerable, and that's what we've done starting in 2015, and we will continue to do that. Today, we understand that Canada's workers need help, and we are going to help them. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The NDP leader is giving Canadians whiplash with his latest flip-flop and the flop on the flip. First, he said he tore up his deal with the Liberal government. Then he said that he had taped it back together because they had signed on to his 2-month tax trick. Now he rises on his feet to say that the trick is a ripoff of seniors and persons with disabilities. So then why won't he put his actions where his words are and vote for a carbon tax election so Canadians can choose between this 2-month trick and axing the tax for good?
It will be of no surprise I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from New Westminster Burnaby, please, not to take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the only inconstant flip-flopper in this House is the Leader of the Official Opposition. For months, he has been talking about how Canadians need a little more support. But it turns out that unless you recite robotically his Dr. Seuss rhymes, he's not going to agree with your approach to helping Canadians. Now is the chance for him and his MPs to actually give Canadians some real support. Let's get together.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Speaker, the streets of a major Canadian city were set on fire this weekend, and the Prime Minister was nowhere to be found. A radical, anti-Semitic, anti-Canadian mob burned cars, smashed windows, assaulted police officers, and the Prime Minister was nowhere to be found. It took him until noon the next day, and he offered the most basic platitudes resembling some standard condemnation that he's been offering after fomenting the hatred that he's now surprised about. So I have one question. When was the Prime Minister told about the riot, and why did he decide to keep dancing the night away?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Minister of Defence, I think properly explained the outrage that all Canadians felt at this wanton, reckless violence on the streets of Montreal. Mr. Speaker, we condemn unequivocally the rising and concerning rates of anti-Semitism and all other hate crimes in the country. We're working with provincial authorities, local police to combat this. And let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker, no matter what group you claim to represent or what cause you're advancing, if you're smashing windows and assaulting Canadians, you're a criminal and you'll face the full consequences of the law.
Again, I'm going to ask the member from Calgary. I'm going to ask the member from Calgary, Signal Hill, please, not to take the floor unless recognized by the chair.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. The pictures from the riots in Montreal have gone around the world, and it's shameful. We are reaping what the Prime Minister has sowed with his woke, divisive policies. He divided people by race, gender, religion, region, age, wealth, and so on and so forth. And as a result, we've lost control of our borders. We've let criminals come into Canada. Chaos has come in with them. Why is the Prime Minister dancing while Montreal burns? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'll say again in French what I've just said in English. Our government, in every instance, condemns the acts of violence and the criminal acts that we saw on the streets of Montreal. It's completely unacceptable to put forward a political point of view by destroying Canadians' property, by committing assault, by attacking police officers. You're not demonstrating peacefully. In those cases, you are a criminal and you'll face justice. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. And yet, Mr. Speaker, for this Prime Minister, it's not enough that Hamas representatives are burning our city senators. He's opened our borders to terrorists and criminals, and he's called anyone who's questioned his policies a racist. Despite the Conservatives' demands to put the Islamic Revolutionary Guard on the list of terrorist entities, he's let them operate legally here for years, and now he's letting Hamas representatives destroy our cities. Why did the Prime Minister choose to dance when he knew that Montreal was burning? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is continuing to work in close cooperation with the good work that was done by the police service in Montreal. At all times, the RCMP supports its partners, whether that be in Montreal or in other regions of the country. We have criticized, and we will continue to criticize, the increase of anti-Semitic acts and hate speech acts in Canada, and we will remain focused on the support that we can give the forces of law and order, something that the Conservatives can't say.
The Honourable Member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, for years, these Liberals have engaged in woke virtue signaling. They have promoted a hollow and superficial understanding of morality, more concerned with appearances than doing what's right. And Canadians clearly saw the consequences of Liberal ideology over the weekend in Montreal when hate-fueled attacks overtook the cities. The Prime Minister is partying while Canadian cities are suffering. So I ask, why was the Prime Minister dancing while Montreal was burning?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for that question, because all Canadians in this House and all Canadians around the country detest and render unacceptable what we saw in the streets of Montreal. That kind of violence, that kind of unlawful behavior, that kind of anti-Semitism is unacceptable and will never be countenanced. While we're talking about the fight against anti-Semitism, I will just put it to that member that we have legislation on the floor of this chamber that will take the ban on willful promotion of anti-Semitism and accentuate the penalties, taking them from 2 to 5 years. Will the member support that bill? It's called Bill C-63. It targets online radicalization, which is the root cause of what we're seeing.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
This Liberal Justice Minister, just like his boss, the Prime Minister, refuses to take any responsibility for creating the conditions that led to what we saw in Montreal just a couple of days ago. It's this Liberal Justice Minister's DEI criminal justice policies that have allowed crime to go unchecked in our cities. It's this Liberal Justice Minister that won't lift a finger to do anything about the violence targeting religious communities in Canada. The Prime Minister is the problem. The Liberal Justice Minister is the problem. So I ask again, when will the Prime Minister stop dancing and address crime in our cities?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I reject that out of hand. What I would say on this side of the House is that what we are doing is we are working to ease tensions in our communities. We are looking at the statistics on hate crimes. We're seeking to address them. What is the proof positive? When I announced the bill C-63 in this chamber, who was standing by my side, Mr. Speaker? The people that were standing by my side included the Center for Jewish and Israeli Affairs. Why? Because they know you don't get a Pittsburgh Tree of Life synagogue attack unless you're radicalized online. Radicalization online is causing anti-Semitism. It is what we will combat through this bill, through every measure on this side of the House.
It's the internet.
Before I give the floor to the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly, I would like to...
Members, especially colleagues, I'd like to remind members, including the member from Durham who had asked the question, to please not take the floor, to listen to the answer that he had just asked.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I was going to ask the Minister of Finance what went through her head when it came to giving tax breaks to people who in theory could be millionaires, or $250 checks to people who are making $150,000. But here I'm struck. Is it possible that they're taking us out on for a ride, and that the government doesn't actually have the support of the NDP? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I sincerely hope that we will have the support of every member of this House, because I know that there are things that divide us, but I think that all of us believes that we need to support the middle class across the country. So yes, I hope that the NDP will vote in favor of these measures. I also hope that the Bloc will vote in favor of them, and I hope that our colleagues from the Conservative Party will vote in favor as well. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. If the minister wants the support of people who have a certain conscience for social justice, and that does exclude some people in this House, why is the discussion of our bill to help seniors that they voted in favor of been dropped, and why are they not lowering the cap for those who are getting the checks to help those who really deserve it get it? You know, seniors. Why aren't they doing that? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we agree with the leader of the Bloc Québécois and with all members of this House who believe that we need to help the most vulnerable, who think that we need to help our seniors. We completely agree on that. And that's why our government has added a considerable amount of money in support for our most vulnerable seniors. That's the right thing to do, and that's what we've done. The Honourable Member for Shefford. The federal government is letting retirees down, according to the FADUC. They've already denounced the Liberals' refusal to offer fair old age pensions to all seniors, and now they're furious to see them handing out $250 checks to just about anybody who's earning taxable income up to $150,000 a year, except for retirees. Not a penny for them, not even for those who depend on the guaranteed income supplement that Liberals, had promised to increase. So the Liberals promised to help less affluent retirees. How can they so ridiculously abandon them now? It's shameful. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two things. First of all, no federal government has ever done more for seniors than this Liberal government since 2015, and that's one of the reasons why the poverty rate for seniors has gone down by 20% since 2015. Second, if we had listened to the Conservatives, who unfortunately are often supported by the Bloc Québécois, we wouldn't have lowered the OAS threshold level to 65 years old. That would mean that there'd be 100,000 seniors in Canada, including many in Quebec, who would be in poverty right now, Mr. Speaker, if we'd listened to them.
The Honourable Member from Cumberland-Colchester.
The word cacistocracy translated means government by the worst, most incompetent or most unscrupulous citizens. I can't think of a better description for this NDP Liberal government. There have been 27 reported cases of scurvy in Saskatchewan, and the Salvation Army has reported that over 1/4 of parents are skipping meals so their children can eat. Canadians are malnourished and suffering, and what do we get from this government? A quadrupling of the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. When will the Prime Minister finally show some courage and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that members would speak to each other in that kind of way. I believe that every member within their heart is here because they wish to serve their communities. And I take a look at Canada, which the average number of years the Canadians spend in health is 6 years longer than the United States, 2 years longer than the United Kingdom, 1 year longer than France and Italy. We have the second highest only to Japan. The model they would choose would be to push us deeper into mal health and attack our health system. Mr. Speaker, that's not a direction we will follow.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Cumberland-Colchester.
Speaker, under that Liberal minister, 7 million Canadians don't have access to primary care, and malnutrition mayhem reigns supreme. 2 million Canadians visiting food banks, 40,000 of them being Nova Scotian, and of those, 12,000 being children. And scurvy. Can it get any worse, Mr. Speaker? And how does this NDP Liberal Reunited Costly Coalition think they're going to address food bank use and scurvy? Well, of course, as I mentioned, they want to quadruple the carbon tax. I'll ask again, when will the Prime Minister let Canadians decide if they want the madness to continue, and will they call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, their solution to food insecurity would be to take away a rebate check that they get to gives them more money in their pocket to be able to afford the necessities of life. Their solution to food insecurity would be to cut a school food program that makes sure that kids get the food they need. They would cut dental care. The reality is, I sat in opposition and I watched the Conservative Party when they were in government. I'll tell you, at that period of time, the amount of action they took for vulnerable people was exactly zero. So for now they're talking about what vulnerable people need, but they're not putting forward any solutions to actually help them.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, the cost of living crisis is having a major impact on family grocery budgets. Yet the Liberal answer is to continue hiking the carbon tax, making food even more expensive. Under NDP Liberals, we're seeing the largest annual increase in child poverty on record. 1 in 4 parents are cutting back their food to feed their kids, and 1 in 5 children are now living in poverty due to the NDP Liberals government. That's nearly 1.4 million children. Enough is enough. Will the Prime Minister give Canadians a choice and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for the MP from Fort McMurray, and that's why I'd like to ask her and all of her colleagues, who I believe sincerely do care about Canadian families, to join us in supporting Canadian families. And here's how they can do it. Vote for a GST rebate over the holidays. That would mean no GST on diapers, no GST on kids' clothes, no GST on that prepared food, maybe rotisserie chicken, that a hardworking mom wants to pick up after work to feed her kids. That is real support we can all deliver in a couple of weeks.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Seniors and persons with disabilities are hardest hit by rising costs driven by unchecked corporate greed because they live on fixed incomes and already struggle to pay for medication and groceries. Yet the Liberals excluded them from their planned $250 rebate. We know Conservatives cut supports Canadians need, and these Liberals always let people down. Will the government get real, reverse this cruel and callous decision, and ensure seniors and persons with disabilities also get the relief they need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Thank you, Speaker. This government has done more for seniors than any other government. First thing that we did was roll back the retirement age from 67 to 65, taking 100,000 seniors out of poverty. We increased the GIS by $1,000, taking nearly 1 million seniors out of poverty. We increased the OAS for the most vulnerable seniors. And yes, we are doing a tax break for all Canadians, including seniors. So I ask everyone in this House to stand up for seniors and to vote for our tax breaks for all Canadians.
Order. The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have failed to deliver on their $10 a day childcare by allowing provinces to continue to pay childcare workers inadequate wages, causing labour shortages and long wait lists for families. A recent report by the Centre for Future Work has said that $10 a day childcare improves affordability for families and has allowed more women to return to work. What's stalling it? The Liberals won't put in place a workforce strategy. Will the government answer their calls, put in place a workforce strategy, and give childcare centres and workers the support they need?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, since rolling out the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system, we've seen over 1 million children benefit from this affordable care. But as this member points out, more work needs to be done to ensure that the workforce is well supported. Later this week, I'll have the opportunity to meet with all ministers responsible for early learning and childcare at the provincial and territorial level, where we will discuss the work that's underway to make sure that early childhood workers are well compensated and well respected.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, last week our government announced new measures to put more money back in the pockets of Canadians to help them afford the things they need and save for the things they want. Unfortunately, some on the other side of the aisle have the wrong impression about the measures, like the Member of Parliament for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola, who described it as sending people pennies. Could the Minister please educate the member opposite on what the measures actually mean?
The Honourable Minister, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would really like to thank my colleague for her question and her hard work for her constituents and the people of Canada. We believe that when Canadians need a helping hand, the government should be there. That's why last week we announced that we're giving Canadians across the country a tax break. That means essentials like groceries, snacks, and kids' clothing and diapers will be tax-free. And working Canadians will get some cash back with the Working Canadians rebate. This will help Canadians across the country, including Canadians in St. John's East and across the great province of Newfoundland and Labrador.
Bravo. The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
While this unserious Prime Minister shakes it off in a vibe session, Montreal burned and the Canadian economy is crippled. I mean, this is the guy who doesn't think about monetary policy. He thinks that budgets balance themselves and that the economy has nothing to do with numbers. And now he says he'll let bankers worry about the economy. That's why Canadians are in a GDP per person decline over the last 2 years. But that's okay, as long as his banker buddies, the elitists, the rich guys like Carbon Tax Carney get paid. Call a carbon tax election now so common sense Conservatives can fix the budget.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge the member opposite to take a look at the GDP revisions from StatsCan. Those were revisions upward that showed real strength of the Canadian economy in our recovery from the COVID recession. I'd also like to urge him and everyone in this House to stop talking Canada down. Inflation has been within the Bank of Canada's target range for 10 months. Interest rates have come down 4 times in a row, and we have the lowest debt and deficit in the G7. Now's the time to help Canadians a little bit, and the Conservatives can do that by voting for
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Answer clearly shows the minister's economic illiteracy. As GDP per person has gone down, that means Canadians are getting poorer. And nobody loves this Liberal NDP Prime Minister more than the U.S. He drove our jobs, our investment, our business to the U.S. and now Canada is poorer than Alabama. That's why more than 2 million Canadians are in a food bank in a single month and 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals. Instead of letting bankers worry about the economy, call a carbon tax election now so common sense Conservatives can fix the budget and this country.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as I say, I really urge the member opposite and all Conservatives to consult those GDP revisions, including their impact on GDP per capita. They will see we have had a strong economic recovery with inflation down and interest rates down. And that's why now is the time to give Canadians a little bit of extra help. With a GST break over the holidays and a rebate for working Canadians. And that is what the Conservatives should support us in offering to Canadians. It's really astonishing to me that they refuse to do that.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, I will let the bankers worry about the economy.
You'll forgive me if I don't think about monetary policy. The budget will balance itself. These are the actual words of the Prime Minister of Canada. Given his complete disinterest in managing the economy, no one should be surprised that GDP per person has declined in 8 of the last 9 quarters. Mr. Speaker, it's time for a common-sense Conservative Prime Minister who will fix the budget, fight inflation, restore the promise of Canada. When will the Prime Minister finally give Canadians a say and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
A working class Canadian voting for these Conservatives would be like a chicken voting for Colonel Sanders, Mr. Speaker. Think about it. We want to build an economy that works for everybody. When we raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% to cut them for 9 million Canadians in the middle class, they oppose those measures. When we stop sending childcare checks to millionaires to put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families, they voted against it. Now we are proposing to cut taxes on household items that are going to help families and workers in this country. Yet again, they oppose it. I urge my colleague to drop the talking points, get over the stickers and caucus with whatever he's about to read, and get on with supporting households.
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I urge the member to get on with Canadians' business and call a carbon tax election. After 9 years, according to the economists, Canada is now poorer than Alabama, the 4th poorest state in the U.S. While this Liberal government drives our economy further and further in the ditch with excessive taxation and regulation, the Canadian economy falls further and further behind while the American economy roars ahead. When will this government get out of the way and allow us to restore the promise of Canada by calling a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
It is like we are playing bingo here, the number of slogans that are being read off when people can't take their eyes off the sheet. Listen to this, is from an article recently. Conservatives talking about their own leader. If you repeat the slogans, you get rewarded. You are celebrated in front of caucus for being a good cheerleader. The difference between us and them, I don't have to hold...
Order! The Honourable Minister, start from the top this time, please. No interruptions.
Mr. Speaker, the difference between the Liberals and Conservatives in question period, I don't need to have my notes in front of me to actually speak in the House. Mr. Speaker, they are being rewarded in caucus when they repeat the slogans in this House, not when they defend their communities at home. The Honourable Member won't even admit that his community would be better off receiving money for housing. He stands up and votes against measures once and twice and 3 times to deny tax breaks to families in his community. We are going to be here to support working families. I wish for once the Conservatives would join us.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. On Saturday, the Journal de Montréal asked how Ottawa could hire 43% more public servants and still be so bad at serving its citizens. Imagine, despite hiring 110,000 civil servants, we've had a housing crisis and immigration is a mess, and it's even worse at the CRA. And the answer is that the Liberals spend their time creating new programs to interfere in health, housing, and so on. Do they realize that by meddling in Quebec's affairs, they've lost control of their own responsibilities?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Appreciate the opportunity to talk about the vast improvement in government services that have taken place over the last year. We could start with passports. Service improvements have gone across the country, and that's despite the fact that 2 years ago we were delivering 3.4 million passports. This year we're delivering up to 5.7 million passports. You can now get 10-day passports in the territories. There's a new processing center in BC, and soon you'll be able to get passports online, so you'll never have to wait in line again.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. The Journal de Montréal doesn't even reveal the full extent of the federal bureaucratic fiasco, because while the public service has ballooned by 43%, the use of subcontractors has also exploded. In addition to a loss of control with its within its own bureaucracy, resulting in service breakdowns for citizens, there's also a loss of control outside the bureaucracy, resulting in scandals like ArriveCan. And there's never just one minister in charge. How is it possible to be plunged into a fiasco of this magnitude without anyone being held accountable? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Mr. Speaker, one scandal would obviously forbid the Conservative Party or the Bloc to be opposed to the Canadian dental care plan, because more than 13,000 seniors have received care. And this means several thousand of them were able to go to the dentist for the first time in years, or other type of dental specialists. No, they voted against. The Conservatives and Bloc voted against these measures, and unfortunately my colleague knows that. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, the newspaper headlines read, "Nothing's working at the federal government. It's too big, too fat, and too inefficient." We've been saying this for 9 years, and unfortunately this Liberal government is kept in power by the Bloc Québécois, which supports it and voted in favour of its inefficient spending. It's sad to see Canadians tightening their belts while the Bloc Liberals waste taxpayers' money. When will we have an election so that Quebecers can elect a responsible Conservative government? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Is really sad to hear my Conservative colleagues from Quebec be muzzled by their leader. They are not allowed to visit hundreds of affording housable units that are being built in their ridings. These are being hidden by their leader. That's what irresponsibility is. They're unable to defend their communities because their Conservative leader has banned them from talking about affordable housing units being built in their own riding. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, once again, it shows his incompetency, but this government is abusing its powers and, with its Bloc friends, has managed to stay in power despite a minority government. These two accomplices voted $500 billion in appropriations to waste taxpayers' money. More civil servants and less service. That's the Bloc Liberal coalition. Quebecers have had enough. When will an election be held to choose a real Conservative government that will cut the red tape and the taxes? I hope my colleague understood the question. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Incompetency, Mr. Speaker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 affordable housing units. That's all the Conservative leader was able to build across our country throughout his entire mandate. And that's what incompetency is as a definition. We're talking about hundreds of affordable housing units that are built even in his riding. But the bad news is, Mr. Speaker, is that not only is the Conservative leader saying that these units don't exist, but he wants to stop them from being built. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse and Chemin-Lévis. Here are a few newspaper headlines that appeared over the weekend. End of regime turpitudes. This government is buying time on the backs of taxpayers. Will the Bloc Liberal coalition, which voted twice to keep this government in power, finally understand that it's time to stop feeding this federal bureaucratic monster? The Bloc voted for $500 billion in appropriations. I need a simple answer. When can we have an election so Quebecers can finally choose a common-sense Conservative government, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. My colleague, well, does she know the Haute Couture Boulevard in her riding? And there is a housing project to build 100 units in her riding. So when she talks about incompetency, it should be we were looking at her housing, the opposition leader, who says that these units don't exist. The Minister Dranville and others have visited these housing units. When will she invite her leader to go visit them as well?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the backbone of our communities. They are bouncing back from tough times and gearing up to make this holiday season a success. Restaurants and small businesses in Vaughan and across Canada are counting on a busy Christmas season to kickstart a strong new year. Can the Minister of Small Business tell Canadians how our government is helping small businesses and Canadians through the holiday season?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his tireless advocacy. And I'm glad to say that thanks to our government, Canadians across Canada will get a GST tax break from December 14 to February 15. Restaurants Canada indicated that this is a big win for the restaurant industry. It restores some much-needed hope in the industry, and they're optimistic it will translate to increased spending at local restaurants across the country. This could mean a boost of up to 5% or close to $1 billion in additional revenue. Mr. Speaker, this tax break helps restaurants and small businesses across the country, so let's support local, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
The Winnipeg law enforcement community is reeling from a violent incident last night where an officer was stabbed in the neck. Thankfully, he's in stable condition, but this is the reality faced by our brave police officers every single day. In fact, in Toronto, 637 police officers have been injured on the job just this year alone. It's no wonder with a 50% rise in violent crime, which is 200,000 additional violent crime incidents each year compared to 2015. When are the Liberals going to finally wake up and support our police and do something about this?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what our government does. It supports police doing this dangerous and difficult work across the country. I was briefed on the incidents in Winnipeg. I share the honourable member's relief that the officer is expected to recover. Mr. Speaker, these are exactly the kind of incidents that should make all members of this House support in a nonpartisan way the important work that police forces do in every corner of the country. We've reversed Conservative cuts to border services in the RCMP. We support local and provincial police, and we'll continue to do exactly that.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government often blames the provincial courts, for example, for the crime wave we're seeing across this country. But of course, the provincial courts are governed by the law, and the Liberals changed the law with Bill C-75, which made bail the default for violent repeat offenders. And the results are clear. 116% increase of gun crime in Canada, 50% increase of violent crime, 200,000 additional violent crime incidents each year since 2015 under their watch, Mr. Speaker. How many more people are going to have to get hurt before they realize it's their policies that have caused all this destruction?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Speaker, a couple of points of clarification. First of all, bail reform was asked for 18 months ago. We delivered bail reform. What we asked for subsequently is we asked for provinces, including that member's province, to provide us with data and information. In fact, the province of Manitoba has supplied us with that information. They are working diligently to improve the number of police officers, to improve the number of crowns, to think about how JPs are trained, and to ensure detention facilities are available to receive individuals. We're not seeing that across the country. We're certainly not seeing that in the province of Ontario. That's where the complementary piece of the administration of justice at the provincial level needs to happen.
The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, crime is up. Soft on crime policies like their catch and release bail failures have led to a 50% increase in violent crime. Last night, a police officer in Winnipeg was stabbed in the throat, but thankfully that officer is in stable condition. However, this situation should never have happened in the first place. Liberals' hug-a-thug approach to crime is making an already dangerous job increasingly unsafe and more challenging. How many more police officers and victims must suffer before these Liberals start prioritizing public safety?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I want to reiterate my support for what the Winnipeg police officers do and what every police officer does around this country to keep all of our communities safe. That's the first point. The second point that I want to reiterate is that we're actually seeing declining numbers of law enforcement officers in municipalities right around the country. I can speak most directly to my own town of Toronto. There are currently 700 fewer officers on the beat in Toronto than there were when the Minister of Defence was the Chief of Police. We need to ensure the municipalities and provinces are stepping up to complement the work we are doing with the criminal code to keep our communities safe. That means officers, that means crowns, that means JPs and detention facilities.
The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, the school food programs are growing in Ontario. With our new agreement with the Ontario government, the National School Food Program will now support kids in Newmarket, Aurora and across Ontario with healthy meals, building a foundation for their well-being and success. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development share how this program is helping families save money and make sure that kids receive nutritious meals?
Great question.
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, great news. Last week, Ontario signed on, and this school year, more than 160,000 kids will receive food at school here in Ontario, thanks to the National School Food Program. This will save an average family of four about $800 in groceries, Mr. Speaker. The president of Ontario's Public School Board said this funding will have tremendous impact on school communities and family budgets. We're helping kids in school, Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives would cut this.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, every day it's more clear that the Liberals' air passenger regulations are letting people down. And now we learn the Canadian Transportation Agency is creeping around online forums trying to catch air passengers who are sharing their experience. So on the one side, we've got the rich airlines backed by the best lawyers and lobbyists, and on the other side, Canadian families struggling to navigate this government's botched complaint process. Will the minister immediately stop government online surveillance of air passengers in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, our government was the first to protect the rights of passengers starting in 2019. Mr. Speaker, the air passenger protection regulations are there to protect passengers and their families, and we expect all airlines to follow these rules. Mr. Speaker, we're going to be relentless in working with the airlines to ensure, once again, that they are looking after their passengers as well as the families of those passengers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, with $4.7 billion, this government could have cut chronic homelessness across the country in half and had $1.2 billion to spare. Instead, they want to throw it at a pre-election vote-buying scheme right out of Doug Ford's playbook. Worst of all, like always, people with disabilities unable to work and already living in poverty are left out entirely. Do people with disabilities mean so little to this government they're not even trying to buy their votes anymore?
The Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and People with Disabilities.
Mr. Speaker, no other government has done more to support seniors and persons with disabilities than this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, whether it is through dental care program that is going to help 9 million Canadians, or the Canada Disability Benefit, or by increasing seniors' pension, Mr. Speaker. The GST-HST tax break is yet another measure to support Canadians' families, Mr. Speaker, and our Working Canadians rebate is going to support more than 18 million working Canadians to get that $250 check in April. This is good news, Mr. Speaker. Let's get it done.
Chers collègues, je voudrais...
Dear colleagues, I wish to draw your attention to the presence in the gallery of the winners of the Social Sciences Award.
Impact Awards 2024 from the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
If I may ask colleagues to take their conversations behind the curtains, si je peux inviter mes collègues.
I would invite colleagues to take their conversations outside the House. Behind the curtains, please.
Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Daily routine of business.
Secretary to the Leader of the Government and the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today will be an interesting day in the sense that pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket A, I have the honor to table in both official languages, Mr. Speaker, the government's responses to 14 petitions.
That is interesting.
These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Women, we pause to reflect on the devastating issue of gender-based violence and its impact on individuals, families, and communities right across Canada. Everyone deserves to live free from violence, yet many people across the country experience it every single day because of their gender, gender expression, gender identity, or how others perceive them. This is more than a violation of human rights. It's a painful reality that no one should have to face. While anyone can become a victim of gender-based violence, data shows the most vulnerable groups include Indigenous women and girls, Black and racialized women, immigrant and refugee women, 2S LGBTQI+ people, women with disabilities, and women living in northern, rural, and remote communities. Gender-based violence has had devastating impacts on individuals for far too long, hurting not just individuals but families and entire communities in Canada. For instance, 44% of women in Canada have experienced intimate partner violence at least once since the age of 15. And in 2023, 187 women and girls in Canada were victims of gender-related homicide. That is one woman every 2 days. These are more than statistics. These are real women, women in your community, your colleagues, your sisters, mothers, daughters, each one deserving of justice and a life free from violence. In recognition of this, we launched the 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence, commemorating 33 years of dedicated efforts to end gender-based violence in all of its forms. 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence was started by activists at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Since then, the campaign has called on all Canadians to recognize and call out violence when they see it. Speak up. Take action against it. But there is still so much work ahead of us. Today, we stand in solidarity with victims and survivors of gender-based violence and their families, and we commit to doing better. In response, our government launched the federal, provincial, and territorial National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence in 2022. This 10-year plan is backed by a $525 million investment to support provinces and territories in addressing this critical issue. Agreements are in place with each province and territory to help them tackle their specific challenges and priorities based on the 5 key areas of the National Action Plan. Later this year, the first annual National Progress Report will be published. It will demonstrate the impacts that these investments have made under the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence. In 2017, the Government of Canada launched its TIME, Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence. And since its launch, Mr. Speaker, the government has invested more than $800 million and $44 million annually for the following years. This includes $55 million for Indigenous women and 2S LGBTQI+ organizations to offer gender-based violence prevention programs. $30 million for crisis hotlines to help manage the increased call volumes during the pandemic and prevent further escalation of gender-based violence. Collaboration in the fight against gender-based violence goes beyond any single department or organization. It calls on all of us to step up. This year, Indigenous Services Canada worked in collaboration with Indigenous Peoples and Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to commit funding for the construction and operation of 19 emergency shelters and 16 transitional homes across Canada. Justice Canada is supporting survivors by strengthening Canada's bail regime to better address intimate partner violence and by improving the law on publication bans. Public Safety is strengthening Canada's response to human trafficking through the renewal of the National Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking. The onus to fight gender-based violence cannot just fall on one government or one department. We are taking a holistic, whole-of-government approach to address this issue. It's on all of us to prevent gender-based violence from happening. That's why this year's theme for the 16 days of activism is Come Together, Act Now. It highlights how crucial everyone's involvement is in changing the social norms, attitudes, and behaviors that contribute to gender-based violence. True change is only possible when we unite, and that's why coming together and acting now is so important. It's not just about today, but about creating generational change that will last for years to come. It is only possible by continuing to work across all levels of government and with community organizations that will take real action and tackle gender-based violence at its core. We owe it to every victim and survivor to bring them justice, to speak up and take action against gender-based violence in all its forms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
One woman or girl is killed every single day in this country. That is inexcusable. Mr. Speaker, we just heard the minister deliver a speech in this House praising her government's efforts to combat gender-based violence. And I cannot believe that the minister would have the audacity to deliver this speech after all the things this Prime Minister has done to harm women and make life more dangerous for women and girls. Liberals must make new ministers check in their shame when they get sworn into cabinet. The Prime Minister has deliberately implemented a criminals first agenda, which has directly led to a dramatic increase in violence against women. Despite the desperate pleas from already marginalized voices of women, survivors, victims, and their families, he just doubles down. In his ideological pursuit of progressive catchphrases and clout chasing from international organizations in Strasbourg and Brussels, this Prime Minister has caused the meteoric rise of the epidemic that is gender-based violence through policies that place rapists and murderers above victims and survivors. It is no coincidence that before the Liberals took office in 2015, rates of police-reported family violence and intimate partner violence was on the decline. Under this government, it has been alarmingly higher rates. This is verified by this government's own data. Since its famous It's 2015 quip on the steps of Rideau Hall, where he touted that his would be a feminist government, the rate of female victimization for intimate partner violence has increased by 18.75%. Now, in 2024, Mr. Speaker, total sexual assaults have increased by 74%. Total sexual violations against children, 118%. Forcible confinement or kidnapping, up 10%. Indecent harassing communications, up 86%. And trafficking in persons, up 83%. In addition, Liberal Bill C-5 also repealed the previous Conservatives government ban on house arrest for the following offences. Section 144, prison breach. Section 264, criminal harassment. Section 271, sexual assault. And the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal Prime Minister is a fake feminist. This government needs to own it, admit their failures, and let the law enforcement agencies enforce laws and put the scum of society behind bars. This government brought in legislation that repealed mandatory minimum sentences for gun-related offences and removed the Harper's government's ban on house arrests for rapists, kidnappers, and human traffickers, allowing them to be put back on the streets and re-terrorize and re-victimize the very people we are supposed to protect. The Prime Minister has not only been an architect of systemic coddling of violent criminals through his own legislation,
he has instructed his caucus in both the Liberal and the NDP party to vote down common sense legislation like C-325, which would have reversed its own short-sighted decision to put literal rapists and traffickers behind a TV instead of behind bars. It's not just the Prime Minister's soft-on-crime approach that has hurt women. Canadian women are bearing the brunt of the Prime Minister's poor economic and fiscal decisions. Canadian families paid $700 more for groceries this year than they did last year. The carbon tax is driving up the cost of goods and services, disproportionately affecting women and children. 1 in 5 children are now living in poverty, Mr. Speaker, and 2 million visits to a food bank in a single month. Activism alone will not stop intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. We need strong leaders who will fix the broken bail systems, keep dangerous and violent offenders away from their victims, and work with the provinces to fix the backlogged justice system instead of blaming them for a system that federal government helped create. The refusal of the Prime Minister to take legitimate action against gender-based violence can charitably be interpreted in only 2 ways. Either the Prime Minister does not know how bad the situation is, or he does know and he doesn't care. Mr. Speaker, neither is acceptable and shows a complete dereliction of compassion and responsibility for our most vulnerable. For the Prime Minister to act like this, for the Minister to stand in the House and suggest otherwise, is nonsense and disrespectful to survivors and victims and their families. It was not like this before he was elected, and it will not be like this after he is gone. Canada is done with this woke, fake, feminist Prime Minister. Call an election.
Come on.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. The House of Commons began sitting today at 11 o'clock this morning, as it does every Monday. Every Monday at 11 o'clock, the Speaker of the House leaves his office and, in a solemn parade, comes to open the House and allow us to begin our work on the week's business. It's now 3:40. The House has been open for 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's not very long, but it's long enough, well, for the Conservatives to paralyze business for a little bit longer, time to have a question period, time for a ministerial statement. And within this short period of time, these 4 hours and 30 minutes, 28 women have been murdered by someone close to them, by a partner or a family member. 28 women somewhere around the world have been killed since we began sitting at 11 o'clock this morning. And it's like that all the time. A long list of murdered women, a list that never ends. That's human civilization in 2024. This is at a time when we're talking about space flights to Mars, about artificial intelligence, about driverless cars, and yet we're unable to bring an end to violence. Women are dying under bombs in Mariupol and in Gaza. They're being killed in the streets in Bucha. They're being raped, tortured, and then murdered in kibbutz and being taken hostage. Women are the spoils of war. They are the first civilian victims of the atrocities that we see in these international conflicts. So this is civilization in 2024. This is humanity. Today, on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, we have no choice but to come to the sad conclusion that we are still a long way from our goal of putting an end to feminicide and to all forms of violence against women. There are still cases of excision here in Canada. Sophia Kukui's report on female genital mutilation and cutting in Canada speaks for itself. In her report, there's testimony from a 37-year-old woman who says there are also people who want to practice genital mutilation and excision here in Canada. We don't talk about it, but it's a reality. A woman told me, my husband sent our daughters to Africa where they were circumcised. We don't talk about it, but many girls here are not protected. In Quebec in 2023, La Presse reported the case of a little girl in a daycare center who was the victim of excision. And there's every reason to believe that this is not an isolated case. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about honor-related violence or forced marriages, nor do we talk about human trafficking here or forced prostitution. Silence is more comfortable. We'd rather keep the lid on the pot. We have a collective responsibility to curb gender-based violence. A collective responsibility. It's not a fight that women have to wage alone or should wage alone. It's everyone's business. We can't fight these battles separately. Women need men, men need women. We need a major global effort. We're capable of sending people into space and of having artificial intelligence compose new Beatles songs, and yet somehow it seems like we can't work together to curb the scourge of violence, and yet we must. To do that, we need to be able to talk to each other. We're seeing a rise now of masculinists, famous alpha males. We're seeing the Andrew Tates of this world multiply, and our young men, even our young boys, are allowing themselves to become radicalized. We can't solve this if we don't talk to each other. We have to talk to each other. We have to listen to each other. We have to have dialogue instead of judging each other. We need to explain ourselves to each other. It's not right that in an egalitarian society like ours, a return to female submission and to male domination should be fashionable. We've got to fix this, and we've got to do it in good faith. And it can start here. Can we stop accusing all those who want to tighten gun control of just wanting to attack hunters? We all know that that's nonsense. But partisanship, once again, over and over, takes precedence over the common good. So we need to stop that. We need to talk. We need to sincerely look together for ways to put an end to violence in all its forms. Violence against women. Because while we just wallow in partisanship here, the list goes on. And I can't help but think that during this brief speech, somewhere in the world, a woman has just died at the hands of someone close to her. Thank you.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we rise on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. 16 days of action. I honor all survivors of gender-based violence and frontline advocates who know all too well the urgency of ending this ongoing crisis. Violence against women, girls, and gender-diverse people is reprehensible. It is shameful, and it remains all too common today. As experts point out, gender-based violence is an epidemic in our country. As much as 44% of women who have been in an intimate relationship have experienced some form of intimate partner violence. And during this year alone, at least 137 women and girls were killed because of their gender. This violence disproportionately impacts young women and girls members of the LGBTQ+ community, BIPOC folks, Indigenous women, the disability community, and let's not forget the rising hate against trans women in this country. Indigenous women and gender-diverse people are more likely to experience intimate partner violence, intimate partner homicide, sexual assault, and harassment. And among transgender and gender-diverse people, the rate of violence experienced is as high as 59%. But we need to go beyond partisanship. We need to not use tit-for-tat arguments when we're talking about ending gender-based violence. Political games are resulting in the lives of so many across Canada. We must work together across party line in unity to end the crisis of gender-based violence. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. It is a human rights issue. It is something that all parties and all levels of government need to come together to meaningfully address. But when it comes to possible solutions to this epidemic, we aren't in the dark. Through the hard work of survivors, family members, advocates, and researchers, several reports and publications have laid out concrete steps that all leaders, all civil society, in fact, can take to stop gender-based violence. And this includes the 231 calls for justice from the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, the Mass Casualty Commission report, and the Renfrew County Inquest. And these are just a few. We have the research for what is needed. What we need is real political will and accountability mechanisms to ensure that governments commit to solutions and do not marginalize the safety of women, girls, and gender diverse people any longer. We need accountability because it's worth noting, for example, that while the National Inquiry tabled its final report in 2019, in 2024, the Assembly of First Nations found that only 2 of the 231 calls for justice have been fully implemented, something that National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Neepanak called unacceptable. This is why it's so important to fulfill Call for Justice 1.7, to create a national Indigenous human rights ombudsperson and to establish a national human rights and Indigenous tribunal. It's for similar reasons that women's groups are calling for the establishment of an independent gender-based violence commissioner to halt this epidemic. We cannot stand by and hope that leaders fulfill their obligations to end gender-based violence without being held accountable. We cannot accept any more empty gestures while lives are at risk and while women, girls, and gender-diverse people continue to die. Consequences of not addressing the crisis are not worth any more suffering. We need real results because we know what the consequence will be if there's no action. We have seen an alarming rise of dangerous misogynistic hate among extremist groups, producing the same type of rhetoric that inspired the mass femicide at École Polytechnique in 1989. We've also experienced a growth in hateful anti-immigration that leaders are now capitulating to when we know that newcomers and refugees are especially vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. This type of hate has no place in society, and it is critical that every leader take part in condemning and combating it to prevent violent tragedies from occurring. We need far-reaching solutions for a far-reaching crisis. But beyond this, ending this epidemic means providing material support to combat violence. It's essential that we appreciate the weight of this epidemic and that we do not settle for half measures taken out of convenience. According to a recent report by the Women's Shelters Canada, over the past year, women increasingly have been forced to leave shelter spaces and placed in positions of housing insecurity, often being compelled to move back in with an abusive partner. Seriously addressing violence means expanding shelter spaces and building affordable housing with rent geared to income so that survivors of violence have safe living spaces to inhabit when they leave abusers. It means supporting the National Inquiry Call for Justice 4.5 for a guaranteed livable basic income to ensure women and girls and gender diverse people are economically secure and are not vulnerable to economic abuse. And it means combating providing long-term sustainable funding to frontline women's organizations who are in the best place to alleviate this violence epidemic. An epidemic that is so widespread as one requires far-reaching responses. On the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, I call on all my colleagues to join the fight to ensure that everybody enjoys the right to safety and freedom from violence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see that the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request, as the only woman leader in the House of Commons, the opportunity to join in the round of ministerial speeches for this day to end violence against women and gender-based violence.
Those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands has 5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank all my colleagues in this House of Commons because it's a great honour to rise today to speak. And I would like to thank everyone very warmly. I'd like to thank all my colleagues, all the members who spoke today are women. I'd like to thank our minister, also the member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, the member for Shefford, and the member for Winnipeg Centre. It's an honour to work in this place with members who are also feminists, who always stand up to protect the rights of women and the rights of boys and men.
Are recognizing that violence and hatred that breeds violence has no place in our society, yet is taking root in ways we couldn't have imagined.
Today is the day for the elimination of violence, but it's the beginning of a 16-day period of activism of gender-based violence from November 25th until December 10th. I think perhaps it's a coincidence because during this window of dates that we do have the anniversary of the enormous tragedy of Polytechnique.
In the midst of 16 days of activism, which is a global movement together to act together against violence against women. But we know as we stand every year to condemn violence against women, and I know that everyone in this place stands together in this. There's not a single party or a partisan in this place who would not agree that we must end violence against women. We have very strong recommendations from the Mass Casualty Commission on the biggest single shooting mass murder in this country, which took place in Portapique, Nova Scotia, and its environs, calling out that intimate partner violence was one of the roots of the violence that spread to kill so many others who had nothing to do in an intimate way with the killer, except that he ended their lives. Intimate partner violence is on the rise, and we see it. We also see, of course, that the recommendations and the calls for justice of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls Two-Spirit Plus community, those recommendations of that inquiry are not yet implemented. We see it every single day. And in the time since August 15th, 2021, we actually saw the government of Afghanistan shift to one that declared war on its own women. So the Taliban has declared war on its own women, and they run in fear, not allowed to go to school, not allowed to show themselves, not allowed to serve as members of parliament. Violence against women, intimate partner violence, as my colleagues have said. I want to thank the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre for particularly mentioning the violence against trans women, the increased hate, the online social media algorithms that spike rage farming against women, trans women, Indigenous women, women who end up feeling that we are less safe now than we were 15, 20 years ago. We now feel more victimized, more targeted than ever before. And it's not political, it's a cultural and global phenomenon. We saw it in the US election. We must not see it take root in Canada. So today, and I thank my colleagues, particularly colleagues in the Conservative Party, to give me, I wasn't sure I'd have it till the moment I stood. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for unanimous consent, because if we can't stand unanimously in this place without partisanship to say we stand together and we act together, we need to see better training in our police forces. We need to see more action to follow through on all the calls for justice for Indigenous women and girls. That means immediate help after a violent assault, immediate support to victims of sexual violence, immediately supporting the bill that is before us now to end coercive control of women and girls in their own homes. Mr. Speaker, we are united. S'unir pour agir.
Uniting to take action. Today we are together as women, as members of Parliament, as Canadians. Everyone in solidarity to protect the rights of women, of young girls, of our young girls.
And thank you to all my colleagues.
Thank all members. Je remercie tous les collègues d'avoir.
I'd like to thank all members for having participated in this very important debate.
I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statement, the time provided for government orders will be extended by another 29 minutes. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House because of statements by ministers, the period for government orders will be extended by 29 minutes. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to the motion adopted on Thursday, November 21st, 2024, regarding the appearance of the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Centre.
Thank the Honourable Member. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Mr. Genuis, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that the 37th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Friday, March 22nd, 2024, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time. I think colleagues do know about my general fondness for poetry. So as I move this motion on Liberal corruption and double dipping, I thought I might elevate the conversation by briefly reflecting in verse on last week's events. He sought to increase his fee by pretending that he was Cree. What an obscene joke, shared an address with Coke. Wait, not Cree, but Métis. What a corrupt and insane notion. He sure caused quite a commotion. Edmonton Centre is fired. Calgary Skyview may be hired. Could we see a Porch Pirates promotion? For his false Indigenous boast, the minister now is toast. Texts re other Randy. Now that sure was handy. Calgary eyes a minister for Canada Post. Will this scandal cause a prime ministerial shift, or will he just run off to watch Taylor Swift? We need a new direction and a carbon tax election to end this corruption and grift. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to see colleagues from all parties applauding that verse. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are debating concurrence on the 37th report of the Public Accounts Committee. It's a very short report that puts forward a very simple proposition. It says that the committee report to the House that it calls on the government to prohibit any government employee from simultaneously working as an external contractor. And you know, it's really incredible that this even needs to be discussed. No kidding. Because the whole point of contracting out work is that the expertise or the ability to do that work doesn't exist within the public service. So conceptually, the argument is if we don't have someone inside of the public service who can do a particular job, well then maybe there's a case for contracting out to an external company to do work that can't be done by the public service. Maybe there's some logic to that. But we found that there are actually cases. This is incredible. We found there are actually cases where the public service is contracting out to somebody who is also a public servant. Insane. So the government says we don't have the expertise internally, so we're going to go outside of government, contract out to an external company, and that company is owned and operated by someone who is inside the public service. It obviously makes no sense.
Yeah.
And we found out that David Yeo, benefiting from the Arrive scam scandal contracts, was, according to his LinkedIn page, simultaneously a government employee and a government contractor.
No one knew.
So when we asked him at committee, how is it that according to your LinkedIn page, not exactly that private a source, right? Someone could have checked this, right? But according to your LinkedIn page, you're simultaneously a government employee and an external contractor, and that doesn't line up with the timelines that you've presented to committee. He said, well, it's LinkedIn. It's not an authoritative source, except it's his own LinkedIn page that he controls, right? So you have this contractor and government employee who's telling us we can't really believe the things that he wrote on his own LinkedIn page. So it was in the context of this testimony from David Yeo of the Public Accounts Committee and revelations by public servants that this is actually allowed. That according to the rules of this Liberal government, you can actually simultaneously be an outside contractor and a government employee. I put forward, I think, what was a common sense motion to say that the committee report to the House that it calls on the government to prohibit any government employee from simultaneously working as an external contractor. There's no need to contract out the work if there's somebody inside of government who can already do that work. And all opposition parties saw this as common sense. We don't always agree, of course, but all three opposition parties thought this was common sense. But the Liberal members on the Public Accounts Committee actually voted against this motion.
Wow.
They said, wait a second, we're not so sure now. They voted against this motion. So now will be their chance, all members of the Liberal caucus, to vote on double dipping. Should we allow people who are also government employees to simultaneously be outside contractors to the government? Or should we end this practice so that we're contracting out as little as possible, and certainly we shouldn't be contracting out to people who are already in? This absurd practice of double dipping should end. That's why we put forward this motion. It has the support of a majority of the House, and I hope to see it pass today. We'll see how Liberals vote when they have the chance. Now, moreover, though, we have found more recently that double dipping is not just a phenomenon that involves lower-level folks, still insiders in a substantial sense, but lower-level within the pecking order folks like David Yeo. We found out recently that the former Minister of Employment, the member for Edmonton Centre, not only had double identities, but was involved in double dipping. That he owned a company that was bidding on contracts with the federal government while also being a minister in that government. He has a company, Global Health Imports, that, according to text messages, he was directing while in the cabinet. So he's a minister of the Crown. He owns and is directing a company that is bidding on work from the government that he's a part of. So he's making a generous salary from the taxpayer as a cabinet minister, and he's also double dipping through this pandemic profiteering company. And this is a company, Mr. Speaker, as you'll recall, that falsely claimed to be Indigenous owned. The minister himself has made all kinds of contradictory claims, alleging and then admitting that it wasn't true, that he had any kind of Indigenous identity. But in the process, the Liberal Party claimed that he was Indigenous, and then his company claimed to be Indigenous owned based on claims that he had made and claims that the Liberal Party had made on his behalf. And this false information was put forward to try to allow this company, owned by a minister of the Crown, to also double dip and benefit from contracts that came from the government. Now this is really unbelievable. The extent to which this minister has gone, misrepresenting his identity, the Liberal Party supporting him by misrepresenting his identity, and he has continued to be able to benefit from his ownership of Global Health Imports. Now, it's important to emphasize for the House that this scandal is not over. The minister has now left the cabinet. He said that he would like to have the opportunity to defend himself and to respond to the allegations. Well, great. I think he should have the opportunity to come to committee and testify and answer important questions, because we certainly need to get to the bottom of what happened here. But moreover, the company that he owns is still eligible for government contracts. In spite of the fact now that we know, and the minister has admitted, that claims made by Global Health Imports that it was Indigenous owned were totally false, despite knowing that this was an instance of Indigenous identity fraud, that company continues to be eligible to bid for government contracts. And it is frankly disgusting that this Liberal government does not take the growing problem of Indigenous identity fraud. And this is very serious. It doesn't just apply to procurement. I know, having engaged many Indigenous leaders on this issue over the last few months, that there is a broad-based concern about Indigenous identity fraud, about how people who are not Indigenous, often elite insiders seeking more power and benefit for themselves, pretend to be Indigenous in order to gain some kind of advantage. It could be access to academic opportunities. It could be access to sort of platforms and recognition. It could be any number of things. In this case, we're talking about access to government procurement. Procurement opportunities that were supposed to be set aside for Indigenous entrepreneurs, but now you have people who are pretending to be Indigenous, who are not Indigenous, to try to steal those opportunities. The minister's company did this. And although the minister is out of cabinet, he remains a member of the Liberal caucus, and his company continues to be eligible for these contracts. So the double dipping persists. The minister owns this company, former minister owns this company, but he remains a member of the Liberal caucus, he remains a member of Parliament, and his company is still eligible for these contracts. So it's time to end double dipping, end this corrupt grift that has gone on under this government, and stop the member for Edmonton Centre's company, Global Health Imports, from double dipping and bidding on government contracts. It's time to end the corruption and have a new government that stands for the interests of everyday Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable for Courtney Alberni.
I appreciate my colleague outlining that, in this motion, that the government prohibit any government employee from simultaneously working as an external contractor. Well, that completely makes sense. It's logical. This should have been happening years ago. Should have been happening under the Harper government, Mr. Speaker. And my concerns around outsourcing are serious, and I've raised them many times at Government Operations Committee, because we saw companies like Deloitte that got $11 million when the Harper government took over their majority back in 2010, and it tripled, Mr. Speaker, to $38 million. Now it's over $200 million. Guess who sits as managing directors of Deloitte? Former Justice Minister, Conservative Justice Minister Peter MacKay. Former Liberal Cabinet Minister Pierre Pettigrew. Now, Mr. Speaker, we need to stop all of this outsourcing from former politicians as well, Mr. Speaker, as well as former employees leaving the federal government service. Does my colleague not agree?
Well, member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this motion is about policies that allow outsourcing to people who are inside the House. And I think it obviously doesn't make sense to allow outsourcing to people who are already inside the House. Now, it sounds to me like the NDP are saying that they would oppose any instance whatsoever where the government ever uses outside contractors. What we've said is that there's been a significant growth in spending inside the public service, and that there's also been a significant increase in outside contractors. And you have people hired to hire other people, and you have instances of people brought in to provide strategic advice, such as those at McKinsey, that should well be provided within the public service. So we think you can cut down on the abuse of this outsourcing, and there are obvious instances of corruption, misuse of this that can clearly be eliminated, Mr. Speaker. That's what we have committed to tackle right away.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's an interesting. The member brings forward a motion of concurrence and spent most of his time talking about a completely different incident. And it's interesting in the sense that what we've been witnessing for the last 4 or 5 weeks now is a multi-million-dollar game being played by the Conservatives at a great expense to Canadians. And the member, once again, and I suspect he might have the record for the most concurrence reports brought into the chamber, continues to use this as a tool or as a mechanism to filibuster and prevent substantive legislation and other issues come before the House. I'm wondering if he could indicate to the members how it is that he justifies this self-serving, leader-driven, conservative leader-driven policy that they have in terms of abusing the chamber.
The deputy to Sherwood Park versus Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member suggests that I may have the record for moving the most concurrence reports of any member. I do want to thank him very much for those kind words. It's very gracious of him to acknowledge my work in that regard. I'm very proud of having had the opportunity to put forward important motions on substantive policy issues before this House. And in this particular case, actually I spent my entire speech talking about the issue, which is double dipping. Look, Mr. Speaker, we could end this right now. The government could commit to ending all double dipping. In the same way, the government doesn't seem to like the debate that's happening over the privilege issue. We could end that right away if they would just agree to hand over the documents. If you have a majority of the House wanting to see something, ordering the government to do something, it's a minority parliament. The majority of the House should have its way. When the majority of the House says, we want to see the documents, those documents need to be handed over. When you have the majority of the House saying, government should end this double dipping, the government should comply with that. And we end up with a deadlock in the House when the government, representing a minority of seats and a very small minority in terms of public opinion, nonetheless insists on defying the wishes of the House and of the people of Canada. That's where we are right now, and the member, I think, needs to reflect on how his government is refusing to listen to Parliament and the people. And if they did listen to Parliament and the people, if they ended double-dipping, if they handed over the documents that were ordered, then it would be a straightforward matter of proceeding on to the next order of business.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Now, when I was landing in my flight last night about 10 o'clock, got a text from our party saying we want you to speak on concurrence debate. And I said, well, which debate? And they said, well, the scandal. So, of course, my first reaction is, well, what scandal? Is it the Green Slush Fund scandal where the government was funneling $400 million to Liberal insiders, where board and executives admitted they purposely ignored conflict of interest issues? Today in public accounts, we had the vice president, who is from STDC, and she's also on the executive of the STDC. She stated she knew about the conflicts, but that it wasn't her job to do anything about it. She knew for years about the conflicts, but again stated that was someone else's job to deal with. And then the Liberals moved a motion to end the study, to kill the study. And before we could even debate the motion, they moved a further motion to move the debate in camera so they could hide their closure motion in the debate from Canadians. So here we have privileged debate that has been tying up the Parliament for 8 weeks now. On the study itself, the Liberals are trying to kill it. We also found out that this would stop having the industry minister and the environment minister appear before the Public Accounts Committee on the Green Slush Fund, even though they had been called months ago to attend. They're both refusing. And of course, the environment minister, as we are aware, he owned shares of a company called Bicycle Capital, one of the companies that his friend, who was a founder and co-owner, bilked taxpayers millions and millions despite having a clear conflict of interest. But that was okay because the minister's partner said she and the minister only benefited a little from the corruption, only several $100s. But I want to read from the Canadian Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act. It states, subsection 12.2, no director shall profit or gain any income or acquire any property from the foundation or its activities. So here we have the Minister of the Environment's partner violating the Act itself, and the Liberals vote to shut down the motion. Minister of Environment and his partners stuffing their pockets with taxpayers' money, and the Liberals move to stop the investigation and account. But it turns out that was not the scandal we want to talk about today. I wondered, is it the sister scandal of the Green Slush Fund? This is the Net Zero Accelerator, where the government gave $8 billion to corporations that turns out were not eligible. Canadian dollars actually went to a company that produces cars with slave labor, slave Uyghur labor. This company has also been named as a war sponsor for Putin's war against Ukraine for supporting the Russian finances. But this government gave money to it through the Net Zero Accelerator. Great news, Canadians. You're subsidizing Putin's war against Russia thanks to this government. We also found out that money received by a company for the Net Zero Accelerator is being sued right now because they were using the money to pay off ISIS. Canadian taxpayers' money are going to a multi-billion-dollar international company that is diverting the money to ISIS so they can operate in Syria. But it's not that scandal. Perhaps it's the other Randy scandal, where the former Minister of Employment continued to do business with shady business partners while in cabinet when, of course, the rules say he can't. Of course, he denied that and blamed the other Randy. Perhaps the same other Randy who claimed Indigenous status to bid on government business contracts. The same other Randy whose business shared an address with someone who had tied up in cocaine trafficking. Stephen Anderson, the other Randy's partner, somewhere is probably out there expressing extreme disappointment in his choice of business partners. But it's not that scandal either. It's ArriveCan. Of course, where the Liberal government paid millions to well-connected shady middlemen for nothing, to do no work, for an app that doesn't work. A $60 million app $80,000 app that ballooned to about $60 million, and we don't know how much. The Auditor General can't even track how much because of the poor record keeping. This was an app that paid GC Strategies, a well-connected duo, $15 million to merely outsource the work to other consultants. So what was the Liberal reaction when we first brought up this egregious use of taxpayers' money? Well, we had the government claiming, you're a vax denier if you think ArriveCan is a waste of money. Nothing about the warnings of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money going out the door. Nothing about the shoddy oversight. Nothing about companies writing their own requirements for sole source contracts to be given to them. No, if you disagree with any of this, you're an anti-vaxxer. Apparently, the Auditor General to this government is an anti-vaxxer itself. So if you're concerned, of course, about cost overruns, insiders getting rich, and an app that actually sent 10,000 people into quarantine in error, yes, you're a vax denier. The app error that sent the 10,000 people, by the way, wasn't even checked to see if it was working correctly before it was released by the government. In committee, CBSA admitted they didn't even check the update to see if it worked before sending all those people in. When people got angry and started confronting the government about this, they changed their mind. It wasn't being a vax denier if you had a problem with ArriveCan. It was ArriveCan was saving lives. We had the member for Mount Royal. Madam Speaker, we will not apologize for an app that saved lives. It was put in place of being a COVID. We had the member from Oakville, Burlington. It saves lives. The member from Eglinton Lawrence, when he was minister, saved thousands of lives. we put this question to the Public Health Agency, and they came back and said, well, actually it didn't save lives, but it helped us keep a track of paperwork. And what's amazing after all of this government gave an award to CBSA for purchasing. They gave them an award, an Unsung Hero Award, for the procurement team for the purchase and development of ArriveCan. This Liberal government would give an Unsung Hero Award to the iceberg that sank the Titanic, or perhaps an Unsung Hero Award to Anderson Consulting for their great work on Enron. Now, in the report itself, I want to read a few things. This is the at-a-glance report from the Auditor General on ArriveCan. Overall, the Canadian Border Service Agency, the Public Health Agency, and Public Service and Procurement, three of the largest departments, repeatedly failed to follow good management practices in contracting, development, and implementation. CBSA's documentation, financial records, and controls were so poor that we are unable to develop or to determine the precise cost of the ArriveCan application. So think about that. We think it's $60 million, but it could be a lot more. The Auditor General, even with all her resources, cannot determine, because of the mess of this government, how much was spent and wasted. CBSA further disregarded its policies, controls, and transparency in the contracting process, restricted opportunities for competition, and undermined value for money. We found deficiencies in CBSA, how they manage contracts, and lack of concern about value for money. Further, it says, we're concerned that essential information such as clear deliverables and required qualifications were missing. We found details about the work performed were often missing on invoices, supporting the timesheets submitted were missing as well. This gets to the root of ArriveCan, but also the Green Slush Fund and all the other scandals. Taxpayers are being defrauded. The Auditor General stated very clearly, the evidence is stated as such, and we heard that as much in committee. It's time for this government to come clean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You notice over the last number of weeks, the Conservatives like to talk about scandals, and they'll come up with, a number of different types of scandals, and what they always avoid talking about is the record of their own leader of the Conservative Party today, when he was in fact sat around the cabinet, directly involved in scandals himself, let alone being in contempt of Parliament, and so many other things. I have a booklet that I often refer to, Stephen Harper's Serial Abuser of Power, Scandals, Corruption, Abuse of Power. It doesn't even have the ETS scandal in here, Mr. Speaker. It's a pretty good-sized book, lots of pages to it, I can say that much. And the question I have for my friend and colleague across the way is, would he not agree that behavior from the past is a good way to reflect in terms of what it is that the leader of the Conservative Party would really be like if he was Prime Minister, given the number of scandals he was directly involved in, such as trying to prevent people from being able to vote?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the behaviors of the presence. We have the Green Slush Fund, where $400 million of taxpayers' money went to Liberal-connected insiders. We have the Minister of Environment, co-owner of one of the largest recipients of the slush fund, where his partner stated to committee that it was okay because they barely defrauded taxpayers of anything. This member opposite should confront the issues of today, fix these issues instead of squandering his time in the House, floundering, looking to blame others from the past.
The honourable member from Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, look, the whole outsourcing thing has become a gravy train for Liberal and Conservative insiders, and not just insiders, Mr. Speaker. I highlighted earlier that you've got Peter MacKay, the former Conservative cabinet minister, Pierre Pettigrew, former Liberal cabinet minister, sitting as managing directors at Deloitte. Mr. Speaker, Deloitte has gotten over $1.2 billion from this government. And, Mr. Speaker, we saw it skyrocket under the Conservatives. In fact, outsourcing doubled under the Harper government and has quadrupled under the Liberal government. We've seen former staff, the former president of the CBSA. He moves across, finishes his time serving the Canadian public, goes and works for PricewaterhouseCoopers, and they go from $32 million in outsourcing to $115 million in 1 year, Mr. Speaker. It's got to stop. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, who, as chair of the Government Operations Committee, I've had the fortune to work with him, who has not had and blocked, literally, because the NDP has been wanting Deloitte in front of that committee because of the gross amount of money. They're getting $275 million in government outsourcing a year, Mr. Speaker. That was $11 million in 2015, Mr. Speaker. But the Conservatives and Liberals have teamed up and they blocked the Government Operations Committee from bringing Deloitte to testify about what's happening, who's involved, why is this out of control outsourcing happening, and why are Canadian taxpayers being milked like this?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I enjoyed my time with him on the Operations Committee, the mighty Ogo, of course, and he brings up a lot of valid points. We're not blocking Deloitte. We are just seized with other scandals at the time. Perhaps if he would stop supporting a Liberal government that stumbles from scandal to scandal, votes with us to bring them down, then we can get back to the business of fixing the government.
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent pour une...
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Quick question.
From Edmonton Centre, and unfortunately, his business is still active in the list. Do you think it's correct?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. No, it's not correct. We asked repeatedly in the Operations Committee, the member from Edmonton Centre, the GHI, are they still able to bid on government business? GC Strategies, embroiled in the ArriveCan scandal, has been banned from bidding on Canadian or on government business. The Liberals, for some reason, refuse to ban the member from Edmonton Centre's company from bidding on lucrative government contracts.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad you recognized me. I'm a bit far from the chair, a bit further than I was before, and I don't get the opportunity anymore to rise in the House all that often, and this will be the last time. Even though I won't officially be leaving until January, today will be my last speech in the House. So I have a lot of emotions I'm feeling. The first time I spoke in the House was in October 13th, 2004. I was sitting way over there near the curtains. I was a bit thinner and my hair was a bit darker. And I was a bit, just a bit nervous, Mr. Speaker. So it's been 20 years and a bit since then. And my first speech was the beginning of a big adventure, but it was also the end of a long journey that ended in me becoming a member of Parliament. And just between you and me, Mr. Speaker, this really is in my DNA, and it's really my father's fault, if you will. I've already talked about my father here in the House. He was a candidate for governor of a province, and Chile was under military rule at the time. He was a political prisoner at one point, but he was just a student, and he was advocating on behalf of mothers with disappeared children. He was jailed and tortured. And during the night, 2 bombs exploded in our house. So we were all injured, my parents, my sisters, and myself. We survived, but we all knew it was just a matter of time before he was killed. So we left Argentina. We took off, we escaped, and we wound up in Quebec, in Canada. None of us spoke any English or French, really not at all. And we lost everything when we fled Argentina.
And, you know, when you leave a country, when you're fleeing, you take very little with you. So my mother worked as a cleaning lady, and I went to help her. And we had to turn to food banks very often. And we went to the Salvation Army as well. I remember wandering the aisles of the Salvation Army. But because of my parents' diligent work and their perseverance, they became teachers. They graduated, and my father was a professor at the University of Sherbrooke for over 20 years. And I can't tell you how this example led the way for me. He showed me what was possible when you make an effort and when you work hard. And so this is also thanks partially to the outstretched hands of Quebecers who welcomed us so warmly. They helped us. And I remember a conversation that I had with my father. It was at the very beginning when we had just arrived. He had lost friends. He'd survived torture and bombings. And he said to me, "Son, Canada is a welcoming country. It's a land of opportunity. You can do everything you want here, anything you want, but please don't go into politics." I didn't listen to him, Mr. Speaker. That time I didn't listen to him. But on another occasion, he said to me, "Human beings do not have any perfect tools to change or improve the world. But what they do have is politics," and that's where I listened to him, and I started to be a militant. I started to be a supporter in college and university, and my commitment really took off when I started to support the Young Liberals. And that was a fascinating time, and my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois will remember. In fact, all of my colleagues will remember. It was a time where it was just after the Meech Lake Accord, which people should have accepted. So that was a huge error. So it was in the early 1990s. And there was the Bélanger-Campeau Commission, the Charlottetown referendum, the 1995 referendum on sovereignty. And I was a spokesperson for the Young Liberals, and people really were not supportive of the 1995 referendum. And it was a very lively and stimulating period. And I continued to advocate in politics. And so when I was elected in 2004, I came to the House of Commons, and I thought I was great because I said, I know what politics is. I've been working with the party forever. But when I saw my face on a poster for the first time, I said, "Wow, this is real." And I know everyone in this house they've felt this. When you see your face on a poster, it changes everything. And that's when you understand that you have a responsibility. And I realized that I still had a great deal to learn. And I'd like to thank the person, Paul Martin, who was the first person to give me this chance. I would like to thank him for believing in me. It is without you, Mr. Martin, I would never be here. And one of the things that I'm the most proud of over the past 20 years is the adoption of my Bill C-288, which forced the Harper government to make reports to attain the Kyoto targets. And I'd like to thank Elizabeth May, or rather the leader of the Green Party, for clapping for me. And so I'd like to, as my daughter knows, I worked in collaboration with the Bloc Québécois, with the NDP, and we managed to get the bill through. And that is very, very rare, Mr. Speaker. And it's the proof that not only we do politics together, but everyone wins when we work together because it is possible to do so, Mr. Speaker. And politics allow us to work with exceptional people. I'm talking about men and women of great value on both sides of the House. On both sides of this House, Mr. Speaker. And I developed a great deal of respect and friendship for some of them. And I'm thinking of the member for Louis Saint-Laurent. He's a real gentleman. I'm thinking of my friend from La Prairie, who is the House Leader for the Bloc Québécois, and my friend, the member for New Westminster Burnaby. And I would like to remind the Leader of the NTB that it is thanks to his party that I had no job, and I was on vacation in 2011, so thank you for that break. I really appreciate it. But I'm saying this sincerely, Mr. Speaker, because I learned more from that defeat than from my 6 election victories. I learned a lot from that. There were many, many lessons to be drawn from that when you lose an election. Now, I'm very stubborn, though, so when I started once again on May 3rd. I wanted to reflect on why we had lost. I wanted to rebuild the party. I wanted to reach out to the citizens of Montmorency, and they said, they had said, no, thank you, Pablo, not this time. We're going to try someone else. And during that same period, I became friends with a very tall young man who with a great deal of hair, and he became the leader of the party. And I would like to thank the Prime Minister. Thank you, Prime Minister, for your friendship, for your guidance. And so we won leadership. We won in 2015, 2019, 2021. So it's not too bad, Mr. Speaker. We did this for all of Quebec, for all of Canada. And I would like to say, Prime Minister, that it's been an honor to serve at your side. I would also like to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to thank the people who choose to serve the public and who do it in the shadows. And Geneviève Boisvert does not like to be thanked, but she is here. She has been my chief of staff, my assistant for many, many years, and I owe her so very much. And to all those who worked with me, whether it be in the whip's office, in the House Leader's office, at Canadian Heritage, at Transport, with the Quebec Lieutenant, I would like to thank all of you so much from the bottom of my heart.
As an MP, as a minister, much easier, and your friendship has made it much more enjoyable and quite often really fun, I have to admit. Really, really fun. I love you guys. Thank you so much. And to the public servants, the House of Commons staff, from the kitchen to the pages, thank you for choosing to serve our most prestigious democratic institutions. Et puis à ceux qui sont tout pour nous.
And to those who are everything for us, Roxane, Beatrice, I have no words to express how much I owe you. There are no words, really. You know how much I love you, how much I am grateful for your support, for your encouragement, for your guidance, because none of this would have been possible without you. Today, I want everyone to know what wonderful women you are. I admire you deeply, and I love you.
Monsieur le Président, durant toute...
Mr. Speaker, throughout the years I spent here, I always fought for Quebec. And every time I studied a file, I asked myself, is this a good thing for Quebec? And in fact, defending and promoting Quebec interests has been a constant task for me. And as Lieutenant of Quebec, I was able to be the voice for the regions with regard to their priorities. I worked with the caucus president, for example, on the Pont Champlain, high-speed internet across Quebec. I had the opportunity to work on negotiations with the Quebec government on files that have made a real difference for Quebecers: health, housing, daycare. And whether it was as Quebec Lieutenant or Minister of Canadian Heritage, I defended Quebec culture and its language. I protected them from the web giants because protecting and promoting our culture also means ensuring the vitality of our identity as a nation, Mr. Speaker. And I also made it a point to defend the local media because they are strong and independent, and we need them to remain so. That is the very foundation of democracy. And, Mr. Speaker, I worked with a member for Drummondville and the leader of the NDP, and I would like to thank that person from the bottom of my heart. Like my father before me, I am deeply convinced that we can tackle the challenges that rise up, but we have to be able to trust our leaders and our institutions, and that confidence and trust must be deserved, and it is up to us to deserve it. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know, on September 19th, I crossed the Alexander Bridge, and I went to your riding to throw my hat in the ring for the leadership of the Quebec Liberals. That's where everything started for me, and that's where I'm going to continue to fight for Quebec. You know, over the past years, I spent a lot of times discussing with people, and they said that things are not going so well in Quebec. And so I think that by running for leadership, I can make this change. So I decided to throw my hat in the ring, as I said, in company with my family. And by crossing the bridge, I leave my friends from Quebec, the caucus, and you know, you included, Mr. Speaker, people for who I'm very fond of, who I admire, and I've worked so hard to make a change in politics. And by crossing this bridge, I'm leaving behind a large part of my career, of my life. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, I did the very best I could. No one's perfect. But I did everything I did was with conviction. I did the best I could, to the best of my abilities, with a deep love for this House, for Quebec, for democracy. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I started in 2004 by thanking my constituents for Honoré Mercier. And these will be my last words as well. Without your generosity, your support, your friendship, your trust, none of this would have been possible. The past 20 years have been a true honor for me to serve you. It has been the honor of my life, and I don't know how to thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Father, for having taught me to fight for the truth. Thank you. I love you.
C'est au tour de l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I love decorum, but I am going to turn my back on you. Please don't take it personally. On August 5th, 2015, it was the first time that we met, but it was on air, Mr. Speaker, because 10 times during the 2015 campaign, we had a debate with 2460, and I was always with the member for Honoré Mercier. So the first 10 times, we fought all the time, because even though he said, I'm not looking for a fight, he always fought. And I defended the Conservatives, he defended the Liberals, but we started to respect each other as well. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend my friend, the member for Honoré Mercier. His personal story is extremely inspiring for one and all, and he told us about it just now. Son of immigrants, immigrants who were expelled from their country through violence. He came here to Quebec, to Canada, and he didn't know who Guy Lafleur was. He didn't know what beau dommage was, and he only spoke Spanish. A few years later, he spoke 3 languages. He could break down every single play by Guy Lafleur, and he knew all the words to all the songs by beau dommage. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, he said that his greatest happening in his life was having been the Minister of Heritage, because he's a musician, he's an artist, and he's someone who is very passionate. I hope I'm not revealing any secrets here. And I know that he is going to continue with the same qualities, the same ambitions, but on another territory. Mr. Speaker, no one's perfect. Now, his way of politics was a little bit different. His political party is different. And he said earlier, just now, that perhaps his best political experience was his defeat. He has 6 victories and 1 defeat. I have 6 victories and no defeats, and I'm not looking for a defeat, but it's true that we learn that way, because he lost the riding of Honoré Mercier, and that means that is the proof that no one is immune. Anyone could lose their seat because of a wave that comes surging forward. So this can happen to anyone. It happened to the member for Honoré Mercier. So when this happens, either we give up or we stand up and we address the situation and we finish by winning again. And that's what happened with my colleague. Curiously, Mr. Speaker, he did not make cabinet right away, and I was very surprised. And you remember what Jean Lapierre said with a great deal of affection for the member for Honoré Mercier, but it's not because he wasn't a minister right away that he didn't do his work. He became Minister of Transport and then Minister of Heritage. And he was the parliamentary leader of the government. So I had the honor to sit as parliamentary leader of the opposition when Aaron O'Toole was the leader. And I can tell you something, Mr. Speaker. This man did not seek quarrel, because we talked a lot and we discussed a great deal, because, yes, it seems in politics as if we're fighting all day long. And it does happen. But the reality is that we must maintain an interesting dialogue. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say this guy was a bit of a sneak recently, because he never told me that he was going to run for the leadership. So I found him to be a bit secretive, but we'll see what the Quebecers decide when the next Quebec election rolls around. And, Mr. Speaker, I will be very honored to receive my friend in my riding of Louis Saint Laurent. I have some friends there, and I'd be very happy to welcome him. Mr. Speaker, in closing, we have many things in common, the member for Honoré Mercier and myself. We're both the sons of immigrants. Some people say that we don't have the same hair, or we do have the same hair, but I don't have a beard. We both have daughters. My daughter is named Beatrice, like his, and I would like to commend and salute his daughter today. And I would like to commend all the members of the family. It is a real honor to have you here, and I would like to, and it is very touching to see the affection that the member has for his family. Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that brings us together, us two. It is the same passion for Canada. I wish you all the best, my friend. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that the member for Honoré Mercier learned a great deal from his election defeat, but unfortunately, the member for Louis Saint Laurent has not lost, so we don't know what his limits are. I've lost 3 times. I'm used to it. So, Mr. Speaker, it is an honor for me to underline the departure of this honourable member. And I have to say that at first, our colleague, well, he was part of a government that constantly interfered in the areas of jurisdiction of Quebec. And so we said, finally, you should just go to Quebec if you want to keep interfering. And he did. So thanks for listening to the Bloc Québécois. Now, when he says that, people say that the Bloc isn't good for anything, but now you see that it is. The member for Honoré Mercier is the mini-wheats of the House of Commons. You know, mini-wheats, there was one side that was frosted and one side that was healthy. Well, the member has definitely a side that is fun and a side that is wise. And since we were House leaders at the same time, I saw both his frosted and his healthy sides. So he certainly liked to provoke me, and, he yelled a lot during question period, but we loved it. Everyone finds him funny. Everyone loves him, and we do as well. And I had told him, well, I didn't stand up here to pick a fight, and he said that we were grouchy, but that is not why I'm speaking today. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I don't have... I called him the Pablo Principle. I know I'm not allowed to say his name, but I called him the Pablo Principle. So he knew that we had 2 or 3 questions at a time. And so he started out, very quietly with his first answers. But when we got to our last question, then he was on fire. He really told us what he thought, and he knew that we couldn't get back at him. That is the Pablo Principle. So I don't know if everyone caught this, but if the Conservatives decide, if they get to that side of the House, well, I have some, they can take him as an example. He is a wise aspect as well, and I appreciated it.
You are made of the same ilk as the member for Louis Saint Laurent. You're a great man. You're great people. When it's time to put partisanship aside, then you do so to discuss and make files move forward. I'm still leader of the Bloc in the House, and my honourable colleague was the Quebec lieutenant for his political formation. And I told him, I'm your natural ally. I'm the leader in the House of the Bloc Québécois. My aim is to defend Quebec. That's it. Easy. And your job, I said to him, is to be lieutenant, and so you will defend Quebec as well. And I would like to say that when we've collaborated, and my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent as well, when we all work together, Quebec would win, would come out stronger. And a lot of colleagues don't realize how much we've worked together and found solutions together. Sometimes I'd talk more to this MP than my wife. We were always on the phone. It wasn't always easy. He'd say, Alain, we are trying to build a plane while it's already flying. To me, it's feasible, but it's not an easy feat. So we had work to do. We had to work, and we did together. And I've always enjoyed working with my colleague. I have huge esteem for him. Sometimes, unfortunately, people talk about the honourable member to those who haven't been to Parliament, and people only hear about his fiery side. They say, no, he's only fiery. That's not a good thing. And I say, no, he's great. He has 2 sides. And I'll never forget the work we've done together, Mr. Speaker. Of course, he loves Quebec in his own way. I love Quebec in my way. But we must respect the fact that we have differing opinions on occasion. We were meant to have a beer together at some point. Of course, he'll take a Canadian and I'll take a bleu. But we can still agree that we like beer. We can still have a beer together. Because I think that our friendship deserves it. I learnt a lot with my colleagues. When I arrived here, I became leader of the Bloc Québécois in the House, but having never been an MP. So I was slightly stressed, and I looked at my colleague across the way, and I learnt a lot from him and the member for Louis Saint Laurent. I didn't say that to him at the time because I didn't want to harm his modesty. He might take himself for a god eventually. It's difficult for me to wish him good luck in the future, and you understand why. But I hope that there won't be a clip of what I said today that will be in Liberal adverts during the 2026 elections. I really hope not. That would be terrible. Because that would really be uncomfortable for me, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to exaggerate a bit, be a bit hyperbolic today, and I can still be kind to my colleague. I knew three great Argentinians, Diego Maradona, Lionel Messi, and Pablo Rodriguez. And so, and I want my last words to him to be the following. See you next time for our next argument, my friend. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm perhaps not happy to have to give this speech today because the Honourable Member is leaving us. And it means that we're losing a certain character in this House. We'll miss him, of course, because he's established a respectful way in dealing with everyone.
After a political career that has lasted a number of decades without a single enemy, Mr. Speaker, this is a remarkable achievement because he's treated every member in the House with respect. And we're all fans of his to varying degrees because we understand that fundamentally he respects Parliament and fundamentally he has respect for each and every one of us. He also has fans right across the country, Mr. Speaker, including my constituent, who insists to this day that the member from Henri-Mercier and the most interesting man in the world in the Dos Equis commercials are the same person. And that is something that my constituent continues to insist on. Il a fait une différence remarquable.
He's made a remarkable difference to this House. And when I think about the Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier, what shows us his leadership and his respect for this institution, but also the respect he has shown for all Canadians, is as follows. It was on the 13th of March 2020. We remember that day. We all remember that day. That was the day Parliament closed during the pandemic. It was a collegial decision. We left this chamber together. The leader of the Bloc Québécois in the House was also there, and we all spoke together with the member for Honoré-Mercier, who was leader of the government in the House at the time. Parliament would no longer sit. And so everything that could be done had to be done unanimously. There were emergency measures that had to be adopted unanimously without Parliament. And I think that as government House leader, he made a real difference because we had to work together to adopt bills. We had to do so unanimously. And every time, his leadership and his respect had us working till midnight, but it allowed us to make all the decisions, all the important decisions that were necessary to make sure that people had food, had what they needed to keep their businesses open. All these elements are thanks, among other things, to the leadership of the Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. He respected our institution, and he respected everyone in that institution. He's a federator, and he would always find a roadmap to get to the end of our troubles. And he showed this throughout the pandemic and after the pandemic. My colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent talked about it, talked about his greatest work as Minister for Canadian Heritage. Once again, he showed a lot of respect for people, including myself. I don't agree with my colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent. He was a good member of Canadian Heritage, and then he had this same federative power in his other portfolios. He had great love for Quebec, that is for sure. A great love that he showed throughout his career, and great love for Canadians that he has shown innumerable times through all of the work that he has undertaken. All we can say now is good luck, my friend. Good luck for your next challenge, and we'll miss you greatly. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are gathered to pay tribute to a man whose commitment, whose wisdom, and whose determination have marked this institution, but also marked Quebec and our country as a whole. My colleague, my friend, the Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier, spent many, many years of his life serving Canadians. His career is a shining example of what it truly means to be devoted. He overcame complex challenges with admirable tenacity, and his actions have left an indelible mark on our common history. His vision allowed us to make huge progress in a variety of fields. Thanks to your leadership, we have been able to overcome obstacles and build bridges where there seemed to be no bridge possible. Beyond your political successes, your integrity, your humanity, and your listening skills that will always stay with us. You have remained true to your values. You're not only a colleague that I commend today, but a friend and a brother, a mentor, and a source of inspiration. My friend, my colleague, the member for Honoré-Mercier, I know you. You have a strong will to act, a solid will, an ambitious and rigorous will, especially when you defend the interests of Canadians. Your heritage and what you leave us will continue to guide us as a model to follow. I can finally say this. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for having defended Quebec. Thank you for having defended Canada. And a billion thanks for having defended the French language in Canada. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I fully agree with my friend, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. It's not a pleasant speech to be giving. It's a sad speech because I have been working with our honourable colleague in a minority situation with a prime minister. We started working together even before I was a member. We became colleagues over the years and friends. It's a sad moment, but it's always nice to be together as MPs, especially when there's someone around us that has everyone's respect. I'd like to thank the member for Louis Saint Laurent. I fully agree with what he said, but my colleague for La Prairie, perhaps my honourable colleague would like to join the Green Party. because the future is green. My dear colleague from the Liberal Party, there are many words to add after all of these speeches. What is clear is that our colleague has had a difficult life.
His childhood in Argentina, in a time of conflict. Son père.
His father was a victim of torture.
It would be in a time like that with a junta killing people. It's a hard childhood to have, and as my colleagues have said, to come here without a word of English or French, little guy speaking only Spanish, and here we are, tout le monde ici dans le champ.
And everyone in the House pays tribute to our colleague and our friend. Like my colleague for New Westminster Burnaby said, there's not a single person here who doesn't love him. And that's extraordinary. What a great situation to be in for a politician in our country. So that's just one thing. I just have one thing to say. I'll miss you. And I hope that in the future we will work together. Perhaps me as Prime Minister, who knows? I always have high hopes.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to our friend, Pablo. It was a no small thing to get a private member bill through that protected Kyoto for as long as that bill lasted. Really grateful to my colleague and my friend. And I think we're all going to miss him. And thank you. Merci tout le monde.
Thank you, everyone.
Chers collègues,
Dear colleagues, it is said that we're happy to see someone apart from the day he arrives and the day he leaves. But that's not the case for the Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier, who is someone who has shown that this chamber is a special one. His collegiality and the friendship we all have for him is extraordinary. I would like to commend the Honourable Member. He is a long-term friend. We've known each other for nearly 31 years. And he was right. Back then, he had his beard, but it was black. He was a bit thinner than he is now, but he was still elegant. He absolutely loves his nation and his country. And I've learned a lot from him. Everyone has said so. We'll miss you, my friend. And I would like to say thank you for everything that I've learned from you. I would like to thank you for all your work that you have undertaken here in Ottawa. And I have nothing but good hopes for your future. Thank you very much.
Je vais profiter de cette occasion pour vous.
I want to take the opportunity to say that it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Ethics. The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, Housing. And the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby, Health.
On va tenter une minute avant de.
We'll just wait a minute before continuing.
OK, si tout le monde veut...
Okay, if everyone would please pay attention to what we're debating currently. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for patiently waiting for the professions of love to wrap up before I began my speech. I had many occasions to cross paths with the member. I wish him every success in Quebec, and I wish him I have nothing but the best wishes for him. So today we're talking about a report from the Public Accounts Committee, where I have the honor of being the vice chair. And we're talking about ArriveCAN, but also about an issue that came up in our study. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? I see a couple of people. They see me now.
The time and the sound in the chamber.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Well, yeah, the curtains are not sound blockers. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll continue, Mr. Speaker. So the committee unanimously passed a report about a particularly troubling thing, and the committee called on the government to ban public servants from simultaneously working privately. It's like asking a young person to do their homework. It's as simple as that. How can the government tolerate that for years a public servant of one of the highest security departments, National Defense, was at the same time simultaneously a contractor for the same department and for other departments too? It's not very encouraging that the Public Accounts Committee should have to make that kind of recommendation. So let's go back over the context, because we still haven't had any accountability around ArriveCAN. No minister has taken responsibility. No one has taken responsibility for what happened with ArriveCAN. So let's just go back over what happened. The Office of the Auditor General a few months ago, in early 2024, published a report on the management of the ArriveCAN app. And according to the Auditor General, this was the worst case of mismanagement she'd ever seen in her career. The app that was supposed to cost $80,000 initially ended up costing $60 million. The Auditor General's report reveals the role of the company GC Strategies in all of this. And then there was another company that was paid out in connection with ArriveCAN. So a two-person company pocketed $7.9 million. The company's name is Dalian. So they were paid $7.9 million for the ArriveCAN app. $7.9 million for a sole proprietorship. That's quite a lot of money for something that was only supposed to cost $80,000 initially. And what we also learned is that this was just the tip of the iceberg. And people in English like to talk about double dipping. So that's another issue that arose in connection with ArriveCAN. So people who are getting paid a salary and getting paid as contractors at the same time. And so it's just impossible that people could have been working, wearing two hats at the same time. So it's normal and to be expected that in a healthy democracy that parliamentarians who are responsible for ensuring that government operates properly, it was only to be expected that we take a closer look at what happened and make sure it doesn't happen again. So there were huge problems in terms of supply for at least 15 years now. This is how the government's been operating. It's so hard to get into the pre-selection of companies that the government deals with small companies that don't provide any services. They just look for others to provide. They're like the middleman. And so the government started investing huge amounts. They tripled and quadrupled and quintupled the amount of money they were spending on contractors. And the prices just went up. But the value of the service provided was no better. So the CEO pocketed between 12 and 20% of the commissions. David Yeo, the CEO, who did nothing other than act as a middleman. So the taxpayer ultimately ends up paying a lot more than they should have because we have a dysfunctional department. So what happens is often the same person is the contractor and the subcontractor. So we're paying more than twice. You pay for staff, you pay for the contractor, and then other people are paid as employees of the contractor, as subcontractors. So what we found was a company that took advantage of a system that's broken, and they pushed that advantage to the extreme. David Yeo is the owner of Dalian and has been since 2001. And according to the Department of National Defense, Dalian received $200 million from the federal government since 2015. And another company, Caradex, had purchased shares in Dalian. They shared the same offices, and the directors of the same people were the directors of both companies. More specifically, in the ArriveCan scandal, in December 2023, David Yeo was hired by National Defense, and he had to fill out a form. He had to make a statement, a declaration. And in September, 9 days later, a contract was signed between National Defense and Dalian. Signed by who, Mr. Speaker? Signed by David Yeo himself. David Yeo, who had just started working at National Defense 9 days earlier. And then in October of last year, when he was still a staffer at National Defense, a full-time employee, he appeared before the OGO committee as the owner of Dalian. But when I asked the question of the Department of Defense, how is it that this person is the witness? And the answer from the department was, well, you know what, we don't really follow parliamentary committees and what they're doing. So, and we were asking, like, well, how is it that you're paying the same person twice for doing the same job, for doing the same work? It's shameful that they had no idea what was going on. And then in February 2024, the department learned of the relationship between David Yeo and Dalian, and only in March of this year did David Yeo resign from National Defense. We also learned from various sources that Mr. Yeo has accounts in tax havens. So he appeared before committee, but his answer was incredible. I asked him things about the tax havens, and he said, well, I'm very interested in international affairs, so I'm interested in how you do business in various countries like Barbuda. I'm just interested in how business is conducted. And so I go around and I open accounts here and there just for fun. And no joking, that's exactly what he answered me. I like doing business in tax havens just because it's fun out of curiosity. Yeah, sure. Sure thing. Here's another example of a company. When I was talking about commissions that some companies charge for providing no service. So there's a very good example, KPMG, that got $20 million, $80 million rather, and some of that was in connection with ArriveCan. So KPMG had determined that government officials decided that KPMG was the firm that was capable of providing the service. So they selected KPMG, but they went through GC strategy. So ultimately, taxpayers paid, even though the provider had already been identified, KPMG, taxpayers still had to pay a commission of $84,000 to GC Strategies, who then referred the work to KPMG. But the government officials, had already identified the provider. So that $84,000 was pure theft, Mr. Speaker. That commission that GC Strategies charged. So I think the most important point, for the sake of today's report, which we're debating here and now, that report was unanimously adopted here in the House. And why? Because it goes without saying that all taxpayers, Quebecers and Canadian taxpayers, often and repeatedly have the feeling that they've been swindled. And I'd also like to talk about the saga at SDTC, but I think my colleagues are a bit sick and tired of hearing about SDTC, but I think it's a very important issue. And the questions from my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou do a good job of illustrating the problem, and that is paying double for everything. There's interference in Quebec's jurisdiction, and at the same time, federal jurisdiction is very poorly managed. Just think of the passports and CRA. So even in the federal government's own areas of jurisdiction, they're doing a poor job. They hire consultants to help. They have enlarged the public service. And then right under the federal government's noses, there are people who decide, probably because they know they can do it with impunity. There's no consequence. They can basically charge double. They can be staff and contractors at the same time. So there are people who are doing both, wearing both hats and double dipping. And I said this before, the average person feels that they're getting ripped off. They're getting swindled. I gave a couple of examples just now in my speech, but there are many more. And I don't want to get into conservative scandals that preceded. But there was the ad scam or the sponsorship scandal in 2002. There was ultra-rich Chinese businessmen who paid for access to the Prime Minister. There were the trips by the Prime Minister to various countries, which were very expensive. There was the We charity, the SNC-Lavalin scandal. There was the travel expenses scandal involving $190,000 in airline food, $160,000 for a holiday trip to Jamaica, $1.66 million for a trip to India. Then there was the scandal of the member for Parliament for Edmonton Centre, the former Minister of Employment. Then there's the SDTC scandal. We're talking about tens of millions of dollars in that case. And last week at committee, we learned that the former president of the board of the chairman of the board of directors had invested in a venture capital fund, which was getting money from the government. So she was getting richer personally based on funds that she had received from the government of Canada. I don't know what you want to call it, Mr. Speaker, but it's certainly scandalous. But people are getting inured to scandals. Let's also talk about Coradix. That's the firm that was associated with Dalian, and Coradix owned 49% of Dalian. Coradix is now suing the government. You have to have quite the nerve to sue the government for something like that. So they shared offices, and the guilty parties were not even suspended. And Mr. David Yeo belongs to an Indigenous community, and so their offices were shared, Coradix and Dalian, in downtown Ottawa, and they had the same speaker on their respective board of directors, the same chairman, rather, of the board of directors, and they managed a total of 475 IT consultants for the federal government in return for healthy commissions. So there were tons of people who knew what was going on, and they quite simply said nothing. And now that company has the nerve to seek financial compensation from the federal government because of the contracts were suspended. And yet they knew that the owner of the company that they were 49% owners of, they know that that CEO was double dipping, and yet they have the nerve to seek financial compensation. Compensation basically for turning a blind eye to what was going on. And we're not just talking about getting money back for past contracts. This is all about the suspended contracts. And they feel like they're being unfairly punished for basically turning a blind eye to a very reprehensible act, which was stealing from taxpayers. So I certainly hope the government will take a hard line on this litigation, because what they've done is exposing the government to ridicule, and I hope they don't become even more ridiculous by paying even more taxpayer money to a company that turned a blind eye to wrongdoing. Because I think the taxes of my constituents, and I don't want their tax dollars going to a company like that. So, Mr. Speaker, to wrap up, in a healthy democracy, people need to have confidence in their institutions. Respect for institutions is very important. And right now, with scandal after scandal, our constituents feel that they've been ripped off. And there was the SDTC scandal. And that scandal is a huge scandal. And right now, it's paralyzing the House. But what people see is, okay, it's just another scandal. And what's going to happen next week with the next report from the Auditor General? Are people going to just get blasé about these things? Are the media just going to say, well, here, it's just another Liberal scandal? No, it's important for people to take an interest, to pay attention to what's going on, to see how their tax dollars are being managed. It's fundamental in a healthy democracy for people to have confidence in their institutions. And what I really hope for today is that the government, with this report, which speaks for itself, and it's important to mention it again here in the House, it's just all about respect. And it's all about our respect for our institutions. It's at the very foundation of our democracy. Thank you. Questions and comments?
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the bloc for her remarks today, and I appreciate working with her on these various issues of Liberal scandal. I wanted to ask her specifically about the company that is owned by the member for Edmonton Centre, still a member of the Liberal caucus. This is a company that continues to be eligible for bids on government contracts. This is a company that committed Indigenous identity fraud, falsely claiming to be Indigenous owned, that continues to be owned by a member of the government caucus. Our position in the Conservative Party is that that company should no longer be able to bid on government contracts. It doesn't make sense for a company that has committed Indigenous identity fraud and that is owned by a member of the government caucus to also simultaneously be bidding on government contracts. Would the member agree that Global Health Imports owned by the member for Edmonton Centre should be barred from bidding on government contracts?
The Honourable Member, I'd like to thank the member for his question. Indeed, the response needs to be studied very carefully. However, a very important point is that I find it regrettable that programs that are supposed to be used for business development businesses owned by Indigenous and First Nations people these programs are designed to help Indigenous people develop their economy, to make them self-sufficient, to develop their knowledge and expertise. And yet that money has been misused, and it is extremely scandalous. As my leader said in a press conference, we are relieved that the minister has finally resigned. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
2 months that this Parliament has done nothing but debate the same thing over and over and over again. I feel like we're immature children in a sandbox as the tsunami comes. We have the Trump election facing us. We have to deal as a nation with serious issues, from his what he's going to do with Putin, to trade wars, to if he moves forward to deport 12 million people with bayonets and soldiers, the massive impact that it's going to have on the border. We have Robert Kennedy, a kook, who believes there's no such thing as safe vaccines. Now, I know many in the Conservative caucus probably agree with the same thing, but that disinformation will have serious impacts on our nation and our ability to keep people safe. I want to ask my colleague, why is it that we are sitting around here going around in circles with the lazy Liberals and toxic Conservatives when we need to actually get a plan in place to show that this democracy can work to address what is going to be coming after January 20th?
The Honourable Member for Delbon. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I have to say that I agree with him 100%. There are a great many issues that are critical, and we cannot speak to them in this House simply because the government refuses to turn over documents that are important. And we know that the further the study on STDI goes, we see that these documents have been hidden in cabinet. There is nothing with regard to the human resources compliance. There's no list of conflicts of interest, and those are all reports that were not that were not turned over. And we would like to get this information from the government, but it keeps on refusing to send it to us, and it is paralyzing the House, and it's a shame. But as my leader said, in conclusion, when we see the Conservatives and the Liberals who fight back and forth and refuse to govern Canada, it's just a reminder for us in the Bloc Québécois that we're better off getting out of here. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Terrebonne for her speech. And every time I hear this matter being addressed, I get shivers. I remember that I replaced my colleague on her committee, the colleague from Beauport-Limoilou, and we were discussing the hiring of these consultants. And when we saw the media, when we saw in the media the explosion of the number of civil servants who were hired, and the government said, well, I don't have expertise, so we have to hire outside consultants. And so they hire public servants with no expertise, and then in addition, they pay external consultants because their own public servants don't have enough expertise. I'm trying to understand. Perhaps my colleague has an explanation. The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. This allows me to review what had happened. The Conservative government under Mr. Harper had slashed the public service, and a great deal of expertise was lost. And so the Liberals, when they came to power, did everything they could to hire people to make up for this expertise, but they turned to consultants as well. So we had one government that slashed the public service and the other one that overhired. And so the whole thing was extremely mismanaged.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to pick up on some comments the member made about Indigenous identity fraud. And as we've been studying the Liberals' Indigenous contracting scandal, how non-Indigenous elite insiders, such as the member for Edmonton Centre, have had companies try to gain access to government contracts that are supposed to be benefiting Indigenous entrepreneurs. And one of the concerns that I've been hearing from Indigenous leaders is that Indigenous identity fraud is a growing problem, and really it's not taken seriously. That the penalties that would normally be associated with fraud just don't seem to be applied in the case of Indigenous identity fraud. So you have people in various places, including as they seek government contracts, pretending to be Indigenous and not facing any consequences. Even if they're found out and they're not able to access whatever those opportunities are, there still aren't penalties. And we see this happening with the former minister from Edmonton Centre, and in particular with his company. The company he owns is still eligible for government contracts. Now, I think in other instances of fraud, this would automatically be taken more seriously. And yet, Liberals are turning a blind eye. They're not taking it seriously. They're not applying penalties when a company, an individual, misrepresents themselves for commercial advantage, pretending to be Indigenous. Why does the member think it is that these Liberals have consistently failed to take the growing problem and the concerns of Indigenous leaders seriously when it comes to Indigenous identity fraud?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. You know, throughout history, the history of the Americas, many errors were made, many injustices were done to the Indigenous peoples. And that is why in Quebec we established a nation-to-nation approach a long time ago with the Indigenous peoples. And I think that it works much better to ensure that every nation feels respected. Instead of that, what we're seeing here is something from the Indian Act. It treats some First Nations as like children who need help. And that is not the best way to repair the errors of the past. And when people take advantage of this federal assistance to fill their pockets, it's even more scandalous because it just means that it's as if the government isn't acknowledging the errors it made in the past and is giving money to its cronies. In Quebec, we have a different approach. And because we want the First Nations to become our brothers and sisters in an independent Quebec. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise here this afternoon to speak to a report produced by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Accounts, of which I'm a member. And to be exact, this is a motion to concur in the 37th report of the Committee on Public Accounts that dealt with the first 2024 report of the Auditor General of Canada tabled last spring. And I'll say off the top that I was not a member of this committee when the report was produced. And secondly, the report consists of a single sentence that reads that the committee report to the House that it calls on the government to prohibit any government employee from simultaneously working as an external contractor. Now, that motion that was put forward to create this report was supported by all the opposition parties, but not supported by the Liberal members of the committee. And I must say that it seems like a completely logical report, if extraordinarily short, so I'm not sure why the Liberals voted against it. Be that as it may, the ArriveCan app has been studied by numerous committees of the House of Commons, and for good reason. This is, one of the most egregious examples of fiscal scandal that we've encountered in this government, of which there have been many. And on top of public accounts, it has been dealt with in detail by the Government Operations Committee, the Industry Committee, and the International Trade Committee. And I'm sorry if I've left any out. It might have been brought before ethics. It certainly has been a clear lapse of ethics in many ways. Now, while I'm a newly minted member of Public Accounts, I was a member on the International Trade Committee when we studied and reported on ArriveCan. So today I'd like to direct my comments on ArriveCan to the economic impacts of the app, in particular reference to that study entitled The ArriveCan Digital Tool Impacts on Certain Canadian Sectors. Now, we debated the report on that study a year ago, so some of my comments today will be similar to those I gave last November. And just to remind people, in case they forgot about the pandemic, the COVID pandemic hit North America in March 2020, closing this place on March 13th. And a week later, on March 20th, the governments of Canada and the United States agreed to temporarily restrict all non-essential travel across the border. The pandemic had huge effects on the Canadian economy, and much of those impacts arose from those restrictions that were placed on crossing the Canada-US border. The ArriveCan app was launched in April 2020, so basically a month after the pandemic was recognized here. It allowed travelers entering Canada to input their quarantine plans and later their vaccination information in digital format. Now, on November 21st, 2020, use of the ArriveCan app became mandatory for travelers entering Canada. And I have to point out here that it was not so much the use of ArriveCan that affected travelers, but the fact that for almost 2 years, from November 2020 to September 2022, the app was mandatory. Everyone crossing the border into Canada was required to use it. They could not fill out their information on the paper forms that had been initially used in the pandemic. The International Trade Committee study I'm discussing here was concerned with the impact that the mandatory use of ArriveCan had on certain sectors, in particular that of tourism. I think the most obvious impact was that when you create an application that can only be used on smartphones or tablets, then make it mandatory, it has an immediate impact on anyone who doesn't own a smartphone or a tablet, or even on those who find using smartphones a challenge. So I'm a bit surprised that when the government was deciding to make this mandatory, no one asked the obvious question: what about those people who don't have smartphones? Seniors are clearly a group that broadly fit that description, and this problem caused a lot of delays at border crossings, especially land border crossings. I heard a lot about it from my constituents, as I have 6 land border crossings in my riding, probably the most in the country for any riding. And my constituents are used to traveling back and forth across the border for business, for shopping, or for tourism. And many of them were affected by the requirement, the mandatory requirement to use ArriveCan. One of the additional problems in my riding is that several of these border crossings are found in areas without cell coverage, so that people couldn't use the app at the border. Or if there was cell coverage, it was from a US cell tower, so they had to pay extra roaming charges. All this resulted in extra work for travelers and border agents alike. Mark Weber, the national president of the Customs and Immigration Union, said in testimony, "What I can tell," and I quote, "What I can tell you is that the numbers provided to you earlier by the CBSA, which said that 99% of air travelers and 94% of land travelers have the app completed, are absolutely false. Those numbers are the percentages completed after we helped them complete the app. In the Eastern Township branches, the numbers were close to 60%, for example. Overall, we're looking at 75 to 80% having it completed. Essentially, our offices are now largely work as IT consultants. You have land borders that have essentially become parking lots with us helping people complete the app," unquote. And so Mr. Weber's point that was that it would have been quicker and more efficient for those who couldn't use the app to simply continue providing the paper form information about quarantine plans and showing their proofs of vaccinations to CBSA officers, rather than having to help them enter the information on phones they didn't have or didn't know how to use. Workers in duty-free stores had to help travelers with the app as well. And I want to remind people that it wasn't completely straightforward to use the app. Even with all this incredible amount of money spent, the app was filled with glitches. You know, I consider myself pretty tech savvy. I use 2 smartphones every day, and it took me some work to save my vaccine certificates as images, find those files, and upload them to the app. So seniors were adversely impacted. Both Canadian seniors returning from the US and American seniors trying to visit Canada. For one thing, the app asked for an address in Canada where the traveler would quarantine if needed. This requirement forced day trippers from the US to lie. because they had no real Canadian address to enter. We heard one story of a bus full of American seniors planning to spend the day on the more scenic Canadian side of Niagara Falls, turning around at the border because of the ArriveCAN requirements. And a friend of mine was caught in a catch-22 web when she only uploaded one of her vaccine proofs, even though she had been vaccinated twice. The app didn't like that, and it triggered a series of threatening collection agency-like calls at all hours, threatening her with massive fines and worse. When she complained to CBSA, she was told to simply ignore the threats. So the mandatory use of the ArriveCAN app impacted travel across the border, and especially tourism, as I said. There are data I could cite that clearly show the immense impact on tourism of the pandemic in general, but it's hard to parse out the exact economic impact of the ArriveCAN app itself. The International Trade Report had some important recommendations about the app in general, but also how the government could respond to support the tourism industry that is still recovering from COVID restrictions. And I'd just like to mention two of those recommendations here. The first was that the Government of Canada ensure the safety and security of Canadians by continuing with its ongoing efforts designed to modernize Canada's borders, including through the use of appropriate digital and non-digital tools and through the provision of adequate human and other resources. These efforts should be informed by consultations with relevant stakeholders, during which the particular attention should be paid to concerns about the potential for significant disruptions, confusions, or delays at Canadian ports of entry. The focus should be at airports and land crossings, including international bridges, unquote. To this recommendation, I would just comment that I think we should encourage travelers to use digital tools when crossing the border by making these tools easy to use and ensure their use will make the traveler's entry into Canada really easier, quicker, and more efficient. That will result in more people using the tools. I think the lesson from ArriveCAN is that making digital tools mandatory will almost always result in unintended negative consequences. The other recommendation I wanted to point out stated that the Government of Canada ensure that international bridge authorities and commissions, as well as duty-free stores in Canada, are eligible for federal financial support if the government decides to close for any length of time the borders that Canada shares with the United States, unquote. And to this recommendation, I'd just like to comment on the incredible impact that the COVID pandemic had on one sector within the tourism sector, and that is land-based duty-free stores. My constituent Cam Bissonnette has 2 duty-free stores and found his business in an essentially impossible position when the borders were closed because of COVID, the biggest impact of any sector in Canada. For months on end, his business suffered a decline of over 95% in revenue. He and others in his sector were stuck with perishable inventory they couldn't legally sell to anyone. And while things have improved slowly since the borders were opened, the devastating impact of those times when the borders were closed have made it almost impossible to survive. And I'll simply add that I think the duty-free sector is generally misunderstood by the federal government in several ways, and I would ask that the government listen to their concerns carefully. Now, the main scandal here is the wanton waste of public money on an app that should never have been made mandatory. And we're hearing plenty about that waste today. The ArriveCAN scandal is a very serious issue. It deserves to be studied thoroughly here in the House of Commons. And as I mentioned earlier, it has been and is being studied at a number of committees. I know that Public Accounts has yet to produce a final report on it. And I'll finish by saying that so many of these scandals are directly caused by the rampant use of contracting out work that could be done and should be done by the public service. And I just want to mention what the member from Terrebonne mentioned in her speech of the example in the ArriveCAN scandal of someone who not only gained a lot of money through wanton, a terrible use of contracting out, just overspending on a massive scale, but at the same time was already a member of the public service, getting money from both ends. Now, the latest file that I know the International Trade Committee was looking at is CARM, the CBSA Assessment and Revenue Management System. It's being developed now by Deloitte. Again, it was farmed out to Deloitte. They're being paid almost $200 million to do that. It has been delayed again and again because it, for various reasons, wasn't working as planned. This is something that, again, should have been developed in-house by CBSA or by some part of the public service so that we wouldn't have that just incredible overspending. And just suffice it to say that the NDP is very much in favor of the House of Commons getting to the bottom of the ArriveCan scandal finally, and today's debate will provide some opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent that the following questions will be answered today: 3057, 3058, and 3068. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's if the government's responses to questions number 3059 to 3067 and 3069 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that this motion be adopted and tabled immediately? Agreed. As ordered.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When it comes to the issue of double dipping, we know that the company owned by the member for Edmonton Centre, Global Health Imports, is still eligible to bid on government contracts, even though that company has engaged in Indigenous identity fraud by falsely claiming to be Indigenous owned based on false claims that the former minister was Indigenous. It's our position in the Conservative Party that this company, owned by a member of the Liberal caucus and responsible for Indigenous identity fraud, should no longer be eligible to bid on government contracts. And we're calling on the government to actually take this issue of Indigenous identity fraud seriously, to respond to the expectations of Indigenous leaders and to protect taxpayers' dollars. Would the member who just spoke from the NDP agree with us that Global Health Imports, owned by the Liberal member for Edmonton Centre, should no longer be eligible for government contracts?
100%. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, of course. You know, I think most Canadians would be, as I am, amazed that a minister of the Crown could even have a company still operating that was getting government contracts. I know when I signed on as a member of Parliament, I went through a pretty serious vetting process where they not only asked me about what interests I might have, but my wife had a little contract with the federal government that she was just wrapping up, and we had to report all that. And they said things would be much harder if you were a minister. So, you know, to find out what has been going on with the member for Edmonton Centre has been a real eye-opener for me. I couldn't believe that this was happening. And to add on the layer of the question around indigeneity, that's another thing. So yes, it's been amazing, and if the government would only act on this motion that we're debating today, that you can't have a government job and do the same work by contract at the same time, then that would be all moot.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I just want to talk about one aspect of his speech. He talked about issues relating to the border. He talked about the Eastern Townships as an example, if I remember rightly. I'm a member in an adjacent area. This is another example of mismanagement from the Liberal government and from the previous government when cuts were made to the borders, so the Conservatives. Now, there's going to be a new president in the United States that said that he would be kicking people out of the US. Mayors that border the US are very concerned. They don't think that this current government is taking this threat seriously. My colleague for Avignon Investissement and Metapedia said, was told, we'll close the borders when there's a problem. Madam Speaker, can my colleague tell us whether or not we need to act proactively instead of just cutting in border patrols and borders in general?
Well, je vous remercie.
I would like to thank my colleague. Thank her for her question.
What I can say is that the issues around CBSA and border crossings that I am continually hearing in my riding is that there has been an ongoing series of cuts. We aren't protecting our borders more than we used to. We're protecting them less. They are closing, they're shortening the hours that these border crossings are open. And that will only, I imagine, make people want to try to get around those crossings. This is, the West. There's all sorts of little roads along the border with, just barbed wire fence gates on it. So what we need is, I think, a real serious look at how we're funding CBSA to do the work that it has to do to protect our borders, to control the traffic of goods back and forth across the border, and we just aren't taking that seriously.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Timmins James Bay.
With my colleague, because when it comes to not caring about our borders and keeping people safe, step forward Stephen Harper and the Conservative Party. They cut 1,100 jobs from the border services. Stephen Harper cut the sniffer dog program. What do you need sniffer dogs for? Well, to smell out the drugs that were coming across the border. Stephen Harper didn't care. He cut the undercover teams that were going in to deal with the international criminal gangs who are using our borders. And then now that we're living with the results with massive levels of gun violence and fentanyl gangs coming into our country, the Conservatives light their hair on fire. But I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks of the quote from Jean-Pierre Fortin, the national president of the Customs and Immigration Union, who stated that as a result of the Conservative plan, quote, more child pornography entering the country, more weapons, illegal drugs will pass through our borders, not to mention terrorists and sexual predators and hardened criminals. Why does my colleague think that Stephen Harper wanted to subject the Canadian people to that just to save a few bucks?
The Honourable for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Timmins James Bay for that question. And what I can say is when I have visited the border crossing, one of the border crossing at Osoyoos, in Oroville, Osoyoos, British Columbia, at Oroville, Washington, one of the bigger border crossings in the country. And yet, they were, when I was there, they were so excited because they had actually intercepted someone smuggling guns across the border for the first time. And they had a sniffer dog, they had all these things, but because they're so short-staffed, they only discovered this because they were watching out for this particular individual. And so when he did cross the border, they paid special attention to him. But because they're so short-staffed, and this is one of the big ones, I have 5 small border crossings in my riding, they just simply can't give attention to these things. And this is where the problem with guns is really coming into Canada at our borders. There's all sorts of other issues. You mentioned drugs. There's invasive mussels that are a huge concern in the southern interior British Columbia. These are things that we really have to pay attention to, and it costs money. And I know Conservatives don't like spending money, but this is what we have to do collectively to make our borders safer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague in the NDP for his speech. Certainly, it appears to me that under this Liberal government, not only has the public sector bloomed by 40%, but the outsourcing and contracting has increased hugely as well. But I don't know where these people actually are working, because we see the backlog in immigration is just as long as ever, and I see the same issues in my riding with CBSA missing resources. And so, I definitely think that we need to take a look at no double dipping, but in addition to that, the allocation of resources in this government looks like it needs tuning, and I wondered what the member would think about that.
The honourable member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I would totally agree. When we speak of immigration, every member in this House knows I don't know what adjective to use with regards to immigration. My staff, most of their time is spent on immigration issues, simply because people who have very, they have a right to get their visas worked on, their permanent residency status, and yet it just seems to go into a void, and months and months and months pass without any apparent action. And I think clearly it needs, maybe it's a combination of managing how that is done, but also simply we need more staff. And if we stopped all this just rampant contracting out for these other projects, who knows how many staff we could hire and really train them up to do the job on a daily basis that would get things running smoothly again.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to speak to this concurrence motion, but I can't help but wonder why we're still stuck in this same place. Conservatives continue to insist that we cannot get on with regular business of this House to discuss really important measures. For example, I would love to hear from the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on his position on the recent announcements that were made by the government in terms of providing tax relief for all Canadians during a time of the year when people tend to be stretching the money that they have. We certainly know that after inflation has come back down to where it's supposed to be, there are many households out there that don't have the or aren't realizing the decrease of inflation yet, and the measures that the government introduced last week are meant to address that. And I really wish that we could be talking about those, but we're not. Instead, we are in a constant filibuster from Conservatives, and it doesn't even seem to be on one particular issue. First, they were filibustering on a privilege motion because, according to them, it was so incredibly important that we deal with this issue immediately. But then at every opportunity that they get, they introduce a concurrence motion, and it's a motion that basically prevents us from continuing on, even with the main item that they're using for the purpose of filibustering. And I guess I am not surprised to hear that come from, or to see Conservatives act in that manner, but it certainly is surprising to see, at least from my perspective, the length to which the NDP and the Bloc Québécois have allowed this to go on for. There are really important things for us to be discussing, but instead right now we're going to talk, we have been and will for a 3-hour period of precious House time, talk about a report that contains one entire sentence that was tabled back in March of 2024, about 9 or 10 months ago, I guess 9 months ago, and that's what we're doing here right now. But in any event, I will speak to the substance of this single sentence motion. And I would like to respond to the motion by Public Accounts Committee that calls on the government to, quote, prohibit any government employee from simultaneously working as an external contractor, end quote. And Madam Speaker, let me begin by saying that the procurement of goods and services is a normal part of governing and is essential to meeting the everyday needs of Canadians. And doing this right is crucial to maintaining public trust in government. Public servants play an important role in upholding core values of our democracy, such as accountability and trust, and the government has a framework of rules and regulations designed to guide the actions and behaviors of federal employees and safeguard the integrity of the public service. In my time today, I would like to discuss some of the tools that pertain to the conflict of interest, particularly the Directive of on Conflict of Interest and Values and Ethics Code for the public sector. First, let's consider the Directive on Conflict of Interest. The directive sets out the requirements, Madam Speaker, for persons employed by the government to help identify, prevent, report, and resolve situations of real, apparent, or potential conflicts of interest and conflict of duties. The organizations are expected to have appropriate mechanisms in place to help people identify, report, and resolve real, apparent, or potential conflicts of interest that may arise during and after their employment in the public service. The objective of the directive is to uphold the values and ethics of the public sector and the public interest. Madam Speaker, with regards to public servants binding on government contracts, the directive states that federal employees should refrain from having private interests and engaging in outside employment that may impair their ability to be objective and impartial. They must also advise their deputy head of outside employment and activities that could result in a real or perceived conflict of interest. And they are also required to seek approval from their deputy head before entering into a contractual agreement with the Government of Canada for which they are receiving any direct or indirect benefit of income. Moreover, Madam Speaker, it is a condition of employment for the public servants to fully and truthfully self-disclose any real, apparent, or potential conflicts of interest. Madam Speaker, all attestation information provided by employees is subject to verification and audit, and making a false statement would constitute a breach of the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector. The consequences for noncompliance are clearly outlined in the directive. It states that anyone employed in the federal public service who has not complied with its requirements may be subject to disciplinary measures up to and including termination of employment. I'd like to now turn to the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector, Madam Speaker, which is another crucial piece of the government's oversight regime. The Values and Ethics Code for public sector sets out expected behaviors so that public servants at all levels have a common understanding of expected behaviors to demonstrate the values expressed in the code. Indeed, the code's core values, respect for democracy, respect for people, integrity, stewardship, and excellence, are the pillars of a healthy and effective federal public service and the key to maintaining public trust. Madam Speaker, the Code's integrity values state that public servants shall serve the public interest by acting at all times with integrity and in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny, an obligation that may not be fully satisfied by simply acting within the law. And I think that that's a very important point. I repeat that. It's an obligation that may not be fully satisfied simply by acting within the law. Never using their official roles to inappropriately obtain an advantage for themselves or to advantage or disadvantage others. Taking all possible steps to prevent and resolve any real, apparent, and potential conflicts of interest between their official responsibilities and their private affairs in favor of the public interest, and acting in such a way as to maintain their employer's trust. In short, public servants must act in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny. What's more, adhering to the code is a condition of employment for all federal employees, regardless of their level or position. And any breach of its values or expected behaviors can give rise to disciplinary action up to and including dismissal. By committing to the values of respect for democracy, respect for people, integrity, stewardship, and excellence, and adhering to the expected behaviors, public servants contribute to public confidence in the integrity of the public service as a whole. And Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that every organization in the federal public sector is also required to have its own code of conduct that is consistent with the Values and Ethics Code for the public sector. The organizational codes outline expected behaviors specific to each organization's mandate and work environment. So public servants are not only expected to abide by the values and ethics code of the public sector and demonstrate the values in their actions and behavior, but they must also abide by the organization's code of conduct. Madam Speaker, let me mention the PSPC Code of Conduct for Procurement, which also plays a role here. It outlines clear expectations for vendors and subcontractors with respect to human rights, labor standards, conflict of interest, and environmental responsibility. As a result, it is not only the government, but also the vendors and subcontractors who are committed to upholding and promoting the ethical and environmental benchmarks that Canadians expect. In addition, the government's integrity regime also holds suppliers accountable for misconduct and helps foster ethical business practices, ensure due process for suppliers, and uphold the public trust of the procurement process. Madam Speaker, the integrity of the federal public service is of utmost concern to the government. Public servants share a deep and common commitment to serving Canadians and maintaining public confidence in our democratic institutions. And the comprehensive rules and policies in place are there to guide the ethical conduct of public servants and to ensure that those who act unethically are held to account. And so, Madam Speaker, although I am, as indicated in my red remarks, I am very, I concur with the sentiment of, I can assure you, to the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who said, who wrote them, it definitely wasn't the same Conservative staffer that writes every single speech that I get to listen to on a daily basis from Conservatives, and certainly not coming from AI either, Madam Speaker. What we do know is that Conservatives spend a lot of time speaking in this House. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker,
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, if he has anything to contribute, he should wait till the appropriate time to do so. Order. He should wait till the appropriate time to do so. There'll be an opportunity for 10 minutes questions and comments. He knows the rules, and I hope that he'll abide by them. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, I would also ask him not to engage with others who are making comments on the other side until the appropriate time. So, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I find it hard at times. He promised me years ago to invite me onto his podcast so we could debate there instead of a crosstalk like this, but he has yet to do that, and I'm still waiting for the invitation. But as I was saying, I find it very interesting, especially when the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan said, who wrote them? If you listen to the speeches that we have been subject to over the last 30 sitting days from Conservatives, here's a fun fact for you, Madam Speaker. During this whole filibustering exercise that's been going on, over 190 speeches have been given in this House, and last count, it was like 172 of them were Conservatives. It's only Conservative speaking, and it's the same speech written over and over and over. Thank God that AI came along when it did, Madam Speaker, because they're able to just ask AI to change up the speech a little bit and throw another twist into it, and they have another speech produced just like that instantly. And then they come in here like the robots that they are, and they just read out that entire speech. And I find it very fascinating.
James Bay. Order.
The honourable member knows that you can't do indirectly what you're not allowed to do directly, and I would challenge him. The speeches that are generated by AI are not changed. They're the same dumbed-down repetition time after time after time.
I think this was more a point of debate. I do want to, I can still hear some members, and some of them that I've actually called out, still make some comments, and I would just ask them to please hold off. We still have about 8 minutes now to go before the Honourable Member, a little over 8 minutes before the Honourable Member finishes his speech, and then there will be an opportunity for 10 minutes of questions and comments. The Honourable the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Point is, Madam Speaker, is that we're here today on this concurrence motion because of Conservatives' unwillingness to let us vote on a motion that they tabled. So just think about that for a second. And to anybody out there who might be watching this, you may have just happened to come across this channel and you're just watching this for a second. I want to tell you about what's going on in your House of Commons. You have Conservatives who 29 sitting days ago introduced a motion calling on the House to send a particular order from the Speaker to committee so that the committee could deal with it there, and then the committee will send it back to the House. But rather than actually let us vote on their motion, they've put up over 170 speakers, of which we've only had approximately 190. So the remaining political parties have put the rest of the speakers up. They put up over 170 speakers, and that's not it. That's not where their filibustering ends, because they've also moved concurrence motions after concurrence motions after concurrence motions. Last week, we were debating a concurrence motion of a report that had been tabled 3 years ago. Now we're debating a one-sentence report from a committee that was tabled in March of this year. Conservatives are treating this House, Madam Speaker, as though it is a joke. They are not letting us do the business that we need to do. And so I will conclude my remarks where I began them, Madam Speaker. There are so many things that we could be talking about right now. We could be talking about meaningful ways to impact the lives of Canadians right now. And we can't do that because Conservatives are absolutely refusing to let us do that. You know, I'm sure Conservatives have a position on the government's legislation that they indicated they would be introducing last week on GST and the worker rebate. I'm sure they have a position on it. I'd love to hear what that position is. I'd love for them to let this go to committee and let us actually do what they're asking us to do through their motion, so that we can debate that. And I'd love to hear their position on it. I'd love to know if the leader of the opposition will free them and let them vote their conscience on this. I'd love to know if their constituents support removing the GST for a 2-month period at a time when Canadians could particularly use it, at a time when a lot of small businesses and a lot of restaurants in particular, independent restaurants that typically see downtime in January and February, could really benefit from removing the GST and seeing more people during those 2 particular months to help with their businesses, to help our economy. I'm sure that the vast majority of people, whatever number that may be, as big or perhaps as small as it may be, that are watching this right now, would rather listen to a debate on that subject than a one-sentence report that was moved in a committee back in March. It must have been so important to Conservatives, this one-sentence motion report, that they had to wait 9 months before they could actually move a motion on it. And that's where we are. That's where we are right now. We're going to continue to listen to Conservatives, but there is a way out. There genuinely is a way out. The way out is for the Bloc or the NDP to say, okay, maybe they've gone a little too far. Maybe, you know, they've done their bit. They've pushed the envelope. I mean, I know the NDP care about this issue, in particular what the government announced last week. I mean, it was the leader of the NDP who insisted that he take credit for all of it the day before it was even introduced. He had to be the first one out of the gate, and that's fine. NDP wants to be the adults in the room and work with the government? Sure. Let them have the credit. Go ahead and take it. But could we at least have a discussion about what's important to Canadians? I know that the NDP and the Bloc, for that matter, know that this is the procedural tactics mean nothing to Canadians, absolutely nothing. But both of those parties are just petrified of the perception that they might be working with the government. And so when people come up to me in my community and say, you know, hey, what's going on in Parliament? Like, you guys were working, it was working so well for so long. You were getting stuff done, you were getting new legislation, you're bringing in pharmacare, dental care, you're doing all this stuff, and now it's like nothing. All I can really say is, yeah, we had a great relationship with the NDP. We were able to do stuff together. It's not a coincidence that when the NDP decided they didn't want to play ball anymore and they wanted to throw their bike in the ditch and go home back in August, it's not a coincidence that that's suddenly when this place became dysfunctional. That is when all of this happened.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Yeah, I'm sure my honourable colleague has been dumped many times in his life. I don't think that he should be blaming people who are smart enough to leave that relationship for his problems.
Sorry, that's another point of debate and not a point of order. The honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
I have had my heart broken many times, and I can assure the member that this incident with the NDP don't come up to measure that. But in conclusion,
point of order, the honourable for Waterloo.
I just wanted clarification. Like when that breakup happened, was it also the time of a by-election, maybe?
Again, these are points of debate, so I would ask members to please hold off because we're nearing the period of questions and comments. The honourable member for the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader has 2 minutes and 52 seconds left.
I'm going to only use 30 seconds to put in a plug, Madam Speaker. That's for a band that I recently saw on Wolf Island in my riding. That's the member from the Grievous Angels. I went to see them, and the member from Timmins James Bay is the lead in this band. They're actually really great, and it was a great opportunity. I'm so thrilled that he came to my riding and that he was playing in my riding, and I would encourage anybody out there to go see the Grievous Angels at any time that they might have an opportunity to do so. I now understand that the member from Timmins James Bay, his real passion for life in life is music, and perhaps this was just a second fiddle to that, but good for him. And I encourage him, I know he's not going to run again, I encourage him to continue on with that music career. If he's ever coming through Kingston again, make sure I know so that I can go and see him again. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Timmins James Bay has claimed that the Liberals and the NDP have broken up. I think there is some evidence to the contrary. I'll be cautious extending that analogy in terms of describing exactly how there's evidence to the contrary, but I think there is evidence to the contrary. Madam Speaker, here's why the privilege debate is important, to directly address comments the member has made. We had $400 million of taxpayer money that was essentially handed out among Liberal friends, people voting to give money to their own companies. Totally outrageous conflicts of interest persisting under this NDP Liberal government. So the House agreed to order the production of certain documents in relation to this affair. Now, we've been very clear that this ends tomorrow, this ends right this minute, if the government agrees to hand over the documents. The reason this House is in the position it's in is because the government refuses to hand over the documents. Moreover, we're not actually debating the privilege issue right now, we're debating a concurrence motion. And the concurrence motion is aimed at preventing a government employee from simultaneously being an external contractor. It makes no sense for someone to receive the benefits of contracting out while also being a government employee. And again, why are we debating this motion? Because the government opposes this proposal. A majority of the House supports it, the government opposes it. Would the member agree to support this concurrence debate, implement this proposal, and then we can move forward in the best interest of Canadians?
Government Deputy House Leader.
Well, the good news is that this concurrence motion is time allocated, so it's going to be voted on eventually. I outlined in my speech, I spent a solid 8 or 9 minutes of that 20 minutes talking specifically about the checks and balances and measures in place for any public servant, how they have accountability, how they have to inform their supervisor of activities that they're engaging in. And I think that those are the kind of things that we need to do. And when people do go against the code of conduct, they need to be held accountable. And I even indicated some of the ways in which they would be accountable. But to the member's previous, to his preamble, where he talked about the reason why we're in this privilege debate, well, although I disagree with some of the premise behind his rationale as to Liberal insiders, etc. I certainly do share concerns about the issue as a whole. But I will tell you, Madam Speaker, the RCMP specifically said, if we get information in this manner, we may never be able to use it. And they said we have the ability to gather the information on our own. So we're taking the advice of the RCMP. And actually, you too, Madam Speaker, the Speaker specifically told us, send this to PROC and deal with it there. That's what we want to do.
The honourable member for Joliette. Oh, it's Monday. Sorry, I got your writing name wrong. I'm not offended. I'm always surprised, and so it's Jonquière. I'm always surprised how the member for Kingston manages to play victim, the poor government that's trapped in this question of privilege, and the Bloc and the NDP won't help free up the House. It's incredible that it's a minority government, and it should be possible to negotiate. But this government is acting in such bad faith. Look what happened last week. We've been asking for a long time to increase the OAS, and they even voted in favor of it, and the question of supply management. But instead, what they did last week was cut checks for $250 for people who don't need it. People who earn $149,000 a year, they're going to get a check for $250, and they're telling seniors, just you're going to have to fend for yourselves. It's pretty hard to negotiate in good faith with a government like that, with people who are so ordinary as them. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Suggesting that playing victim or the government's victim, who are the real victims in all of this? The victims are Canadians. They're the ones that aren't getting their representatives doing work for them. They're the ones that, unfortunately, for 29 sitting days, the Conservatives have just jammed up this House until we call a carbon tax election, like we hear them say over and over and over. Like, at some point, you have I think that everybody has to realize, Madam Speaker, that it's time to move on. If this member is genuine and he says he wants to talk about seniors, great. If we get out of this privilege debate, perhaps the Bloc can bring forward a motion specifically about seniors. And then we can actually have a discussion. I would love to talk about seniors and OAS and what the government's proposing and what the Bloc is proposing and why I might not like their ideas, and I'd like to hear why they might not like our ideas. But in the meantime, what are we listening to? We're listening to AI-generated speeches from the Conservatives.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Talked about that it's normal. This is normal procurement. Every government does it. And I'll say this, under the Conservatives, we saw procurement to the highly paid external consulting companies double. We saw it quadruple now under the Liberals. This is the new normal, Madam Speaker, the rush to the trough by Liberal and Conservative insiders. In this case, for the Rivecon, we saw current public servants getting contracts. We saw Indigenous set-asides going to non-Indigenous businesses. We saw fraud. We saw security permits given to people that weren't eligible, Madam Speaker. These are task authorizations and putting Canadian security at risk. We saw former public servants, we learned, crossing over to now work for these big firms. We learned of Liberal and Conservative former cabinet ministers serving as managing directors of companies like Deloitte. We saw doubling and tripling of commissions. By the time the people actually did the job, Madam Speaker, in times there was 50% of the money had gone to commissions. So I guess my question is, he talked about normal procurement. If this is going to be normal, this economic leakage and this rip-off of Canadian taxpayers, when are the Liberals and Conservatives going to get together and put an end to this absolutely abysmal, destruction of the Canadian public service by outsourcing it to these external companies, for-profit companies, Madam Speaker, I must say. When is it going to end?
The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
I love how he twists the words there, Madam Speaker. I didn't say normal procurement or this is normal procurement. What I said is procurement is normal. And there's a big difference. Procurement happens, and it's a part of what we do, and it's a part of how government operates. And at times it can be in the best interest to procure services. And we accept that, and we believe in that. But we also, as I indicated, Madam Speaker, in my speech, we have a directive on the conflict of interest and the values and a code of conduct for the public sector. So to his point, if people are abusing their positions or are doing things that they shouldn't be doing that are in contravention to those two documents, then they should be held accountable. And I don't think you'll find anybody in this room that would suggest otherwise. It is really important that when that people are held to the highest standards that we set out in those documents. But the reality is that sometimes people aren't. And when they aren't, they have to be dealt with. And I believe that that is the case to the member from Sherwood Park Forest, Saskatchewan. His question earlier, yes, individuals do have to be held accountable. Let us get on with it by sending this over to Proc, getting Proc to get to the bottom of the documents issue and sending it back to the House. That's how we function. But Conservatives aren't interested in that. What they want, Madam Speaker, is to just delay and obstruct so they can claim this place doesn't work so that they can justify an election.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member across the way for his speech. You know, he suggested at one point that that the debates we're having in this House were meaningless to Canadians and that we could actually be engaged in meaningful activity. I would suggest that the misappropriation of $400 million is not meaningless, and getting to the bottom of that as Parliament is something that's very valuable to every single Canadian. He also seemed to suggest that he doesn't clearly understand why a government employee would not be entitled to receive a contract to provide a goods or a service to the very department that he works in. So my question is, does the member across the way have a clear understanding of what constitutes a conflict of interest?
Honourable Deputy Government House Leader, 40 seconds to respond.
I went through it. I actually read it out. I don't think the member was listening to me. I went through the actual document in my speech and highlighted the important parts of it. But, you know, the member says, you know, he tries to conflate the issues. He tries to say, well, he says this is not important. And then he tries to say that what they've been talking about the whole time is strictly the issue. I'd love to get to the bottom of the issue. I'd love to figure out what the problem is. But unfortunately, the Conservatives won't let us do that because they're filibustering. They're filibustering their own motion. They tabled a motion saying, send this over to committee to let the committee study it. And then they put up 172 speakers and counting.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak on the concurrence of the 37th report from the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I will be splitting my time with the member for Brantford-Brant. This report states the following, and I quote, that the committee report to the House that it calls on the government to prohibit any government employee from simultaneously working as an external contractor. This report is short and straight to the point. This practice of double dipping by public servants is obviously unethical and should not be allowed to occur. Unfortunately, this Liberal government allows this practice across all departments. I would like to begin by giving some context to this report and how it came about. During our study of the Arrive Scam scandal, we uncovered a number of issues in the contracting of this app, not the least of which was the case of a government contractor being allowed to simultaneously work as a public servant. David Yao, CEO of Dalian, was caught double dipping. In fact, the day that he started as a public servant at the Department of National Defense, his company signed a big contract with that same department. His own signature was on the contract, and no one raised any issues. Under this government, this is seen as perfectly acceptable, just business as usual. Now, while scandalous, this was just one case, and it could have just been the one that slipped through the cracks. But when members dug into this situation, when we asked the government to advise the committee on how many public servants were simultaneously working as government contractors, we were shocked to find out that dozens of public servants have been allowed to do the very same thing. In other words, it has become commonplace. Now, most Canadians would look at this and see the obvious conflict of interest in being both a public servant and a government contractor, but not the Liberals. As I said, it's business as usual to allow double dipping. After all, we have seen sitting cabinet ministers who have been found guilty of ethics violations and many cases of Liberal insiders getting sweetheart deals in government contracts. Currently, the House is seized with a privilege motion calling on the government to provide the House with unredacted documents in the case of SDTC. More specifically, the fact that the current Liberal Environment Minister, who used to work for Cycle Capital as a lobbyist, still holds shares in this company, one of the largest beneficiaries of this fund that had insider access to funding to businesses that it was invested in. And we need look no further than the latest scandal with the member for Edmonton Centre, former Minister of Employment, who was forced to resign after months of controversy surrounding his medical supply business, GHI. More specifically, a company that falsely claimed to be an Indigenous company in order to access funding that was set aside as part of an Indigenous procurement program. So, is it any wonder that the practice of allowing public servants to bid and be awarded government contracts simultaneously is allowed to continue? With this context, it is obvious why Conservatives feel the need to press this issue. It is a fact that the government has grown the public service massively, and instead of having these tens of thousands of public servants do the work in-house, this government is outsourcing the work and, in some cases, paying public servants as government contractors to do the work at an inflated price. The practice of outsourcing is contributing to the massive cost of this Liberal government. The government must take immediate steps to crack down on double dipping. They must address their failure to rein in this practice and take real action against it. Unfortunately, there is little hope of seeing this Liberal government take meaningful action. And even if they decide to implement new rules, we know they will likely continue to not enforce them, rendering them ineffective. I would like to quote Roche Huppé when he appeared at committee on the Arrive Scam scandal that touches on this issue, and I quote, "Canadians expect the Government of Canada to be well managed. They also expect their government to have the rules and controls in place for the sound management of their tax dollars. Audits like the one performed by the Auditor General of Canada on ArriveCan are important instruments to ensure that those expectations continue to be met. The findings of the Auditor General are clear and sobering. Requirements and good management practices were not followed. As the Auditor General has noted several times, the rules were there, but compliance was not." He also went on to say, "Again, as the Auditor General has noted, we do not believe that more rules are the answer. Procurement is already complex enough. Rather, this issue serves as a clear reminder that departments and agencies need to ensure that they are placing the utmost importance on ensuring that procurements are fair, open, and transparent and withstand the closest scrutiny. This gets to the heart of the matter. The answer to these issues is not to add more rules which the government won't enforce. It is simply to enforce the rules that are already in place. We don't need this government making more rules to help their insider friends. We just need a government that is willing to enforce the rules and to find and address corruption. For example, we saw this when the President of the Treasury Board proclaimed that now the government will make sure that contractors actually fulfill the contract before paying them. This was already a rule, Madam Speaker, just one that the government wasn't enforcing. Another example of a pre-existing rule, which they restated, was that they would now first determine if work could be done in-house before outsourcing the work. This rule could have stopped this practice of double dipping from ever becoming an issue, but the government failed to enforce it. The issue behind the report we are discussing today is that we have a government which is failing to fulfill its role. A government which is failing to enforce the rules that it has in place, which are meant to ensure fairness and transparency in the procurement process and to fight corruption. The Liberals were not actively seeking to address double dipping and shut it down. They waited until it became a big scandal and then only have done the bare minimum to address the issues. Then, once the attention has waned, it returns to business as usual. Canadians deserve a government that is committed to accountability. We need a government which cares enough to seek out corruption and snuff it out before it can become widespread. We need a government that will enforce the rules that are already in place. Unfortunately, we have a government that is trying to pass the time until they can get their pensions and check out. They are more concerned with pushing the election date back a week than dealing with corruption, which they have allowed to fester throughout the public service. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this report is really a no-brainer and should have support from all parties. However, given the way they continue to dig in their heels when it comes to being transparent and accountable, we will likely not get any resolution to this issue from this corrupt Liberal government. We need a change in government in order to implement accountability across the government bureaucracy and ensure Canadians are getting good value for money. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
First, I want to thank my colleague for her speech, and I also enjoyed working with her on Government Operations Committee. Madam Speaker, we saw so much and so much dysfunction, but we also know that the consulting, the external outsourcing consulting to these highly paid consulting firms, it doubled under the Conservatives. It's quadrupled, and it's run away out of control under the Liberals. But we also know up here, Madam Speaker, that there's a culture that's instituted into this place. People come to work on the Hill, and their ultimate goal is to go and work for these consulting companies or public servants that go and retire. Then they go work for them and make exorbitant amounts of money. So I guess my question through you, Madam Speaker, is this happened also under the Conservatives. What is her party going to do to stop this culture of external outsourcing and this culture that there's this pathway to be bringing insider information and then profiting from it?
The Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Madam Speaker, I am reminded of that colleague's time on the Government Operations Committee when he actually helped the Liberals cover up their McKinsey scandal. When the Liberals refused to hand over unredacted documents on their close relationship with McKinsey, the NDP helped them filibuster when Conservatives tried to raise the issue in the House. It is difficult to reconcile that member's behaviour with his self-proclaimed desire to crack down on outsourcing when he was playing defence for the Liberals outsourcing to McKinsey.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague who works so hard and gets to the bottom of a lot of these issues. We've heard today through this debate that, the Liberals are saying they've all read the conflict of interest guidelines and that employees have all read the conflict of interest guidelines, but they simply don't follow them. And so it seems to me like there is a root issue in the culture of the government and in public sector employees that would double dip, knowing that it was not right. What would the member have to say about that?
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do thank my honourable colleague for her question and for the great work that she has done in holding this government to account at every opportunity that she gets. This motion is about stopping double dipping, Madam Speaker. There are instances where outsourcing may be necessary, but it has never been necessary to outsource to public servants. That work should be done in-house. She makes a very good point about the conflict of interest guidelines that are in place, but I'll just quickly quote a very recent post by one of my colleagues. He says, "Shocking, the conflict of interest policy at Trudeau's Green Slush Fund actually allowed board members to buy and sell securities within days of a funding decision. This is akin to insider trading. Corruption not only happened, but it is official policy."
The honourable member also named the Prime Minister, and I would just remind members that they're not to use the first or last name of members in the House. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, but I have a question further to her speech and further to the speech given by my colleague from Terrebonne, which referred to double dipping as well. But my colleague also explained that this colleague, with regard to the hiring of outside consultants, well, you know, the problem is that under the Conservatives, there were so many cuts to the public service that the Liberals had to fix this problem when they came into office. So there are consequences when the public service is slashed that way. So now the Liberals are not going about it the right way, but we should not follow the Conservative example and cut that many positions from the public service, I don't think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I would simply say this. Over the last 2 years that I've been a member of the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, we have been studying scandal after scandal after scandal. And what it all boils down to is whether or not we have a government that is serious about the role that they've been elected to undertake in managing both the public service and all of the contracting rules that are in place. They don't appear to be willing to do that, and in fact, they are even willing to outsource when we have public servants that could very well do the work. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good citizens of Brantford-Brant, and a privilege to be speaking to this concurrence debate. Before I get into the merits of the concurrence motion, I'd like to recap how we got here. The ArriveCan scam is nothing short of a financial debacle, one that's ballooned from a modest estimate of $80,000 to almost $60 million, and that's only a guesstimate as per the Auditor General. That this was just not an accounting error, it's a result of chronic mismanagement and appalling lack of oversight. The Liberals, from the Prime Minister on down, are directly responsible and have been throughout their 9 years of governance for a waste of taxpayer dollars on an out-of-control project that has lined the pockets of well-connected consultants while Canadians are left picking up the tab. Tale begins in November 2019 when a small two-person consulting firm called GC Strategies, operating out of a basement, was brought in for a seemingly innocuous task. But it didn't stay small for long. Run by Christian Firth and his partner Darren Anthony, the business quickly escalated from a low-level consulting firm to the chief contractor behind the bloated Arrive scam app, securing multi-million-dollar contracts at a staggering rate. And at the same time all was said and done, the total cost exceeded almost $59 million, far beyond the original estimate. The problem, however, wasn't just the ballooning costs, it's the complete absence of transparency. The very connections that GC Strategies built with senior government officials seem to have played a pivotal role in securing and expanding their contracts. By early 2020, GC Strategies was not only on the payroll, but actively seeking more government funding, all while working behind the scenes to further entrench their position within the bureaucracy. Despite growing concerns about the company's improper involvement in the rapid accumulation of taxpayer-funded contracts, they continue to rake in millions. By April 2021, they were celebrating the 1 anniversary of ArriveCan with government officials toasting their success during a virtual whiskey tasting. Meanwhile, costs continue to climb. By 2022, it became glaringly obvious that the project was not just over budget, it was spiraling out of control. By that time, $9 million of the $54 million spent had gone directly to GC Strategies. Even as public outrage grew with citizens and experts demanding accountability, the government stood idly by. When calls for an audit of GC Strategies gained momentum, the Liberal government voted against it, further demonstrating their unwillingness to take any meaningful action. Finally, in late 2023, over 4 years into the debacle, the CBSA severed ties with GC Strategies and its partners, but the damage had already been done. The Auditor General's report revealed that the companies involved had not been properly vetted for conflicts of interest, raising serious questions about the integrity of the entire project. The situation deepens when we look at the troubling revelations surrounding senior officials involved in the project. For instance, Cameron McDonald, a CBSA official, testified about a heated call that he had with another official, Min Doan, who had a conversation with the then Minister for Public Safety, who admitted to being unhappy with the media coverage surrounding the selection of GC strategies and demanded someone's head on a platter. As a result, there were no official records of communications between CBSA and GC strategies, only vague emails about pricing. And it gets worse. I mentioned Min Doan. Min Doan, despite his high-ranking position and expertise in computers, mysteriously lost over 4 years' worth of emails after a request for information was made. Conveniently, he claimed that his laptop battery change led to a technical glitch that caused his emails to disappear. An absurd explanation that would be laughable if the consequences weren't so dire. We also saw Mr. McDonald and Antonio Utano, two mid-level officials, get suspended without pay despite having flagged serious concerns about the lack of oversight and accountability in the project. The government's response? They were punished for exposing the truth. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials who should have been held accountable, including those of ministers, remain untouched, while the real perpetrators continue to enjoy the spoils of their corruption. The AG's scathing report on the ArriveCAN revealed what could only be described as the worst record-keeping she has ever encountered in her career. The entire contracting process was a mess. No clear objectives, no accountability, and no one properly in charge, including the Prime Minister and this government. The list of failures is staggering: ghost contracting, resume fraudulent manipulation, favoritism, and a complete lack of transparency. This is a textbook case of how taxpayers' dollars can be misused when corruption runs unchecked. The Liberal government's pattern of incompetence, mismanagement, and dishonesty continues to be on full display, Madam Speaker. How can Canadians trust a government that not only mishandles taxpayer money, but actively obstructs efforts to uncover the truth? This is a government that has consistently failed to demonstrate any level of responsibility or transparency. Which brings us to the report. Why is all of this so critical? Why is it crucial? It's not just about exposing the incompetence and corruption within this government. It's about taking steps to ensure that this never happens again. The Public Accounts Committee recently passed a motion calling for the government to prohibit employees from simultaneously working as external contractors. This motion came in response to a contracting company named Dalian, who was paid almost $8 million for work on the ArriveCAN project. Dalian was also employed, or the employee of Dalian was also employed by the Department of Veteran Affairs, which funded the very contract they were working on. This was a clear case of double dipping, where a government employee profits from both their salary and taxpayer-funded contracts. The Liberals continue to argue that they need to hire outside contractors because of a lack of internal expertise. Yet time and again, we see government employees being paid to do the same work that they were already being paid for in their government positions. This practice not only undermines public trust, but creates a system ripe for fraud and abuse. When Conservatives pressed witnesses about this issue during the ArriveScam investigation, we learned that this practice isn't even explicitly prohibited. It's merely evaluated for conflicts of interest. Madam Speaker, that will never be good enough. We need clear, enforceable rules that prevent this kind of abuse from happening in the first place. In conclusion, it's time for the government to come clean about the full extent of its failure with the ArriveCAN app. Canadians deserve transparency, they deserve accountability, And above all, they deserve assurance that their tax dollars will no longer be misused for political favors and consultant kickbacks. This isn't just a scandal, it's a crisis of trust, and it's one that the Liberal government has yet to address in any serious, meaningful way. I urge every member of this House, Madam Speaker, to stand up for the taxpayers and for the integrity of our public institutions. We cannot allow this kind of waste, corruption, and incompetence to continue. We must hold those responsible accountable and ensure this never happens again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And we worked very closely together, in fact, Madam Speaker, in covering a lot of different holes in what was going on in terms of this contract with ArriveCan. But it should be, Madam Speaker, that we saw so many problems with this one that we should examine the bigger companies, Madam Speaker, and the massive contracts that they're getting, like Deloitte, Madam Speaker, who've gone up 20-fold, Madam Speaker, in terms of outsourcing since the Conservatives took government, and including this Liberal government. It's run away, Madam Speaker, but nobody's putting the scrutiny on the contracts going to Deloitte, despite the fact that the NDP Government Operations Committee wanted Deloitte to appear so that we could get to the bottom of why are they getting such a massive increase in outsourcing. And these are for-profit companies. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, does my colleague agree that we should be examining those big contracts as well, not just ArriveCan, that clearly there's problems fundamentally right through the whole process?
Here, here. We're running out of time, but I'll allow the honourable member for Brantford Brant to respond.
How much time do I have, Madam Speaker?
Just answer the question, and that's it. 1 minute.
Oh, come on. I had a question.
Yeah, I guess I'm being denied that, but that's fine. Any misuse of taxpayer monies needs to be thoroughly examined by all members of this House. We have a serious lack of trust with our federal institutions that literally has gone back since the Prime Minister has formed government. So any companies that are on the Liberal payroll, so to speak, and are funneling their own pockets and padding their own pockets need to be severely investigated, not only by Parliament, but by law enforcement as well.
It is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and to put the motion to a vote.
Follows Mr. Genuis, seconded by Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West, moved that the 37th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Friday, March 22nd, 2024 be concurred in.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried upon division, or if a member of a recognised party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like a recorded vote on this.
Here, here.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, November 26, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Motion. The motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable for Courtenay Alberni. Sorry. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to present a number of petitions in the House this evening. And the first petition is about taxes. Canadians are never that keen about paying their taxes, which is why Conservatives would axe the tax. This petition, though, is about tax filing. Petitioners note that tax filing is a requirement for most Canadians, regardless of their ability to access online platforms. They note that paper filing and instructions on how to file have been available for decades. Further, petitioners are concerned by the fact that a recent decision of the CRA means that they will no longer print line-by-line instructions in the paper package and will impose penalties for paper filing of certain taxes, including business filing, HST, GST returns. This unequally disadvantages vulnerable Canadians and creates big challenges for those who don't have the same level of connectivity that most of us have. Petitioners therefore call on the government to remove all penalties associated with paper filing and to make available print copies of the line-by-line instruction for tax filing for anyone who requests it. Next, I'd like to table a petition that raises concern about the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the People's Republic of China. Petitioners begin by explaining that Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation exercises, moral teachings. It's based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. That 25 years ago, the CCP began a campaign of intensive persecution aimed at eradicating Falun Gong. This has included detention, forced labor, prison, torture, and resulted in the deaths of thousands of people. Two prominent Canadian human rights leaders, David Matas and the late David Kilgore, conducted an important investigation that also revealed significant levels of organ harvesting, and that the Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting has gathered many signatures on this issue and highlighted this issue at the United Nations. So petitioners want to see a stronger response from the Government of Canada to the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners and actions by Parliament to do all we can to deter that. Canada has already passed legislation to make it a criminal offence for a Canadian to go abroad and receive an organ taken without a person's consent. And petitioners want us to take additional steps to the extent that we can to stop this abhorrent practice. The next petition is also dealing with the issue of human rights and the actions of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. This petition is focused on Hong Kong. It draws the attention of the House to the fact that free and fair trial, judicial independence, and the rule of law are key principles in Canada, and sadly, there are things that have been lost in Hong Kong, that peaceful protesters in Hong Kong have been charged and convicted of penal offenses through a judiciary that is neither impartial or fair. And some of those have included offenses under the National Security Act, but also offenses under other sections of Hong Kong's penal code. And petitioners also raise concern about the fact that Canada's Immigration Refugee Protection Act renders inadmissible to Canada foreign nationals who have been convicted of a foreign offence outside of Canada, inadmissible on the grounds of criminality, and that this could lead to people that have been involved in pro-democracy activity and have actually done nothing wrong, have simply advocated for their freedoms in Hong Kong. They could be deemed inadmissible to Canada on the basis of a failure to update our legal realities to the realities on the ground in Hong Kong. Petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to take the following steps: to recognize the politicization of the judiciary in Hong Kong and its impact on the legitimacy and validity of criminal convictions, to affirm its position that it would render all national security law-related charges and convictions irrelevant and invalid in terms of determining inadmissibility to Canada. Further, petitioners want to see the government create a mechanism by which Hong Kong people with pro-democracy movement-related convictions may provide an explanation for such convictions, on the basis of which the government could grant exemptions to Hong Kong people who would otherwise be deemed inadmissible under IRPA. Further, they would like to see this House work with other like-minded governments, such as the United Kingdom, the United States, France, Australia, and New Zealand, to have a collaboration around ensuring that people from Hong Kong's democracy movement, who are not in any real sense criminals, would still be able to come to Canada, as well as come to other countries where they might wish to travel to. Next, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to table a petition in support of Bill C-257, coincidentally a bill that stands in my own name. And so I want to thank petitioners for bringing this petition to me to table in the House. Petitioners note that Canadians have a right to be protected against discrimination, and that they can face political discrimination, whereas there are various other prohibited grounds of discrimination. Political belief is not currently included in the Human Rights Act. C-257 would add political belief or activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act, and that this would, in addition to protecting Canadians from discrimination, it would allow for free and open debate within Canada without people being worried about consequences. So petitioners want to see the House support Bill C-257 and also defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political beliefs.
Another member who wishes to table petition. The honourable members had an opportunity to table quite a few of them, so I will allow the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands to table a petition.
I will
Presenting petitions.
I will interrupt the time that's usually the 15 minutes of the day for the member from Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan to table my own petition, Madam Speaker. This is a petition from residents in my riding, Madam Speaker, that are concerned that radio and television journalists and the loss of local programming are having are impacting them negatively. They are bringing to the attention of the government the crucial role that local coverage gives and why it's so important. And therefore, they are asking the government to extend the Canadian journalism tax credit to include radio and television, support Canadian-owned media by declaring 70% of the federal advertising dollars towards local radio, TV, print, and digital media, and eliminating tax deductions for advertising purchased on foreign-owned internet delivered media sites and services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honour for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to rise on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and for the people that have taken the time to write out their concerns to their government in this form of this petition. Now, Madam Speaker, I think you're no stranger to how the communist the communist government in Beijing, how they view religious minorities, whether it be the Uyghur population or those Falun Gong practitioners. And the petitioners are most concerned about a horrible practice, Madam Speaker, in this case called forced organ harvesting. And essentially what the petitioners would like to see, Madam Speaker, is to pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the communist Chinese regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, and amend the Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, which I think most Canadians would agree is against the law and should be have specific sanctions in law, and publicly call for the end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Madam Speaker, the Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting that was mentioned to you earlier has had over 1.5 million people sign petitions from various countries, and so I'm glad to be representing the people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and in this case specifically to these petitioners who believe this is a horrible practice that should be stopped, and not just in the provision of the government in Beijing, Madam Speaker, but right across the whole world. So I ask for your permission to table this document in their name.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant. This will be the last petition because we're going to run out of time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The petitioners involved in this particular petition highlight the Falun Gong situation. They highlight that this is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercise, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. As members have already brought to your attention, the Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting has gotten about 1.5 million petition signatures from over 50 countries and presented that to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, calling for immediate action to end the unethical practice of forced organ harvesting in China and calling for an end of the persecution of Falun Gong. The petitioners in this petition specifically request the Canadian Parliament and government to A, pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese communist regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, B, amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and C, publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you.
I think my practice will be in the future is to scan the room first to see how many petitions how many people want to table petitions. That way we'll be able to get them all in, hopefully. And I would again remind members to do brief remarks about their petition so that we can allow other colleagues to be able to do that. I initially let the honourable member go because initially when I called for petitions there wasn't too many people that rose, but then I see after that there was lots of interest as people grabbed their petitions. So next time. We are now at order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, last week, I, along with other Conservatives, called on the government, the Prime Minister, to remove the Minister of Employment, the member for Edmonton Centre, from the Liberal cabinet. And that actually happened. On Wednesday, this Liberal minister left cabinet. And he did so under a major cloud of concern about various corrupt activities. Most acutely, it was revelations that his company engaged in Indigenous identity fraud. The company made the claim that it was Indigenous-owned when it wasn't. It made that claim because the minister, and in particular the Liberal Party of Canada, had claimed that he, the owner of this company and a minister of the Crown, was Indigenous when he wasn't. So he's now left the cabinet. Some would say, is that the end of the story? But you know, Madam Speaker, we have been digging into this Liberal Indigenous contracting scandal for months. And it's a scandal that includes this former minister, who's still a member of the Liberal caucus, but it's much wider than this. It reflects a phenomenon, and we're hearing from the Assembly of First Nations, that a majority of contracts that have been set aside that are supposed to benefit Indigenous entrepreneurs and communities are actually going to shell companies. We have this endemic identity fraud and manipulation of criteria within the Indigenous contracting program, designed to allow privileged, elite, non-Indigenous insiders to take advantage of contracts that are supposed to be going to Indigenous peoples. And it's very interesting. You know, when this program was created, there were many existing Indigenous organizations that have been putting together lists of Indigenous businesses. But instead of working with those existing organizations and building off those existing lists, this Liberal government decided we're going to create our own separate list where we're going to decide who Indigenous businesses are, and we're actually going to allow on that list companies and organizations that are actually not on anybody else's list. So you have instances of companies or joint ventures where all, if not the vast majority of the benefit, are going to non-Indigenous elite insiders who are taking advantage of these programs. They don't show up on any of the other lists of Indigenous-led organizations, but they show up on the Government of Canada's list of so-called Indigenous businesses. That allows them to take contracts that the policy is supposed to reserve for Indigenous peoples. And we know now that false claims about Indigenous identity are not only rampant within this program, but were made by a minister of the Crown himself. Meanwhile, now that this former minister is out of cabinet, he remains a member of the Liberal caucus, but also his company continues to be eligible for government contracts. Now figure that one out, Madam Speaker. The government should be taking fraud seriously, and that should include Indigenous identity fraud. And yet Indigenous leaders have been telling me that they're concerned that Indigenous identity fraud is not being taken seriously at all, that you have all kinds of instances of people making false claims for their own advantage of Indigenous identity in order to take things that have been promised to Indigenous peoples. And this is another case of people in the government, the member for Edmonton Centre, who is still able to take advantage of government procurement. His company, Global Health Imports, is still eligible to bid on government contracts. So the question to the government should be, why have they continued to allow systematic abuse in this program? Why have they continued to allow non-Indigenous people to steal benefits that have been promised to Indigenous peoples? And why, in particular, are they continuing to allow companies like Global Health Imports, that we know now committed Indigenous identity fraud, why are they still being allowed to access government contracts? Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, housing, infrastructure, and communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Determining and affirming one's Indigenous identity is deeply personal and complex. It's not for this House to act as the arbiter of anyone's identity. We must acknowledge that Indigenous heritage and identity are not always straightforward. Many Indigenous people in Canada face challenges in tracing their roots due to historical injustices, including systemic efforts to erase Indigenous cultures and identities. Labeling someone as fake without evidence is not only disrespectful, but it perpetrates harm and division. Instead, Madam Speaker, I'd like to focus on the importance of economic reconciliation and the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses as an important tool for alleviating the injustices faced by Indigenous communities in the last centuries. I'd like to remind members of the House that Indigenous peoples in Canada comprise approximately 5% of the overall population. Yet historically, businesses owned by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis entrepreneurs were consistently winning a lower percentage of federal contracts. This was not due to a lack of capability or innovation, but systemic barriers. In fact, during the Harper government, less than 1% of procurement contracts went to Indigenous businesses. That's why, based on engagements with Indigenous organizations and business leaders, in 2021, Public Service and Procurement Canada, in collaboration with the Treasury Board and ISC, created more opportunities by implementing the mandatory minimum 5% Indigenous procurement target. And we've heard many times from Indigenous partners how important PSIB is for advancing economic reconciliation and supporting Indigenous businesses. Since we announced the 5% target, we have seen a surge in Indigenous entrepreneurs' interest and investment in the program. Investing in Indigenous communities and building up Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs benefits all Canadians. According to a 2022 National Indigenous Economic Strategy for Canada, the continued exclusion of Indigenous people costs the Canadian economy nearly $28 billion every year. The National Indigenous Economic Development Board found that closing the existing employment gap could help lift over 150,000 Indigenous people out of poverty. There is a real cost to inaction. On the rare occasions where there are questions about legitimacy of a business or its operations, we have processes in place. Concerns can be referred to the Public Service Procurement Canada Office of Supplier of Integrity and Compliance. This office administers the strength and ineligibility and suspension policy, which ensures that any supplier lacking business integrity or honesty can be suspended or debarred. Additionally, we are co-developing a transformative Indigenous procurement strategy with Indigenous partners to strengthen the integrity and inclusiveness of the program. One key component is transferring the Indigenous Business Directory to Indigenous partners who are best positioned to define and verify Indigenous businesses. We reject the idea that isolated incidents of bad actors should be used to undermine a program that is delivering tangible benefits. Economic reconciliation is not about contracts. It's about creating opportunities for Indigenous communities to thrive and for all Canadians to benefit from their innovation and entrepreneurship.
Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it is clear from that answer that Liberals simply have not been listening to what Indigenous leaders have been telling them. And I encourage them to actually listen instead of to repeat talking points written by people within government that completely contradict what Indigenous leaders are saying. Here's the facts. The AFN has said that a majority of those who benefit from these programs are shell companies. This is not Conservative members. This is the AFN is saying this. So I challenge the Parliamentary Secretary to simply ask this question. Does he agree with what the AFN has said? Yes or no? Now, he said that identity can be complicated and difficult to trace. Madam Speaker, the member for Edmonton Centre has admitted that he is not Indigenous. He has openly acknowledged that the company committed Indigenous identity fraud by saying it was Indigenous owned. So will the member listen to what's going on here, and does he agree with what the AFN has said, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That's not what the AFN has said, but I'm eager. I'm eager, as the member is yelling at me out of turn. I'm eager that he's.
For Saskatchewan had his 1 minute to reply, so now he needs to wait and listen to the answer. Whether he likes the answer or not, he still should listen to the answer without disrupting the person that has the floor. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The honourable member is concerned when his misinformation is called out. It's interesting that he brings up this topic and is eager to establish the integrity of this program, and he understands the importance of this program. It's nice that he, for once, and his members for once, bring Indigenous concerns and economic reconciliation to the forefront. It's important that we ensure that the integrity of this program exists and look forward to his collaboration in ensuring this program continues.
The honourable for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am returning to the subject of a question that I first raised in this place on June the 14th. It's a while ago, so I'm going to read what I wrote at the time. I said, Madam Speaker, I will be asking the Housing Minister something. Carleton Place in my riding has been Canada's fastest growing municipality for the past 4 years. When the town was given $0 from the Housing Accelerator Fund, I wondered why, and I investigated. It turns out there's a pattern here. Of the $1.5 billion awarded to Ontario under the fund, 97% went to cities and towns in which Liberals hold seats. There are some non-Liberal seats in these cities and towns, but even when this is taken into account, there is a clear pattern. Liberal-held areas received several times more funding per capita than areas held by MPs from other parties. Why is this so? End quote. Well, I wasn't the only person who felt concerned about this. A number of my colleagues wrote expressing concern that their communities were being left out of this funding and saying if other communities are getting funding, we too should get funding. Their communication was misused by the Housing Minister to give the false impression that there is widespread support for the Housing Accelerator program as opposed to alternative ways of ensuring that housing starts are increased. And so on October the 20th, he stated that, and I'm quoting him, a number of these MPs are writing to me personally asking their communities to be picked for funding. Now, what he doesn't say is that he has been unfairly excluding rural communities, communities that are not held by Liberals, and so on. But that was a great talking point, a great line, this misuse of these letters. And so the Prime Minister got it in the act, and on November the 6th, we see the Prime Minister saying that funding will provide much-needed housing. That's a very selective quote of part of a sentence to leave the impression that the MP, the Conservative MP that the Prime Minister is quoting favors this kind of funding. Well, fast forward to November the 13th of this year, and I get a letter from the same Housing Minister saying, and I quote, I am looking for your, it's a letter to me, I am looking for your guidance on whether you would support a $3,315,000 investment from the Housing Accelerator Fund in the municipality of Mississippi Mills. He gives me 7 days to respond to that and adds, I am keen to advance on this funding in the absence of any factors you may believe may be relevant in the circumstances. If you're interested in sharing your views, please be sure to do so before November the 20th. The point being to pressure me into giving a letter that will then be used to give the impression that I think that this is a good program, on the pain, apparently, that if I don't participate and send this in, I may not get this funding. This funding may not go through to the township of Mississippi Mills. Same thing, 7 days later, I get another letter from the minister about Carleton Place this time. The number of dollars is different. The deadline is now pushed back to be another 7 days later, and it's the same auto signature, identical. You can hold them up and look at them in the light on both letters. Madam Speaker, it is most inappropriate that the minister is trying to create the false impression that there is support for his terrible program at the pain, at the risk to MPs, the apparent risk of denying them funding. Isn't he ashamed of what he's doing?
I do want to remind the honourable member he's not to point to documentation that he has. It's considered a prop, so I just wanted to remind him that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this falls under the category of one doth protest too much. 6 months ago, when he brought forward this question, he was eager for Housing Accelerator Fund money to his community. One of his communities having gotten Housing Accelerator Fund money, that being the City of Kingston, which he represents. I guess he has to go in reverse after it was released that Conservative MPs were eager to get this funding. They wanted to see this because their mayors came to him and said, we need this funding. This is a good program. And like good MPs, they stood up for their communities.
And I know this member to be a good MP who stands up for his constituents, like he did back in June, wondering why his community or one of his communities didn't get that. But fast forward a few months where his leader's office is screaming back down at the members, how dare you stand up for your communities? He has to backpedal and come here and pretend that he didn't support this program from the beginning. And he has some interesting talking points that that only cities represented by Liberals get Housing Accelerator Fund. I think his colleagues from Kelowna would disagree. Himself representing the city of Kingston, London, Hamilton, Calgary, Edmonton, to name a few. These are cities represented by Conservative members that receive substantial Housing Accelerator Fund money, along with 179 agreements to cut red tape, fast-track building permits, things that Conservatives pretend to care about. But once again, we see this pattern, Madam Speaker, that Conservatives talk a good game. They mention and talk about there's a housing crisis, but when there's actual concrete steps taken by the government to move forward with a concrete housing plan, the Conservatives are nowhere to be found. For a brief moment, the honourable member stood up for his constituents and said, we want this money. But his leader's office disagrees. And so it's disappointing that the member comes nearly 6 months later after his question to backtrack, to reverse course, because he's hearing it from his leader's office rather than standing up for his constituents.
The honourable member for Lanark Frontenac Kingston.
Wow, that's one heck of a misrepresentation of what I got up and said 6 months ago. I said that 97% of the money was going elsewhere in Ontario, a fact which is not disproved by telling me that there's funding that's gone to Kelowna, British Columbia, or to Calgary, Alberta. Madam Speaker, I just want to observe that if the minister's letters to me soliciting my feedback are to be taken seriously, then the implication is that failure to respond might lead to him not giving the money. So I'll just ask the question, is it actually the case that he's actually demanding we give this support or else the money will be denied? I'd be interested in knowing whether or not merely raising concerns about this abusive process is going to result in money being taken away from deserving communities. That's an interesting question, isn't it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me quote his own mayor, one of the communities he represents. Again, he points outside of Ontario, his own community got Housing Accelerator Fund money. He represents the city of Kingston.
The honourable member had an opportunity to ask a question. Now he should be listening to the answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Doesn't like the hypocrisy, Madam Speaker, that he gets up and his own community received housing.
Order. Again, the honourable member had an opportunity to ask a question. He may not like the answer he gets, but I would just ask him to please be respectful. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
One of the mayors of the community he represents received Housing Accelerator Fund money, and he said he's, quote, grateful, close quote, for the program, and it will help, quote, meet the critical need for more housing in our community. That our being the members' riding and the members' community. He can point all across the country and all across the province. His own community received Housing Accelerator Fund money. He stood up for it. He wants it. He still wants it. The question remains, will he stand up for his constituents, or will he just bow to the whims of his leader's office, who doesn't want to see any funding or any benefits to his constituents?
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising again to question the government on their lack of investments to ensure that every Canadian has access to a family doctor, and that no Canadian needs to use a credit card to access basic health services in this country. Now, Madam Speaker, you'll recall, of course, that the NDP has been instrumental in this Parliament, ensuring that we start to broaden health care, including dental care and pharmacare, pushing for home care and pushing for mental health care as well. And Madam Speaker, as you are well aware, this has been a fundamental priority of the NDP since Tommy Douglas, the founding leader of the NDP, pushed Parliament 70 years ago to actually put in place universal health care in Canada. Now, when Tommy Douglas forced the government of the day to actually bring in universal health care, he always envisaged that we would move from there to dental care, to pharmacare, to ensure that essentially we have health care from the top of our heads to the soles of our feet. Madam Speaker, and this makes sense for a whole variety of reasons. When you have comprehensive health care, you're actually ensuring that there is less of an impact on acute health care. Just for an example, putting in place pharmacare means saving $4 billion for Canadians. Putting in place dental care, according to emergency room physicians in Ontario alone, saves about $1 billion a year to show up at the emergency room because they don't have access to dental care. So it is fundamentally important that if the healthcare system is going to work, that we make the required investments to ensure that Canadians have access to a family doctor and that Canadians aren't paying those extra fees. Now, Madam Speaker, this government has been very slow on that, quicker on what the NDP has forced them to do. But when it comes to the number of Canadians that don't have a family physician, there's been very little work put into place. And this is not just a criticism of the Liberal government, it's a criticism of the Conservative government who did absolutely nothing for a decade either. Now, the reality is very simple. We need to see more investments to ensure there are more spaces in our universities for medical schools to actually train up doctors and nurses. We need to ensure that the funding is there so that we get the healthcare professionals that we need. But, Madam Speaker, we can't stop there. We actually have to recognize foreign trained credentials as well. There are so many foreign trained doctors and nurses that come to Canada and their credentials are not recognized because this government and the previous government didn't do the work to put into place all of the infrastructure to assure that those foreign trained professionals actually have their credentials recognized here in Canada. Now, for those who criticize and say, well, that's a lot of money, I just will mention a few of the investments this government has made and the previous government as well. $1 trillion between both Conservatives and Liberals in liquidity supports for Canada's big banks, $600 billion going to overseas tax havens over the last 15 years, $100 billion going to oil and gas CEOs over the last 15 years. The reality is Canada can afford it. We need to make sure that healthcare investments go before the banks and the oil and gas CEOs and overseas tax havens. Why isn't the government putting healthcare first?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Quite the contrary. The federal government is putting healthcare first. Canada's universal healthcare system is a pillar of our national identity. It represents Canadians' ongoing commitment to the values of equity, fairness, and solidarity, to ensure that everyone has access to medically necessary healthcare services based on medical need and not on their ability or willingness to pay. Our government is investing in our public healthcare system so it delivers for Canadians. That's why we're making investments of close to $200 billion into the system. The Canada Health Act does not preclude private facilities from providing medically necessary services as long as the patients are not charged for these services. Our government works with the provinces and territories to ensure the federal government's investments are used in a way that respects the principles of the Canada Health Act. As jurisdictions institute reforms to their healthcare systems, including using private facilities to deliver insured services, access to medically necessary services should remain equitable and based on medical need. There is, of course, a legitimate concern that some facilities may attempt to charge patients for access to medically necessary services in contravention of the Act. Our government's position remains that when provinces and territories permit private facilities to deliver medically necessary services, those services must be covered by public health care insurance plans. That is why, under the Canada Health Act diagnostic services policy, since March 2023, we have levied a total of $149 million in deductions to Canada Health transfer payments to provinces that have not covered the cost of medically necessary diagnostic services provided in private clinics, leading to patients paying out of pocket for these services. Patients charged with something that our government, charges are something that our government will never take lightly. Since 2015, we've levied over $267 million in mandatory health transfer reductions to provinces that have permitted patient charges for medically necessary services delivered at private facilities. I want to assure my colleague that we will continue to take action whenever such charges occur. The goal of the Canada Health Act administration has never been to levy penalties, but rather ensure patients are not charged for the medically necessary services they've already paid through their taxes. That's why provinces and territories that face mandatory deductions have the opportunity to be reimbursed by Health Canada when they develop an action plan to take the necessary steps to eliminate patient charges. Since the Canada Health Act reimbursement policy came into effect, $175 million has been reimbursed to the provinces in recognition of their efforts to ensure patients do not face financial barriers when accessing needed care. Our government will continue to work with provinces and territories to ensure the public health care system continues to be there for Canadians to access medically necessary care. As our system evolves to meet the modern-day needs of Canadians, our government will continue to work alongside the province of Ontario and territories to ensure the foundational values are respected so that we can deliver the results Canadians expect and deserve both now and into the future. Thank you.
Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary running a number of different shifts over the course of these adjournment proceedings. But the reality is the government has already chosen to put other things first by giving so much money to the banks, to oil and gas CEOs, and of course to overseas tax havens. So the government has already made that choice. The reality is what we're seeing, and this is shocking, Madam Speaker, is that particularly in Conservative provinces, I'm thinking of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario, we have Conservative governments that are simply refusing to put in place an adequate healthcare system. The outcomes are worse in those three Conservative provinces than elsewhere. What are the fines that have been levied against the contracting out, the credit card medicine, and the poor outcomes in those Conservative governed provinces?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I've enjoyed my multiple shifts here this evening. I did go through in my initial speech the deductions that were levied against the provinces. This is something that will continue. I do share the concern, especially being from Ontario, the concerns of the creeping privatization of healthcare in Ontario and beyond. That's why this government will continue to stand firm and continue to use the penalties available under the Canada Health Act and continue to deduct transfer payments for provinces that don't have a plan to ensure that Canadians are covered properly. Thank you.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.